you are in charge of secret this and that. Don't let anybody come and entice you or just disturb you to get what they want. Stand on your own and keep that information, what is secret, to be secret. Am I communicating?
Yes, sir. For 70 years, the women of the Nigerian Police Force have stood as symbol of courage, resilience, and unwavering service to our fatherland, combining beauty with bravery. To every woman who have worn the Nigerian Police uniform and discharged their duties effectively, you are highly honored. You have all taught us that are presently putting on the uniform to uphold dignity in breaking barriers, protecting lives, and redefining the future of policing in Nigeria.
I can see you, my women, in the police force. It's because you aspire to be somebody in life. You want to stand on your own. You want to be somebody. That is why you are here today. And most of the women out there that they are doing a lot of things. So important to the country. You are here in the uniform to not just to support your husband, but you are contributing to the nation.
A state of mind that affects how we think, how we feel, and how we respond to our environment. When we understand this, we are going to actually have allowance for human behavior, because we actually respond to our situation per time based on the state of our mind. How well our mind is what determines how well the whole part of our body even is.
I am particularly pleased that this year's Fire Safety Week includes the training of 100 police officers on basic fire safety and firefighting skills. This initiative is a commendable step toward equipping our officers with critical knowledge and practical skills to respond effectively to fire emergencies. Fire safety is an essential component of public safety, and by empowering our officers with these skills, we are not only enhancing their capacity, but also strengthening the overall safety framework of Kano State.
The able leadership of His Excellency is very much committed to supporting every agency of government that is working here, providing an enabling environment for them to exercise and undertake their own mandate. His Excellency, as the Commander rightly said, has provided a lot of support to fire service in the state, particularly the Federal Fire Service. This has been his own tradition. So much support has been provided, especially to all federal government agencies, particularly the security agencies that are operating here in Kano.
An event designed to holistically sensitize our people and raise their alertness and consciousness on the dangers of uncontrolled fires, especially with the harsh weather due to climate change, through exposing them to ways of identifying and managing possible risks, hazards, and dangers within their homes, workplaces, which may pose threats to their lives, properties, and the environment across the globe.
In line with our administration's core development objectives and physical sustainability goals, and in recognition of the urgent need to continuously improve the quality of life for all our citizens, it is absolutely imperative that we promote an inclusive and participatory budgeting process. This is why your presence here today is so vital and critical. This aligns, of course, with our strategic development plans within the next 25 years and in the medium and short term within the next 10 years. This budget is focusing not only on the figures, but it will prioritize environmental sustainability and climate smart agriculture to ensure resilience and mitigation to the impacts of climate change. And this is anchored towards ensuring prosperity and well-being of generations to come, while building a better tomorrow for our young ones coming up.
That I stand here and welcome you all to this crucial 2026 budget town hall meeting. The theme we gathered under today, which has been mentioned by many, from recovery. We have been doing budget for the past 6 years for recovery. And this time around, the ministry is proposing that we move to prosperity by accelerating sustainable growth and building a self-reliant world. This theme is not just a catchy slogan. It is the definite roadmap of our dear state next chapter. Your Excellency, who is adequately represented, for too long, you have focused necessarily and rightly so that we recover. You have rebuilt homes, resettled communities, and restored basic services. We mourn our losses and invested in resources in healing. But the new day has dawned. We are no longer defined solely by our challenges. We are now defined by our ambition for lasting prosperity.
Help us address some misconceptions. Some are saying the vaccination is becoming too frequent. Why? Because we are also picking some mutant stress. Not the ones that cause disease, but we know sometimes mutation for those that need science. Some organisms change and they come back again and cause problem. So we are not taking energy to chance. So we need to create awareness. We need to do repeated rounds. It is not over until it is over. We have been satisfied. But we don't want to go into the challenges of those other countries that have to start all over again.
We equally also continue to plead with you to continue the good work we are also doing. We will be conducting so many activities, and we have conducted so many. We have seen the response of the state government in terms of the outbreak currently we are having across the state, some other NGS and some settlements. So meanwhile, while we also continue to urge you to make some of these reports better and more scientific, more refined evidence information.
Electronic and social media will always be given the professional touch to your information, so that at least people in Adamawa, in Nigeria, and the world would really hear the happenings in Adamawa State, where we are based.
We have witnessed a wonderful display of Quranic excellence and deep reflection on the divine message. This gathering has reminded us once again of the timeless power of the Quran, a light that guides our hearts, shapes our morals, and unites the Ummah in faith and brotherhood. The Musabaqa is not merely a contest, but a celebration of devotion, discipline, and the enduring heritage of Islam.
The good, religious, and hard-working people of Yolo North local government extend our deep appreciation to His Excellency, the Executive Governor, who is today ably represented, for his generosity and continuous support. Let me also extend our immeasurable gratitude to our sponsors and donors, for without their financial contributions, this event wouldn't have been possible.
I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the participants, especially our winners, for their dedication, perseverance, and exceptional recitational skills. May
Now, Mr. Senate President, I will not only welcome you to commission our agricultural equipment, which we promise our people is part of my five-point agenda. Part of my promise is being fulfilled today. But before I begin, Mr. Senate President, I want to passionately beg you, please, I want Obaseki back home to come and answer some questions. When the committee led by Adam Soshomole's report is out, I want to tell you with the facts I have on ground, which I will later show you, it's enough for you to bring him back to this country.
But today, what Governor Monday has done, as he has always reminded us, is that when you have a leader in Abuja, he is a good follower in Edo State. He understands the priorities of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that Nigeria's key security issue is not just about life, it's food security.
We are seeing development on a daily basis. Today, we are seeing the beginning of an agricultural revolution. There's no time in Edo history that we have invested what we are investing now in agriculture.
Africa's largest fresh produce market ramped up operations ahead of the G20 summit in Johannesburg as South Africa prepared to place food security at the center of its presidency agenda. Footage filmed before the summit showed workers at the Joburg market unloading crates of fresh produce from trucks and readying them for export. Marketing and PR manager at Grove Fresh Produce Agent, Anja Berger, said that the Global Forum offered South Africa the opportunity to further strengthen global partnerships to help local farmers thrive.
A global summit like this to come to South Africa, it shines a light on what is important for the people of South Africa. How can we serve them better? And what do we need to fix to serve them better? In our industry, it's definitely just infrastructure maintenance, hygiene of markets, so that we can ensure people having good food, but also clean food.
She added that the summit could amplify South Africa's image as a forward-looking dynamic nation.
Most of our farmers export to a lot of countries, especially the Americas, but then also now a lot more to Dubai and to India and to the Europes as well. So it's It's very exciting that there's already a lot of relations between South Africa and other countries when it comes to fresh produce, and we need to keep that avenues open because our produce in our country is of incredible quality. Our farmers are of incredible standards.
Economist and journalist Mudiwa Gavaza noted that food insecurity has increasingly become recognized as a pressing global issue, especially in Africa.
20 countries have found themselves actually viewing food insecurity as an increasing priority over the last couple of years, mainly because the incidents of food insecurity are becoming more and more prevalent around the world, but more specifically, especially in Africa. It was always sort of thrown to the side as a third world issue, in many cases, an African issue, but more and more, it's becoming an issue that has, risen to that global level, and hence you have the G20 tangling, with issues like this. Of course, the fact that South Africa is chair of the G20 in 2025, at this moment does bring some of those issues, to the fore.
The G20 Leaders Summit was built for Johannesburg from November 22 to 23. Under South Africa's presidency, the forum's focus was on global food security, climate-smart agriculture, and resilient food systems. During the summit, South Africa was seen pushing for investment in agricultural infrastructure and equitable access to nutrition across the African continent. The leadership of the Labour Party Candidate Forum sought legal measures over the judgment of the court that sacked former National Party chairman Julius Abure. The move followed the controversies that led to the invitation of Julius Abure by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to its quarterly consultative meeting with political parties. The chairman of the forum, Barrister Okemi Adejo, at a courtesy visit to Senator Nenadi Usman in Abuja, stated that the appearance of Julius Abure at the meeting of political parties contravened court judgments. Secretary, Labour Party Candidates Forum, Splendor Eze, described the recent event as a distraction.
Abure in INEC, clearly in a quarterly meeting with the political parties in Nigeria, is a contempt of both the Supreme Court judgment of 4th April 2025 and the Federal High Court judgment of 15th August 2025 that sacked him. This forum will not fold our hands and watch the judgment of our courts disobeyed in this manner. We are determined to explore all legal means, including peaceful protests, to make sure that the judgments of our courts that sacked Julius Abure as the national chairman of Labour parties are obeyed by the INEC. We hereby call on INEC to immediately obey the court judgment that sacked Julius Abure by removing his name from her portal and replace it with the name of National Chairman of the Labour Party, distinguished Senator Nenadi Usman, and distinguished Senator Darlington Wokocha, the National Secretary by the INEC.
Well, the party is moving on, irrespective of the distraction that is coming from the former National Chairman of Labour Party, Julius Abure. Like the chairman of the forum just stated, that Abure's tenure has ended. I, the secretary of the forum, Comrade Splendor Oko Eze, hereby reiterate the fact that Abure's tenure has ended. You cannot place something on nothing and expect it to stand. The party, under the leadership of distinguished Senator Nenadi Usman, is already, prepared to commence the party activities, which will start from the ward level, congresses from the ward level, local government level, state level, that will now culminate into national convention. And that is what we are into before this distraction came. But I want to tell us that no court in Nigeria is higher than the Supreme Court. And as far as the Supreme Court has, ruled that Abure's tenure has ended, has expired, there is no other kangaroo arrangement from Abure that can resurrect that. And I also want to state this. I want to plead with the new chairman of INEC that has been nominated and ratified by the National Assembly. He is a son.
The group reaffirmed the importance of obedience to court orders.
Chancellor, the immediate past national youth leader of the party and the Edo North senatorial candidate for the party in 2023 general election. Quickly, there is no doubt that there is a conspiracy against the Labour Party in Nigeria. There is no doubt. Why did we say so? First and foremost, there is a Supreme Court judgment on the 4th of April 2025 that dismissed the Federal High Court judgment of 8th of October 2024 that accorded Abure recognition as chairman of the party. Now, the Supreme Court judgment dismissed the Appeal Court judgment on the 17th, Appeal Court judgment of the 17th of January 2025 that similarly upheld the judgment of the Court of First Instance. Now, and the Supreme Court awarded those all the issues in dispute in favor of the appellants in that judgment. Who were the appellants? Distinguished Senator Nadi Esther Usman, as the national chairman, appointed by the National Executive Council of the party in a NEC meeting on the 4th of September 2024 in the First Instance. Now, what was expected? I remember I was part of the delegation with His Excellency Peter Obi and the leadership of the party that went to INEC on the 9th of April 2025 to physically submit the hard copy, the certified true copy of the Supreme Court judgment to the INEC. And I remember vividly the acting national chairman, Mrs. Umbu, was in that delegation who received us.
Okeme said that the forum would not hesitate to occupy the INEC headquarters for 7 days in protest to demand the immediate removal of Abure's name from INEC's portal and replace with that of Senator Nenadi Usman.
We have consistently condemned administrative high-handedness, victimization of students and staff, and the entrenched culture of sexual harassment and intimidation that has plagued some institutions of higher learning, of which FUOYE has now become a tragic example. We recall that the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Abayomi Sunday Fashino, took the independent corrupt practices and other related offences commissions to court in an attempt to halt ongoing investigation into serious allegations of sexual harassment, allegations of he acknowledged in his own leave letter. Such actions betray the transparency, accountability, and moral standard expected of a public officer holding such a sensitive position. It is therefore a grave injustice and insult to the collective integrity of the Nigerian university system that this same individual is now being forcibly restricted through manipulations of tainted governing council chaired by a partisan body, which in what can only be described as an arranged meeting that defied due process and the principle of fair administration. Even worse, reports showed that students were mobilized and paraded under false pretenses with claims of support from the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tuji Alausa, to legitimize this illegality and intimidate members of the university community. This is not acceptable, it is dangerous, and it must not stand. In light of this grave development, the Association for Student Social Welfare strongly calls for the immediate suspension of the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Abayomi Fashino, pending the outcome of the ongoing investigation and judicial proceedings. This is the only path to safeguard justice, ensure institutional integrity, and restore peace within FUOYE. We also urge the Federal Ministry of Education, the National University Commission, and all anti-corruption agencies to live up to their constitutional responsibilities. FUOYE must not be allowed to degenerate into a banana republic of academic impunity, where rules are bent to serve personal interests and accountability is replaced by intimidation. Today, we speak for justice, we speak for transparency. Above all, we speak for the future of Nigerian education, which must never be sacrificed on the altar of personal ambition or political manipulation. We need to give a little background into this issue.
because it has been festering for a long time. We have led, we have reported personally in the coalition. We have submitted petitions for this thing. So to have a bit of background of this, the Federal University of Oyo Ekiti, once admired as the beacon of federal educational expansion and innovation, has sadly become a symbol of how impunity, moral failure, and abuse of power can corrode the soul of public institutions.
Reactions followed President Bola Tinubu's announcement of the new ambassadorial nominees. While some Nigerians applauded the move and described it as a wake-up call for the Tinubu administration, others criticized the list as shambolic. They raised concern over the profiles of certain nominees. Prominent among the names that generated the most public debate were the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, the former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode, and former presidential spokesman Reno Omokri. A resident of Abuja, Matthew Dennis, who voiced his displeasure, condemned some of the nominations. He also referenced past issues which reportedly involved the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission.
Yeah, personally, the ambassadorial nominees, considering the name that the president listed, some of the names, to me, because some of them have EFCC issues. For instance, when you look at Mr. Oke, EFCC had declared him wanted. That's the former DG of NIA. He was declared wanted by EFCC. Now his name is being mentioned as the U.S. ambassadorial nominees. When you look at Omokri and also the immediate past INEC chairman, that's Mahmoud, you understand, these are people that Nigerians felt that the 2023 general election was not credible. So to an extent, we have more credible Nigerians out there. The president was supposed to do his own diligent way to put people that doesn't have stand, people that will not bring us back. Because when you look at the international reputation of this country, it has been damaged. It is tarnished already. So we need to put people that have good integrity, have good reputation, that they can start to work towards regaining the image of this country.
Other Nigerians, however, commended the nominations and expressed optimism in the nominees' capacity on the global stage.
Yes, on the ambassadorial nominees, we can say it's time, I think it's even due that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu nominated faces that will represent Nigeria in the international community. But having done it now 2 years to go in his administration, yeah, I think it's okay.
Fani-Kayode is a good fan of Asiwaju. He has been supporting Asiwaju all this while. And Omokri too, though he has worked with Jonathan and also working with the New Hope agenda. He's a fan of Asiwaju. The immediate, he too has a good record. At least when he was the INEC chairman, he performed very well as the INEC chairman of our country. He did a free and fair election in some parts, though people are saying that he doesn't perform well. Some people are saying that. But at least he did well. He brought about this Beavers election, this electronic election. So he tried. So it's good. It's a good nomination.
The nominees included 17 non-career ambassadors and 15 career ambassadors posted to countries and international organizations critical to Nigeria's foreign relations.
My name is Senator Neda Education Nigeria Friday.
The Senate expressed its displeasure that the agreement between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities had not yet been implemented. The chairman of the Senate Committee on TET Fund, Senator Muntari Dandutse, stated when he presented the resolution of the committee with the leadership of ASU in Abuja on Friday, October 17, 2025. He stated that the committee met with government agencies, ASU, the Ministry of Education, and the Nigeria University Commission, where they resolved the problem with the Lecturers' Union.
And on our resolution, the Senate is not happy that the agreement by the government to ASU has not been fulfilled. The Senate agreed to convey the government agencies and ASU, most especially the Ministry of Education and NUC, for a negotiating as soon as possible so that we can resolve this lingering problem. Senate agrees to interface with the Minister of FCT to ensure universities Abuja land which is not taken from them. Also, other needs will be studied and appropriate steps will be taken to ensure amicable resolution, and we want the leadership of ASU to write all the issues they raise in our discussion so that we can pass the Ministry of Education together with them by Tuesday or Wednesday to ensure that our children are back to school, and also to ensure that the government look into the immediate and the long.
And if you look at the history, for those who understand the movie industry so well, they will know that the gaps that has always been there is getting more expanding. Instead of all closing the gap is expanding. And what I mean by that is that when the cinema started in Nigeria, it's a work between the academia, the council, the cultural people, the theater people, then the industry coming together, doing fantastic job then. But as things goes, they are ignoring the main key stakeholder, who are the academia and the cultural people. So for our own cinema, we are bringing back those key stakeholders, and to convince them of the new direction we are setting.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Zulum distributed 62 patrol trucks to security agencies operating within Maiduguri and surrounding communities.
We are here this morning as usual, or I can say in continuation of our efforts to support security apparatus in Borno State with equipment and logistics needed for them to function effectively. This morning, we are here to distribute vehicles. The numbers of the vehicles that we are distributing this morning amount to 62 Toyota Hilux. Out of these 62 Toyota Hilux, 30 will be given to civilian JTL. 3 to each sector. Each of the 10 sectors in Maiduguri metropolitan will have 3 new brand Toyota Hilux.
Governor Zulum said the vehicles are to be used strictly for security patrols to protect life and properties, particularly in vulnerable communities across the state. He appreciated the federal government's ongoing support in the fight against insurgency and assured that his administration will continue to provide logistics and resources to strengthen security operations.
Well, this will not be last. It will not be the last time. Last time for us to distribute vehicles to security organizations in the state. I want to assure you that inshallah, after this one, we shall still review. We shall still review and see how possible best we can provide additional support to all security agencies. And I want to assure you that fuel will be supplied and be provided to for the utilization of these vehicles as adventure, which is very important. Again, the RRS team, those that are receiving allowances of less than 50,000, we will henceforth, as from this month, we will receive much less than 50,000. Furthermore, I want to inform you that all these village agents will hunters will receive 50,000.
The beneficiaries of the 62 patrol trucks include the police, civilian joint task force, hunters, NAPTIP, and other security formations.
Especially social vices. We thank you very much immensely, and we assure you that the vehicles will be judiciously used, and assure you that crime rate in the will be combated accordingly. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
The state governor reaffirmed his administration's resolve to sustain security efforts until peace and stability are fully restored across Borno State.
This, our call to action will be to have an eco biodiversity club in this school so that they'll be able to monitor and nurture these trees that were planted and also get involved and become soldiers of climate action so that in issues around climate change they can be a voice here, and we'll visit them quarterly to also engage them. So I think that is part of why this is a huge success for us. So it's something that we've been doing for a long time. We'll have to bring it down.
Different things can survive. We are not taking this one out to make this one survive. We are all encompassing. And in SDG Go, it's inclusion is so important. So ecosystem restoration, rejuvenating degraded ecosystem like wetlands, mangroves, forests, and grassland. It's about restoring the entire ecological balance and functionality. The benefits of this: disaster risk reduction, mangroves protect coasts, wetland absorb flood. To restore a healthy planet, we must restore our relationship with it.
Deforestation or tree logging is not actually the solution to the crisis we are facing. So let's just try to avoid tree logging as a way of means of livelihood. Rather, let's see how we can advocate to governments to actually provide finances for these women, so they can either buy their seedlings, get their lives together again, get their lives going again.
Take proactive actions towards protecting the environment, especially beginning with tree planting. Trees have a lot of values. They have cultural value, social value, aesthetic values, ecotourism value, spiritual values, economic value, medicinal values. If we start with trees, we begin first of all to beautify the environment. And especially if those trees are fruit trees, we begin to appreciate trees from economic and social perspective. So I recommend that this is a wake-up call. And this program has enabled us to understand what has gone wrong over the years and to begin to take some proactive steps towards addressing these issues without quarrels, without conflict. At the end of the day, we're going to have environmental justice and environmental peace.
Kenyan President William Ruto said that climate change was no longer an abstract debate, but a daily experience which affected millions across Africa. He said this in a speech at the 17th United Nations Environment Assembly in Nairobi on Thursday, December 11, 2025. He said that increased climate disasters such as drought, floods, and severe storms threatened food and water security.
Just days ago, Kenya was compelled to declare a national drought emergency in 20 counties. leaving our citizens at risk of severe hunger and water scarcity, and as delayed rains and climate stress devastate crops and livestock. Across our continent, from failed harvests to destructive floods, from intensifying storms to conflict worsened by resource scarcity, Africans are paying the price for a crisis they did not create. These extremes are becoming the new global normal. One of the most visible symptoms of the triple crisis is plastic pollution. Plastics now contaminate our soils, our rivers, our oceans, the food we eat, and even our bodies. This threat demands an ambitious and effective international treaty. Kenya remains fully committed to an agreement that addresses plastics across their full life cycle.
Ruto stated that artificial intelligence, digital technologies, and electrification reshape production, work, and trade.
The global economy is undergoing profound transformation. Artificial intelligence, digital technologies, and electrification are reshaping how we produce, work, and trade. If this transformation is not aligned with environmental protection, equity, and human dignity, we risk building a new high-tech economy on the old foundation of extraction, exclusion, and pollution. Our rivers, our oceans, the food we eat, the future we want outcome. A stronger UNEP, working closely with a broader UN system, will deliver more coherent, cost-effective, and inclusive global environmental governance.
He also emphasized the importance of a strengthened UNEP, which worked with the UN for more coherent, cost-effective, and inclusive global environmental governance. The Kenyan president highlighted Africa's leadership in climate change. He cited climate summits held in Nairobi and Addis Ababa in 2023 and 2025. Delegates from more than 170 countries gathered in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, for the 17th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly under the theme Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet.
Our task here in Nairobi is to translate these signals into concrete, actionable outcomes that address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. For Africa, climate change is not an abstract debate. It is a daily experience. Excellencies, Africa envisions a future anchored in a modern digital and green economy powered by renewable energy, enabled by innovation, and climate-proofed from the start. Our task is to ensure that every investment in industry, in infrastructure, and technology reinforces resilience, protects nature, and creates opportunities for people. We already have a strong foundation. Africa has demonstrated leadership in climate ambition. The Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi and Addis in 2023 and 2025 reframed the continent not as a victim of climate crisis only, but as a co-architect of global solutions.
The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, launched a 5-day Climate Smart Land Restoration Program in Borno State. The initiative, in partnership with the Federal Project Management Unit under the Agro-Climatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscape ACRISAL project, is aimed at strengthening environmental resilience and helping communities adapt to climate change. A high-level FAO team led by project team leader, engineer Agbeso Precious, is spearheading the initiative across local government areas. The delegation paid a courtesy visit to the Shehu of Bama, who pledged his support and approved a parcel of land for seeding plantations. In a symbolic gesture, the FAO team was also dressed in traditional Kanuri attire.
The situation in Bama is relatively calm compared to the past few years. Alhamdulillah, we thank Almighty Allah for this, for His mercies. And we want to seize this opportunity also to thank the military for their sacrifices and all the efforts they've been making to see that peace has returned not only to Bama but the entire nation. About 4 or 5 years ago, you wouldn't have been here if not because of the military sacrifices and efforts. But Alhamdulillah, you are here today. You have went around and seen things for yourself. The economic activities has been, catching up. We thank the Borno State government for all the necessary support that he has been rendering to our people in all aspects. So Alhamdulillah, we say glory be to Almighty Allah. Thank you. Because of the insurgency, many people have been rendered jobless. And then the poverty, the abject poverty that has been imposed on our people is beyond imagination. So for this reason, you will see people are going into the bush and then cutting down trees and the rest. So in the terms of climate change, we've been experiencing very severe changes. So with this intervention, we will begin to grow all the trees that have been cut down. And the government has imposed a strict law on this regard. And also there are so many economic trees which has been in existence before that, but now due to the insurgencies or the abject poverty that has been imposed on our people, you can't find them. But with this intervention, they are willing to bring all those fruits and then other economic trees to our people.
At Bama and Mafa, the team inspected plantation sites, including a 152-acre project where some seedings required improvement and a 159-hectare restoration area where neem trees planted with Delfino technology showed promising growth. Mafa Council Chairman Sanusi Mustafa and Akrisal representative Bukar Madugoba expressed full support for the restoration effort.
FAO has a framework of 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. For our intervention with the Akrisal, it hinges on better environment. FAO is contributing to capacity building to restore 350,000 hectares of degraded land across the 19 states and the FCT under the Akrisal project. We are here today in Bama to engage with you because the issue of land restoration hinges more on the community. Community is at the heart of everything we do. Without the community, this project will not succeed. Without the community, this project will not be sustained. Without the community, this project will not move to the next level. And that's why we appreciate all the effort that all of you here have put in place to ensure that what has been done properly. We are here to engage you further to know what are your issues in the course of implementing this FAO component. The things you have planted, how are they doing? If they are having challenges, we are here to address them. We are not here to audit you. We are here to make things better for you. And within a few hours that we stay here, we promise to make it very engaging and very interactive, that at the end of the day, we will be able to impact our knowledge on all of you in a way that you can do this job and do it better. On behalf of the FAO in Nigeria, I want to thank you once again for the warm reception and thank you for the cordiality you have accorded the Akrisal project in Bama local government. Thank you very much.
Here we are going to assess some of the earlier work that we've been doing. The activities so far, which we've been here several times. We have formed our CIGs, including local government implementation committees. So we have done a lot of work here, but we have been posting our pictures and every other things. That work is not enough. They say seeing is believing. So they are here now, they want to go and see it for themselves so that they will appreciate all our effort. So we are happy to be here, and as well as, you know, the local government officials who have been, you know, cooperating with our activities. So we want to say thank you.
In Maiduguri, a workshop brought together farmers from Bama and Mafa for hands-on training in land restoration, tree planting, and sustainable land care. The FAO praised the enthusiasm of participants and stressed the importance of community-driven solutions in tackling climate change. The FAO AgriCell partnership marks a significant stride in restoring degraded landscapes, strengthening food systems, and building resilience in Bornu's communities. Organizers say the program will serve as a model for sustainable land restoration across other semi-arid regions in Nigeria.
FIHAV opened on Monday, November 24th, 2025 at Havana's Expo Cuba, where Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Trade Minister Oscar Olivia stressed the event's strategic relevance.
Holding FIHAV is a declaration of intent. Cuba works, Cuba rebuilds, and Cuba opens itself to the future with the firm conviction that progress is possible. This event is, in fact, a concrete expression of that conviction.
The Deputy Prime Minister, who addressed the impact of what he described as the U.S.'s unlawful blockade, said Cuba chose to act rather than be deterred. He referenced the fair as a key example of that response. Russia, which was represented at the fair, highlighted what it called the serious bilateral cooperation with Cuba.
We have an unusually large delegation here this year. And it is certainly very important for us that our entrepreneurs can meet with their Cuban colleagues here. And they can also showcase several of our regions.
The 41st edition of FIHAV was held from November 24th to 28th, 2025. The event brought together representatives from 52 countries, including Mexico and Russia, as well as 268 state-owned companies from various sectors.
Dating in Nigeria. When is it right for ladies to ask for urgent 2K? Opinions are divided among Nigerians on when is the right time for women to request financial help from men in relationships. This has become necessary following the growing trend of women complaining about men not willing to part with money. Many Nigerian men have reported being milked while being promised love, but in the end, they are left dejected. This has led us to ask the question, when is the appropriate time to ask a man for money in a relationship? The views of those who spoke exclusively to CBI News vary. Some called for patience and mutual respect, others called for self-reliance. While trader Faber Isaac says asking men should depend on timing, Stephen Bolaji, an unemployed graduate, tells women not to depend on men financially.
It depends. Firstly, the man, it depends on how they meet. Sometimes the the woman, the way they meet and the way they discuss, the man may feel like giving her something, or she asking the man is also okay. But I think you should give the man time and to know who the man really is before asking the man for something. Sometimes if you ask, it may cause something when you maybe you lady, you are not ready to give out. So it's better you as a lady, when a man approach you, you have to give him some time and watch his character before letting him to give you or asking him anything.
I don't think there's a time for you to ask someone else money. You should have your own money for yourself. The only thing that can happen is when the man sees that, okay, you are in need of something, then he can assist you willingly, not you asking, demanding, because there are some people that have already turned privileges to rights. Just because you are doing it and you stop doing it, they feel they are entitled to your money. Shey, you feel me? In a relationship, it should be equal. It shouldn't be you collecting, receiving. You should also give. So I don't think there's initial time for you to like bill a man or a guy just because you know he loves you. You know what I'm trying to say now. So there's no initial time. When the man says that, okay, you need financial assistance, probably a matured guy that says that, okay, this person needs money, you should assist. It shouldn't be like you asking all the time, okay, I need this, I need that, I need this.
For Trader Tolu Taiwo, both genders should share responsibilities.
I cannot meet someone now today and said he should give me money. It's about the relationships. That person can give you money if he see your character, the way you talk. It's about the relationship. It's not about how we meet. You ask for money today. To me, it's not proper. It's not only women, it's man too. It's two of us, we have faults. Because me, let me say I'm a man, I'm working. I met a lady today. She said I should give her money. For what? I cannot give her because I'm working for my money. I'm not a Yahoo guy. I'm working for it. I can't say that way I want to blame women. I don't want to use your sense.
Maiwa Olaleye, a teacher, advised women to add value to themselves before expecting support.
We have different personalities, and so I feel like it's not nice for maybe you just met a guy and it's just about 1 week and you're already having all the old challenges in this life. So I'm of the opinion that a woman should add value to her life. You should be a woman of purpose and know that your money work for him. So any guy will not come and tell you that I bought out of the gutter, I bought from the pit and I've trained you or anything. No. So a woman should, I'm not saying a guy should not help, but at the same time, let it sometimes come from the guy's mindset that, okay, I want to help my babe, I want to do this. So, but not that you now say 1 week, 3 days, babe, my daddy and my mom, they're inside coma, they need 1 million, no, that's not nice. So I feel like it's a gradual thing because relationship should be about friendship first, then you're developing, then you already ask you out, then don't ask, put all your whole problem on that guys. Nobody can kill you now, nobody see you understand. So
CBI News reports that based on feedback from respondents, the topic reflects a broader social conversation in Nigeria about gender roles, financial independence, and expectations in relationships.
Opinions are divided among Nigerians on when is the right time for women to request financial help from men in relationships. This has become necessary following the growing trend of women complaining about men not willing to part with money. Many Nigerian men have reported being milked while being promised love, but in the end, they are left dejected. This led us to ask a question. When is the appropriate time to ask a man for money in a relationship? The views of those who spoke exclusively to CBI News vary. Some called for patience, mutual respect, others called for self-reliance. While trader Favor Isaac says asking men should depend on timing, Stephen Bolaji, an unemployed graduate, tells women not to depend on men financially.
It depends. Firstly, the man, it depends on how they meet. Sometimes the woman, the way they meet and the way they discuss, the man may feel like giving her something, or she asking the man is also okay. But I think you should give the man time and to know who the man really is before asking the man for something. Sometimes if you ask, it may cause something when you maybe you lady, you are not ready to give out. So it's better you as a lady, when a man approach you, you have to give him some time and watch his character before letting him to give you or asking him anything.
I don't think there's a time for you to ask someone else money. You should have your own money for yourself. The only thing that can happen is when the man sees that, okay, you are in need of something, then he can assist you willingly, not you asking, demanding, because there are some people that have already turned privileges to rights. Just because you are doing it and you stop doing it, they feel they are entitled to your money. Shey, you feel me? In a relationship, it should be equal. It shouldn't be you collecting, receiving. You should also give. So I don't think there's initial time for you to like bill a man or a guy just because you know he loves you. You know what I'm trying to say now. So there's no initial time. When the man says that, okay, you need financial assistance, probably a matured guy that says that, okay, this person needs money, you should assist. It shouldn't be like you asking all the time, like, okay, I need this, I need that, I need this.
For trader Tolu Taiwo, both genders should share responsibility.
I cannot meet someone now today and said he should give me money. It's about the relationship. That person can give you money if he see your character, the way you talk. It's about the relationship. It's not about how we meet. You ask for money today. To me, it's not proper. It's not only women, it's man too. It's two of us, we have faults. Because me, let me say I'm a man, I'm working. I met a lady today. She said I should give her money. For what? I cannot give her because I'm working for my money. I'm not a Yahoo guy. I'm working for it. I can't say that I want to blame women. And I don't want to use your sense.
Mayowa Olaleye, a teacher, advised women to add value to themselves before expecting support.
We have different personalities, and so I feel like it's not nice for maybe you just met a guy and it's just about 1 week and you're already having all the old challenges in this life. So I'm of the opinion that a woman should add value to her life. You should be a woman of purpose and know that your money work for him. So any guy will not come and tell you that I bought out of the gutter, I bought from the pit and I've trained you or anything. No. So a woman should, I'm not saying a guy should not help, but at the same time, let it sometimes come from the guy's mindset that, okay, I want to help my babe, I want to do this. So, but not that you now say 1 week, 3 days, babe, my daddy and my mom, they're inside coma, they need 1 million, no, that's not nice. So I feel like it's a gradual thing because relationship should be about friendship first, then you're developing, then you already ask you out, then not ask, put all your whole problem on that guys. No be kill you now, no be see you understand. So
CBI News reports that based on feedback from respondents, the topic reflects a broader social conversation in Nigeria about gender roles, financial independence, and expectations in relationships.
The title of the message today is Emmanuel, God with us. In the midst of banditry, kidnapping, terrorism, the Christian must know that God is with us. Because of these great promises of God, that God is with us, we also need to respond back by doing 3 things. Number 1, Jesus himself is the love of Christ. The Christians should go out and give Christ to humanity. Number 2, the purpose of his birth is for our sin to be forgiven. Probably we have wronged ourselves. Christian against Christian, Christian against pagan, Muslim against Christian. We need to go out and forgive ourselves.
I feel excited. Yeah, I feel excited. Though the country might not be funny, but might not be so good. But you know, the hope we have that Christ is alive, and the assurance we have that we have good news, and then we feel excited because this is a season whereby even unbelievers, even people that are not even having the same faith with us, they're even celebrating with us. So we thank God that God is giving us life, that we witnessed this very season.
In the mighty name of Jesus, thank you for the promise of Emmanuel, God with us, the reason for our good news. We beg of you as we go and continue the celebration of Christmas, good news will be our watchword. In the mighty name of Jesus.
Nigerians say the country needs international assistance to help tackle its widespread security challenges. Critics have accused successive governments of failing to show the political will needed to confront armed groups despite having the manpower and logistics. The call follows the Christmas Day Eve explosion at a mosque in Maiduguri, Borno State, northeast Nigeria, and the multiple airstrikes on Islamic State ISIS militants operating in northwest Nigeria. Edward Okosun, a retired chief superintendent of police, said Nigeria's problem was not lack of capacity, but a lack of resolve.
Assistance can come from external, there's no problem about that. But the problem is that do we have the political will to tackle this insecurity? If we talk of logistics, manpower, or what have you, we have it in Nigeria. But the problem is that the successive government, including this very one, does not have the political will to tackle this insecurity. There is no sincerity in fighting this battle. In battles, you know where it is coming from. You know the source. You know those behind it. So those people behind this insecurity, they are known. Even a senator, a service senator, mention it. Well, what he did in the former regime of Buhari, what information he gave out. What do they do with information? They conceal it.
Vivian Obiora, a trader, says life in the country has become increasingly dangerous, with fears of kidnapping and violent crimes affecting travel and livelihoods.
Nigeria needs a really support from the outside countries that can really help us. A lot has been going in our country, like killing of people, kidnapping, stealing or something. Like one cannot be free walking in the street at night. You know, in your country, while you are walking, you'll be scared. Most especially when you are traveling now, you don't know all these company bus that you enter. You don't know if they are going to kidnap you on the road. So a lot. There is insecurity in this Nigeria.
Others, like Felix Ogbewi, a retiree, says the violence is no longer distant but visible across regions previously considered safe.
We surely need it because in Lagos State, all southwest, we are not feeling it. But now, the way I see people that dying, I'm not happy about it. Since I was born, all this type of thing is not happening. But we need international body to help us when our people, they are not ready to do something about it.
Calls for foreign intervention has grown louder following recent developments involving the United States. For many Nigerians like Victor Smart, an agricultural expert, foreign support is now unavoidable as killings is continued unwanted.
People will just be killing people anyhow. You just be shooting people anyhow. You go to places of worship, you kidnap. Honestly, it is not right. As a Nigerian, as human, we must have human feelings to this. Even if our government sees that they can't do this alone, we need international help. We need people from the outside to come and be of help to us.
CBI News reports that President Donald Trump revealed that the United States on Thursday, December 26, 2025, carried out airstrikes on Islamic State ISIS militants operating in northwest Nigeria. In a post on his Truth Social account late on Christmas Day, Trump said the operation was launched on his orders as commander-in-chief. The strikes followed weeks of warning from the U.S. administration, which has alleged genocide against Christians in Africa's most populous country. The Nigerian government also confirmed continued cooperation with Washington to tackle terrorism and violent extremism.
Bus terminals signify a significant step towards reshaping the transportation landscape and the general scenery in Oyo State. It also stands as a flagship symbol of what purposeful leadership and governance entails. The terminals are designed to meet global standards as evident in the features highlighted above.
I have always wondered that this area can be transformed to be like this. Well done, our governor. Thank you very much for commissioning this. When you first came to the park, you promised that you would do a lot of things, and you are keeping to all the things that you promised.
What these bus terminals are meant for. The one here, and the two here, and the two that you have done before. And as you said, this, Ibadan being the capital, not only of Oyo State, but of former Western state, of former Western region, and we can even say Ibadan, capital of Yoruba land.
Let me use this opportunity to again explain why this circular road matters. It is not just a road project, it is an economic backbone. We are not only constructing a highway, we're building a corridor of opportunity. A fẹ́ jẹun ọmọ nínú oyún.
We started with a baseline of 50% as of 2024. So we are building, our target is to reach 70% by training 50 million Nigerians by 2027. And we are doing it in 3 buckets. Firstly, we've worked with the Ministry of Education. We have developed curriculum for digital literacy and skills, and President has approved the implementation of that. Now we are training teachers across the country on how to start teaching digital literacy and skills in all our schools, from kindergarten to tertiary institutions. We need to start building and be more intentional on building our digital infrastructure. The way we invest in roads, railways, and airports, we need to invest in that way in the digital, because we are in a digital era. Everything is digital. The economy is a service-based economy. So we need to build the infrastructure that will power that economy. We need to position ourselves because this technology is not going to replace you and I, but it will replace the skills we have and also the way we do our work. So how can we position ourselves as a country to harness and benefit from these emerging technologies?
Reactions to President Tinubu's ambassadorial list were sharply divided in Plateau State, with many expressing frustration over the nominations of controversial political figures such as Rena Omokri, Femi Fani-Kayode, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, and others. While some defended the president's choices, others in the conflict-weary state questioned whether political loyalty had overshadowed competence and the need for diplomatic credibility. The list comprised 17 non-career ambassadors and 15 career ambassadors who were to be posted to various countries and international organizations. Yet public attention focused almost entirely on several high-profile political figures whose inclusion raised eyebrows.
Honestly, had it been that the previous president are doing like Tinubu, I don't think there will be no nomination, there will be no politics in Nigeria. It will be one politics. Because there is nothing like segregation, something like sentiment or whatsoever. You see, sometimes people don't know. They just strictly on political this issue. But now, Nigerians people have to bring their mind close to themselves so that they analyze what is going on. Sometimes, if person is doing good, they cannot observe it at that present time. Unless when it goes forward, they will know what is going on. But for now, some people will think as if Tinubu is doing something that he will not favor Nigerian, but his focus is to achieve Nigerian forward. Now, at the nominees of the ambassadors is from the experienced people that he knows these are people they can defend our people where they are. So you cannot just pick someone because of the politics. We are in the same politics. You can just pick him because a political something or whatsoever. Pick an experienced person that can defend a citizen that
Public response, particularly on social media, were sharply divided, and supporters of the administration defended the president's right to appoint trusted allies, arguing that political figures could bring vigor and direct insight to Nigeria's interest abroad.
The nomination by the president, I think, is apt and it is timely, and they are competent based on their portfolio, as I earlier said. The president is very active, and he is actually somebody who understands Nigerian politics, as it were. And majority of his appointments, when you look at it, is based on merit, not anyhow. So President Tinubu, I so muchly have trust in him, and I believe that with what we are seeing so far in the country, Nigeria will be great, yes.
However, a significant portion of the public expressed dismay. This looked more like rewarding loyalty than appointing competent personalities. Many complained.
Actually, concerning the nomination of ambassadorial list by the president, it's a welcome development, knowing fully that from 2023, all the former ambassadors, were recalled back. And that's why we give kudos to the president. But his selections were, not in good faith as a Nigerian. Because as a Nigerian, people with questionable characters should not be, in this list. or to be nominated. So to say, knowing fully the responsibility of ambassadors in foreign countries. One, they represent the country, the image of the country, and also the president himself. Are you getting it? Then, secondly, you ask about Reno Omokri,
Kayode and Governor Ugwanyi.
And Governor Ugwanyi.
Former governor.
Former governor. You know, Reno Omokri is can I call him a prostitute politician? Number one, this is somebody that has castigated, the character. He has assassinated the character of the president when he was in opposition. You understand? And he has said it, that nothing over his dead body will he serve under the current administration. Then why is he taking, the appointment now?
The subsequent Senate confirmation hearings became a critical test of legislative oversight and served as a barometer of Nigeria's commitment to a diplomacy shaped by professionalism as much as by politics. The world watched closely not only to see who would represent Africa's most populous nation, but also what this election revealed about the state of its governance.
As a person, I don't see any seriousness in that selection. I look at it from my opinion as in he's settling his boys. A whole lot of them lack competency for that list, and I suspect probably it's because we are having international agitation about the security situation of the country. So he decided to appoint 1, 2, or 3 of these people to place them there. But those people, a good number of them, like Fani Kayode, I think a lot of them lack competency for such seats. There are a whole lot of Nigerians, expatriates who can, handle that position better and represent Nigerians at this critical moment of our country. So as for me, I see like a political jamboree. They're just settling themselves. Probably those ones have been off office for some time, so they decided to, place them in places and then warming up for his second tenure, which I think with his might and everything, he's most likely going to secure it.
Hundreds of Uvira residents in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, South Kivu, marched to the town hall on Tuesday, December 16, 2025, against the AFC/M23 withdrawal. The protest came as the militants left the city as part of the Washington peace deal. Protesters took to the streets with signs and banners chanted before they convened outside the town hall.
Today, we want to show our support for the struggling farmers that are fighting for their lives by blocking highways. Their struggle is our struggle. We are demonstrating to express our support for the AFC M23 movement. We have just learned that there is talk of asking them to leave Uvira. Do they want to leave us orphans again? They came to liberate us, and their way of governing us is appreciated by many Congolese.
Under the Washington Accord for Peace and Prosperity, endorsed by U.S. President Donald Trump, the DRC and Rwanda stopped hostilities and ended support for armed groups. Within a week of the deal, M23 forces reportedly advanced into Uvira, the last government-held city in the mineral-rich East.
Injured patients arrived at a makeshift Red Cross pavilion in Benin on Tuesday, November 25, 2025, as gunshot and blast casualties rose amid intensified clashes between M23 fighters, Wazalendo militias, and the Congolese army. Footage showed hospital staff as they treated wounded civilians and fighters at the International Committee of the Red Cross ICRC facility. Kavaretwa Gentil, an injured fighter, said he was hurt during heavy combat with M23 forces.
There was no possibility of treating me. I had decided to go down to Kibwa, where we had even missed the flight. That's how we were brought here, to this ICRC hospital. Here, I feel a change, and God is going to act. Because I arrived here crying due to pain. But today, we treat the wound without feeling any pain.
Meanwhile, local resident Muhindo Kachelewa said he was shot when armed men stormed his home.
I am still receiving care. Given that the treatment of injuries does not progress like that of simple malaria, we are well taken care of as needed. When a patient arrives, whether from far away or nearby, they are already facing physical challenges. Many carry trauma, and their mental state is often affected as well. That's why as soon as they come in, we first determine whether they have a companion and understand the circumstances of their injuries. Do they have family? Were they forced to leave them behind? Their plans and daily routines were suddenly disrupted, and that shock inevitably impacts their psychological well-being. This is why we make sure to provide them with the support they need.
The ICRC pavilion has offered free treatment for gunfire-related injuries since 2019. It has performed more than 3,000 surgeries in 2025. This made Benai a key hub for war-related medical care in the region.
The federal government has directed all tertiary institutions to submit reports on unutilized TET fund allocations within 30 days. It warned that idle funds will be reallocated and officials who defaulted will be sanctioned. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa issued a directive at a stakeholders meeting organized by the Federal Ministry of Education at the TET Fund headquarters in Abuja. The meeting brought together heads of tertiary institutions, bursars, and TET Fund officials to address challenges in fund utilization. The minister decried stalled projects caused by bureaucracy. He said some allocations dating back to 1964 remain unused, a situation he described as unacceptable.
The important meeting is for us to talk and come up with solutions. We've had this kind of meetings before, and they've been very successful. When we identified issues, they were very good. We will positively discuss those issues and come up with solutions that will be implemented, solutions that are implementable, and that will begin to start seeing results quickly. And this meeting is carefully designed. I've spoken to the Auditor General of the Federation, Mr. Shaka, to personally come, as well as the DG of the Public Procurement to come as well. It centers around TET fund. We have significant unutilized amount of funds that have been allocated to institutions since 1994. We've taken count from 1994 to 2024. We're not going to be talking about the 2012 to 25 intervention funds. No doubt, we all agree, TET fund has rescued tertiary institutions. But then, we as a government were very mindful that every resource that government deploys to education must be immediately used. It must be immediately used. it's very counterintuitive to have these funds logged it in your various institutions account in every single country of the world. Government, the federal government of that country, is the biggest stimulator of the economy.
The minister announced new measures which included capacity building programs and quarterly reviews to strengthen compliance. He said the public dashboard will enhance transparency, while institutions must follow due process or risk losing access to funds. A representative of Permanent Secretary of TET Fund, Rakia Ilyasu, described the meeting as a call to action. She urged universities, polytechnics and colleges of education to ensure every naira released translates into visible improvement on campuses nationwide.
We have to sincerely express our gratitude to Mr. President, or all the presidents, and also the TET Fund itself, the BOT, the management, because although TET Fund is an intervention agency, some they consider it as a funding. It's not a funding agency. It's an interventionist agency. However, this intervention is putting a lot to our higher institutions in terms of infrastructure, capacity development for staff, conferences, and even to the student, because some students on workshops, conferences, and even teaching practice are being supported by this fund. However, there are issues when it comes to access of the fund. Remember, these funds are not given to the institutions. Only the awards are given. And also there are guidelines on how these funds are being accessed. And once that guidelines are not met, that money cannot be accessed. And the money will remain in the coffers of the fund. So this doesn't mean that the higher institutions or the head of institutions are not utilizing this money, or they are keeping this money. These monies are not at all with the institutions. However, we know that there are certain cases whereby in the terms of the procurement, there could be issues. However, there are simple, cogent guidelines always being accompanied with any award by TET Fund. Any award TET Fund is given, it will also accompany that award with the guidelines on how the money can be assessed. And these guidelines are simple procurement processes, whereby first, because TET Fund is not only giving the money, but also it is supervising.
CBN News reports that as the meeting concluded, stakeholders agreed that effective fund utilization required shared responsibility. They also agreed that institutional heads, bursars, auditors and TET Fund must work together to enforce discipline, accountability and timely delivery.
Today's event marks another defining moment in our collective journey to build a nation where no child is too hungry to learn and no dream is cut short by the pangs of poverty.
Snacks for Thought initiative answers that question. It ensures that every child starts the day with a nutritious meal, focus, confidence, and freedom to dream about the future. This is what renewed hope looks like. At the federal level, we continue to feed the children.
Today, we are not just launching a program. We are investing in the mental alertness, school attendance, and the brighter future of our teeming children.
distinguished Senate. I so move.
Having carefully screened and thoroughly determined the nominee's credentials, and being satisfied with his responses, the Senate Committee on Power hereby recommends that the Senate do confirm the renomination of Malam Abubakar Sadiq Yelwa as Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of NHYPADEC for a second and final 4-year term. Prayer that the Senate do consider the report of the committee and approve its recommendations.
Since the establishment of that commission, it has done quite a lot in the area of providing infrastructural facilities that mitigate the impact of flooding in the benefiting states. The managing director has gone to every state, established several projects, and no wonder Mr. President found him suitable for reappointment as managing director of HYPADEC.
He did exactly what Senator Adamu Aleru said. Indeed, he was a commissioner under Senator Adamu Aleru, and he was his chief of staff when he was Minister of FCT. So he's in a very good position to commend him. And Mr. President, on a lighter note, he's a very committed member of our party in Kebbi State. But he's my friend. I therefore recommend him highly because I believe in his competence and his capabilities to deliver on the job.
Please. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Malam Abubakar Sadiq Yelwa for a second 4-year term as Managing Director, CEO of the National Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the nomination of Malam Abubakar Sadiq Yelwa for a second 4-year term as Managing Director, CEO of the National Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission is hereby approved.
In the theater of operation, they're exposed to arms and ammunition. There will be temptation, if care is not taken for some, to even give arms to the adversary for several reasons, particularly pecuniary gains. So we are here to caution them that the Nigerian Army will not spare anybody who is caught pilfering arms and ammunition. We also know that the operations exposes them to very tedious conditions that will make them to take drugs to keep up with the operations, which in essence is not good for their health, because such drugs, aside affecting their health, will also complicate the security situation. So this sensitization workshop is also aimed to talk to them about the issues of drug abuse. So generally, the Nigerian Army is on top of the game in ensuring that the troops are well equipped and well trained to stamp out terrorism in our land.
Of police officers from VIP or VVIP. I honestly believe in what I said, and I called on the IG, and I hope the Minister for Police Affairs is here. So if you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance. The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the civil defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that you don't leave people exposed. NSA and DSS to provide further information and form themselves into a committee and review the structure. It should be effected. We face challenges here and there of kidnapping and terrorism. We need all the forces that we can utilize. I know some of our people are exposed. I understand that we have to make exceptional provision for them, and the civil defense are equally armed. And I want to know that from NSA to arm our forest guards too. Take it very seriously.
Agricultural revolution is the best way to go, and that is the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, which I key into. So that shows that we are at the right direction. You investing in agriculture in Edo State is not a waste. We have a fertile land, and we should be the one exporting to other nations. I welcome you. I welcome Presco to Edo State. Nobody is moving you from here. You have come to invest, and you are here. By the grace of God, you will prosper here.
We do have operations outside Edo State, but Edo State is at the heart of what we do. We are indeed very glad in making this investment. We can say anything. When you vote with your pocket, you vote with your brain. There is no other commitment that we can give, nothing. We can talk and talk and talk, but we believe in you, we believe in your leadership, we believe in this state.
The runway shimmered with vibrant fabrics and daring designs as models walked the ramp with the latest designer creations at Lagos Fashion Week on Friday, October 31, 2025. The event was dubbed Africa's leading show for creativity and fashion. At the event, models confidently catwalked down the runway. Their outfits blended tradition with modernity. Behind the scenes, fashion designer Aisha Thaddeus was seen putting together her colorful creations.
What I do basically is try putting lots of pieces of fabrics together to bring out a unique design that anybody can actually wear and feel comfortable and not feel limited to the Lagos Nigerian setting. So our Ashoke, our Ankara, our lineal sets, all of them put together bring something radiant.
Among the attendees was movie actor Prince Nelson.
Someone who's always very daring, the kind of clothes that I wear, the kind of colors that I put together, and
This outfit was actually inspired by someone I saw on Instagram. I saw she was wearing something similar, and I was like, oh, I'd like to wear that. It was actually made by a female brand.
Known for his bold fashion choices, fellow actor Kiki Festus praised the innovation driving the Nigerian fashion industry. He said Nigerian fashion was very innovative, very futuristic.
Nigerian fashion is very innovative, very futuristic, and like you see, we're putting our country on the map in the fashion scene. So I'm so glad that events like this can show what we really have and what we really care about, which is fashion.
Lagos Fashion Week, in its 15th anniversary, was a launchpad for African talent, which gave global audiences a front row seat to the continent's creativity and innovation.
The governor's people-oriented leadership and his determination and administration dedication to improve on the welfare of the displaced and vulnerable population. Through this intervention, food and non-food items will be distributed across the 15 IDP camps that we have. Beyond meeting those immediate needs, Governorial administration is taking deliberate and strategic steps to restore livelihood and rebuild communities. In collaboration with our partners, Benue SEMA has commenced the biometric review. Benue SEMA has commenced the biometric. Right now they are in Naka. They are doing that. And also through the partnership with the UN, UNICEF, UNHCR, we have installed some solar-powered boreholes in Tatio for the people that have started returning in their houses.
The bill seeks to amend the extant law to, among other things, designate kidnapping, hostage-taking, and related offenses as acts of terrorism, and to prescribe death penalty for such offenses without option of fine or alternative sentence, among others. This bill was read for the first time on Thursday, 27th November 2025. And Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, may I also add that this bill is coming pursuant to the resolve of this 10th Senate and the 10th Assembly to join hands with Mr. President and other arms of government in bringing a licensed solution.
The intendment was very clear, that kidnapping must be properly designated, its consequences aptly identified, and punishments meted out appropriately. And so, Mr. President, I think that we should go ahead and allow for a second reading of this bill in the hope that a properly designated act of criminality with its concomitant punishment will act as a deterrent to the daily occurrence of kidnapping in our country.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I'm not sure that this bill brought by the leader of the Senate was a bill agreed by all of us. All 109 senators agreed in a closed session that we must get this bill across and sent to Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe it's a high time. There's no town and villages that there are no kidnappers in Nigeria.
I want to further emphasize is that this bill will also cure the mischief in the terrorist act, because we have seen in the distant past where terrorists apprehended who have killed, maimed, and committed heinous crimes were in the name of de-radicalization. They were arrested, quote and unquote, de-radicalized, retrained, fed with taxpayers' money, and as we know now, some of these guys went back to continue with the act of terrorism. So my understanding of this reinforcement of the Terrorism Act by including kidnapping is that such discretion will not be available to anyone, whether in the armed forces or even in the executive.
It's a bill for an act to amend the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act to designate kidnapping, hostage-taking, and related offenses as acts of terrorism, to prescribe death penalty for such offenses without option of fine or alternative sentences, and for related matters 2025. Second reading taken. As a result of the importance of this bill is now committed to the Committees on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, National Security and Intelligence, the Committee on Interior, and the lead committee will be the Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, to report back to the Senate within 2 weeks.
It is the Polio November round, and it's targeting children between 0 to 59 months, and it aims at immunizing all eligible children, all the children who have not been immunized ever. So, and it's also aimed in reducing child morbidity and also preventing diseases which can actually be prevented by receiving vaccines. It's an opportunity to deliver health services, and most of the time we make it in an integrated manner, where vaccines and other PHC services can at the same time deliver to, including the rural areas where they don't have access to basic PHC services.
In my ward, we don't have much challenges because women are coming out receiving their immunization at any time, and those who are far, we used to go for outreach, so we don't have much challenges. Come to the facility, and outreach we use Bulama place to immunize them.
At the facility level, community level, LGA level, I think the commitment is very high. The LGA chairman have been very, very supportive. All the LGA chairmen participated fully in the polio and other campaign activities. And that shows the importance of health that these policymakers have put in forward with regard to their people. So I think that shows that singular ownership that was seen from state and LGA, as well as even the community traditional institutions are taking the load. The Maybade, with the chair of the Northern Traditional Leader Representative for Yobe, has been updoing. In fact, the Yobe State Emirate Council for Health, which he chaired, all the emirate, the 14 emirate representatives have been chaired, and also all the discussion with regard to how they generate or create demand for routine immunization, and also for other campaign like polio campaign and others.
Thousands of passionate Indian cricket fans braved rain as they gathered outside Mumbai Stadium before their team's Women's World Cup final against South Africa. Enthusiastic supporters waved flags, got their faces painted, walked to the venue and chanted slogans as they queued for security checks. Footage also showed scenes of jubilation across the streets of Mumbai hours later after India claimed the title. India's women team won the Cricket World Cup for the first time after they beat South Africa by 52 runs in Navi Mumbai. India had previously reached the final twice in 2005 and 2017, but lost to Australia and England respectively.
CBI News reports that despite the warning by the Nigeria Police Force, the human rights activist and publisher of Sahara Reporters, Omoyele Sowore, vowed to stage the #Free Nnamdi Kanu protest in Abuja scheduled to hold on October 20. Nigeria Police warned organizers of the protest against a protest in the presidential villa and other locations. At a press conference in Abuja, Sowore confirmed the protest.
And we want to also clarify that there is no court order issued against the protests. Of course, the police, in their anxiety and desperation, went to Federal High Court judge on Friday and asked them to stop us from visiting certain areas. In fact, they initially wanted to ask the judge to stop, but the judge vehemently denied that he cannot ask the Nigerians not to protest, exercise their fundamental human rights. So they granted a limited order. And the judge, in his number 3 order, said they must serve the defendants. They must serve the defendants by Friday. We have not been served. I only got to hear about the order through another person. And the order has lapsed because, as an ex parte order, service is the only thing that can activate an ex parte order. That has not been served. So we are going ahead tomorrow and we will march peacefully, powerfully, and legally on the streets of Abuja.
Sowore disclosed that he was not served with any court order against the protest.
The action is going on as planned across the world, as a matter of fact, but the center of gravity will be Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, where Mr. Nnamdi Kanu is currently unlawfully and unjustly detained by the director, the State Security Services, known as DSS. The law is very clear. Mr. Nnamdi Kanu's detention is not just illegal, it's a national disgrace. The government is disobeying its own courts and mocking the Nigerian Constitution, the 1999 Constitution that they subscribe to. Here is the truth, and what they don't want you to know is that the Court of Appeal cleared Mr. Kanu in 2022 and discharged and acquitted him. That's the final. Yet the DSS, even upon this discharge and acquittal, never released him even for a second in disobedience of the Court of Appeal position. It was pure contempt, and it has always been their tradition to defy the rule of law that they claim they subscribe to. The Supreme Court, of course, did take over the case erroneously. They overstepped. It is a twisted justice reversing a decision that has already been taken by a court of competent jurisdiction, like the Court of Appeal, on this particular matter. But even at that, the Supreme Court did say that Mr. Kanu never violated his bail condition. It was the Nigerian Army that caused the confusion.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Gbetokun, directed the FCT Police Command to beef up security against any protest that could lead to violence and other criminal acts within and around the Federal Capital Territory.
The Rivers State government has suspended its mandatory monthly sanitation exercise. Chairman of the Rivers State Waste Management Agency, Dr. Samuel Nwanosike, disclosed this to newsmen on Friday. The suspension follows widespread public outcry over the policy. Speaking at the Government House in Port Harcourt, Nwanosike said the decision was a direct order from Governor Siminalayi Fubara. According to him, the state government is scrapping the compulsory cleanup in favor of what it calls a more sustainable approach. He added that the government will also take steps to tackle challenges such as the blockage of drains.
We have been properly assured of all the support we need to be able to make sure Rivers State is clean and to carry on with our day-to-day activity and to see that the people of Rivers State live in good health. Subsequently, we also want to seize the opportunity to inform the people of Rivers State that the originally proposed environmental sanitation exercise that was supposed to hold on the 4th of October is hereby put off until further notice. This is to allow us build more capacity in tackling the issue of refuse management in the state. The governor wants a different approach and to put a human face to make sure the people see through waste management and to give them the best of it.
Nwanosike further noted that the governor has pledged full logistical support to the agency, including the provision of new dump sites to enhance daily operations. With the monthly exercise now suspended, the managing director of RIWAMA, Dr. Ibimila Wokoma, issued a clear message to the public.
He is a proponent of good health and sustainable environment. So he has assured us that the dump sites will be adequately maintained and then bigger and better dump sites also provided. We also want to use this opportunity to advise Rivers people that the fact that the environmental sanitation exercise following the advice of His Excellency has been put off for the 4th of October, pending when better arrangements have been made, does not mean that we should go and sleep. Sanitation is everyday exercise. So we urge each and every one that while we are not observing the exercise, you can still observe it in your homes. We advise you to still make sure that your refuse are properly bagged, and then also avoid doing the things that we said you shouldn't do. Dumping of waste on the median and on the drainages are still prohibited, whether we are observing the sanitation or not.
It is the governor's wish that our people live in health. He is also aware about the little challenges as it concerns blockage of the drain, which are activities caused by our people who use their refuse to block our drain. His Excellency has also given directives on actions to take, and days after now, Rivers people will enjoy the dividends of democracy in the actions of making sure our refuse are properly managed, provision of new dump sites, properly managed dump site, landfill engineered dump sites, and giving us all the infrastructures we need to make sure that we are able to achieve the needed results. His Excellency has also assured us that he will build the capacity that is required by both the board and management, provide an enabling environment for us to work and to see that we'll give the best in this action plan that he has laid out for us.
CBI News reports that the Rivers State government has promised to introduce a new, more sustainable model while urging residents to play their part in keeping the state clean. The Rivers State government has suspended its mandatory monthly sanitation exercise. Chairman of the Rivers State Waste Management Agency, Dr. Samuel Nwanosike, disclosed this to newsmen on Friday. The suspension follows widespread public outcry over the policy. Speaking at the Government House in Port Harcourt, Nwanosike said the decision was a direct order from Governor Siminalayi Fubara. According to him, the state government is scrapping the compulsory cleanup in favor of what it calls a more sustainable approach. He added that the government will also take steps to tackle challenges such as the blockage of drains.
We have been properly assured of all the support we need to be able to make sure River State is clean and to carry on with our day-to-day activity and to see that the people of River State live in good health. Subsequently, we also want to seize the opportunity to inform the people of River State that the originally proposed environmental sanitation exercise that was supposed to hold on the 4th of October is hereby put off until further notice. This is to allow us build more capacity in tackling the issue of refuse management in the state. The governor wants a different approach and to put a human face to make sure the people see through waste management and to give them the best of it.
Nwanosike further noted that the governor has pledged full logistical support to the agency, including the provision of new dump sites to enhance daily operations. With the monthly exercise now suspended, the managing director of RIWAMA, Dr. Ibimila Wokoma, issued a clear message to the public.
He is a proponent of good health and sustainable environment. So he has assured us that the dump sites will be adequately maintained, and then bigger and better dump sites also provided. We also want to use this opportunity to advise Rivers people that the fact that the environmental sanitation exercise following the advice of His Excellency has been put off for the 4th of October, pending when better arrangements have been made, does not mean that we should go and sleep. Sanitation is everyday exercise. So we urge each and every one that while we are not observing the exercise, you can still observe it in your homes. We advise you to still make sure that your refuse are properly bagged, and then also avoid doing the things that we said you shouldn't do. Dumping of waste on the median and on the drainages are still prohibited, whether we are observing the sanitation or not.
It is the governor's wish that our people live in health. He is also aware about the little challenges as it concerns blockage of the drain, which are activities caused by our people who use their refuse to block our drain. His Excellency has also given directives on actions to take, and days after now, Rivers people will enjoy the dividends of democracy in the actions of making sure our refuse are properly managed, provision of new dump sites, properly managed dump site, landfill engineered dump sites, and giving us all the infrastructures we need to make sure that we are able to achieve the needed results. His Excellency has also assured us that he will build the capacity that is required by both the board and management, provide an enabling environment for us to work and to see that we give the best in this action plan that he has laid down for us.
CBI News reports that the Rivers State government has promised to introduce a new, more sustainable model while urging residents to play their part in keeping the state clean.
Ghana's annual Hogbertusu Festival took place in Anloga with traditional music and spectacular dances, drawing thousands of visitors. The theme of the 2025 year's festival was Building Bridges from a Common History to a Common Destiny. Footage shows the procession of performers in bright and colorful costumes, paying homage to the community's legendary escape from the tyrannical rule of King Agokoli of Ntosi in present-day Togo through dance. They symbolically walked backwards, reenacting how their ancestors outwitted pursuers. Godzwe K. Anyabui is the first Vice President Operations of Anglo Youth Council and the 2025 Hogbertusu Festival Deputy General Coordinator.
The Hogbertusu Festival is not merely a commemoration of our exodus from Mochi. It is a celebration of endurance, vision, unity, the very spirit that binds us as Anglos. This year's theme, Building Bridges from a Common History to a Common Destiny, captures the essence of our collective journey, that even though we belong to different clans and communities, The world sees us as one Anglo, one heritage, one destiny.
The ruler of the Ewe state of Anlo, Awamefia of Anlo Tobisri III, observed the radiant celebration at Obe Park in a speech read on his behalf.
I must also commend you for maintaining the cultural practices of the Anglo people. It's so impressive, unadulterated, and very authentic. From the dancing to all the performances that we've seen today, we really, really acknowledge and commend you for maintaining your culture. It will definitely take our region to places.
Among others, several Ghanaian high officials attended the vibrant festival, including Paramount Chief Akwamoene and the President of the Akwamo Traditional Council, Odeneho Kwafu Akoto III, and Chief of Staff Julius Deborah, who represented the President of Ghana.
This year's theme, Building Bridges from a common history to a common destiny, reminds us that our strength lies in connection across generations, between home and the diaspora, between leadership and the people. And when Anglo Child succeeds, the entire Anglo state moves forward. When one community is left behind, we all lose ground. Unity, discipline, and purpose must guide our journey ahead.
The chairman of the 2025 Hogbetusi Festival and CEO of Ghana Exim Bank, Sylvester Mensah, had this to say.
There is a bond that links Akwamu, Anglo, and Asante. A bond older than the modern states, grounded in the respect, mutual aid, and the understanding that though we are distinct in tongue and custom, we are united in spirit and in purpose. As we stand here today celebrating your heritage, we celebrate also the enduring strength of our Ghanaian tradition. That sacred cord that ties all our kingdoms and peoples together.
Odeneho Kwafu Akoto III, Akwamoene, was a special guest of honor at the festival.
In escaping from the walls of Ngoche, our forefathers walked backwards so that their footprints showed a forward movement into the palace before the people of Ngoche, led by King Agokoli at the time, could realize that the people of Dobo Nyibo or Anglo today were moving away. It was already too late.
Visitors shared their joy at the grand display of Ewe culture and history, noting the importance of preserving rich African heritage.
When I saw them performing, I was like in heaven, you understand? Because this is who we are. This is our culture. It's not a sin. We are actually celebrating what our ancestors did and honoring them.
The festival is celebrated by the people of Anlo in the Volta region of the West African country annually on the first Saturday in November. Hundreds of people rallied in Hanover on Tuesday, December 16, 2025, against planned government cuts to social welfare spending. They accused Chancellor Friedrich Merz's administration of preference for defense over social needs. Footage showed demonstrators gathered while they waved flags and banners. Speakers denounced the government's proposed savings, which it claimed trimmed about €5 billion annually from welfare programs. Some demonstrators criticized Berlin's increased military expenditure since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, in contrast to its welfare budget cuts. The protests came amid economic uncertainty in Germany after several rounds of mass layoffs and hiring freezes by European companies. Mias said in September the government planned overall social spending as part of broader efforts which consolidated the federal budget. He argued that savings of around 10% in the citizens' benefit system when necessary.
Bleiben hohe Einkommen weitestgehend unangetastet.
Hundreds of people rallied outside the Great Parliament in Athens on Tuesday, December 16, 2025. They denounced the 2026 budget as lawmakers voted on the spending plan. Footage showed protesters who gathered in front of the Parliament building and chanted as they held banners, union flags, and placards. Police deployed outside the compound maintained public order.
We are here with workers, freelancers, the youth or the farmers uprising to show our opposition to this disgraceful budget of poverty and war. We demand now a support of the people's income, measures against high prices so we can live as humans.
The budget plan proposed by Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, which included 1.6 billion euros in income tax cuts and support, was condemned by protesters who said it prioritized military spending over their daily living needs. A 24-hour strike by social, education and medical workers was also held and denounced the government plan.
Που δεν φτάνουν ούτε για τις βασικές μας ανάγκες. Στον Αγροτικό Σύλλογο.
Then rub the hands together. Wash away the soap.
When the 2025 World Hand Washing Day was celebrated, according to UNICEF, the Northeast ranked second lowest in hand washing awareness, with only 8% of the population skilled in proper hand washing techniques. It added that in Borno, just 14% of households had access to basic hand washing facilities, while only 20% of schools were equipped with hygiene infrastructure. UNICEF's Chief of Maiduguri Field Office, Mari Marcos, emphasized that regular hand washing reduced the risks of diarrhea, respiratory infections, cholera, Ebola, smallpox, and even COVID-19. She called on the government, schools, and health centers, workspaces, and households to adopt hand washing as a culture of cleanliness.
More are planned and action continue with, of course, in partnership with the government. Many efforts are done across different sectors as well. As you may know, WASH is not only in school for UNICEF, but also WASH in NUT, colors to work in hospital, in a nutrition stabilization center to make sure that infection, nosocomial infection transmission should not impair the outcome of malnourished children when they are treated in hospital. It's the same WASH in health, colors to work together so that WASH facilities are really available in maternity wards, in consultation ward, so that the environment can be conducive for health workers to do their work, but also for the patient to have a very prompt recovery and a good outcome from the disease. WASH for us is a cross-sectorial approach, and this is well materialized on our daily basis activity. Currently, despite all the efforts of the government, which already developed a 25-year development plan, where WASH is very well articulated, where investment is clearly defined, where action to be taken are well written, and implementation is ongoing. Despite all these efforts, the government and the partner still have to do because the evidence are showing that in only 30% of the school, 20% of the school hand washing facility are currently available, and in community this evidence is even less. So action continue, efforts need to be continue, and partnership to be strengthened, more investment so that we can reach the maximum of population, the maximum of people applying hand washing practice for well-being of the population.
The Global Hand Washing Day, celebrated on October 15 yearly, highlights the importance of hand washing with soap and water, especially during key times during the day. The World Hand Hygiene Day 2025 theme was "It might be gloves, it's always hand hygiene." This theme, part of the WHO Save Lives, Clean Your Hands campaign, emphasized that while gloves are an important tool for infection prevention, they do not replace the fundamental need for proper hand hygiene.
Then rub the hands together. Wash away the soap.
When the 2025 World Hand Washing Day was celebrated, according to UNICEF, the Northeast ranked second lowest in hand washing awareness, with only 8% of the population skilled in proper hand washing techniques. It added that in Borno, just 14% of households had access to basic hand washing facilities, while only 20% of schools were equipped with hygiene infrastructure. UNICEF's Chief of Maiduguri Field Office, Mari Marcos, emphasized that regular hand washing reduced the risks of diarrhea, respiratory infections, cholera, Ebola, smallpox, and even COVID-19. She called on the government, schools, and health centers, workspaces, and households to adopt hand washing as a culture of cleanliness.
More are planned and action continue with, of course, in partnership with the government. Many efforts are done across different sectors as well. As you may know, WASH is not only in school for UNICEF, but also WASH in youth, colors to work in hospital, in a nutrition stabilization center, to make sure that infection, nosocomial infection transmission, should not impair the outcome of malnourished children when they are treated in hospital. It's the same WASH in health, colors to work together so that WASH facilities are really available in maternity wards, in consultation ward, so that the environment can be conducive for health workers to do their work, but also for the patient to have a very prompt recovery and a good outcome from the disease. WASH for us is a cross-sectorial approach, and this is well materialized on our daily basis activity. Currently, despite all the efforts of the government, which already developed a 25-year development plan, where WASH is very well articulated, where investment is clearly defined, where action to be taken are well written, and implementation is ongoing. Despite all these efforts, the government and the partner still have to do because the evidence are showing that in only 30% of the school, 20% of the school hand washing facility are currently available, and in community this evidence is even less. So action continue, efforts need to be continue, and partnership to be strengthened, more investment so that we can reach the maximum of population, the maximum of people applying hand washing practice for well-being of the population.
The Global Hand Washing Day, celebrated on October 15 yearly, highlights the importance of hand washing with soap and water, especially during key times during the day. The World Hand Hygiene Day 2025 theme was "It might be gloves, it's always hand hygiene." This theme, part of the WHO Save Lives, Clean Your Hands campaign, emphasized that while gloves are an important tool for infection prevention, they do not replace the fundamental need for proper hand hygiene.
We want to ensure from this meeting that the expectations of government, as well as all our partners, to take health promotion to the highest heights and ensure that preventive care, preventive measures are put in place to reduce morbidity and mortality across the entire populace, across for women, for men, for children, for adolescents, for the elderly. We want to ensure that we reduce non-communicable diseases, want to reduce infectious diseases. You can see clearly that the drama has begun to send the message. Health promotion information can be disseminated in various ways that even our citizens in the rural areas are able to comprehend. Because, as we all know, it's a collective action, and every individual has a part to play for their good health. We're able to implement the national health policy even more, both at national and sub-national levels. We want to come out with key actions that will be taken to ensure that we improve awareness creation, improve health literacy, improve social and behavioral change communication, improve capacity building of all those who are actors in the health promotion space, particularly at sub-national level.
We truly need the leadership from the government. So for this event, we highly appreciate the leadership from the Federal Ministry of Health. So otherwise, it is very difficult to move it forward and go down to the sub-national level. So we can use as we must use the health promotion as a true catalyst. So how can we be the true catalyst? So the first one is the policy integration, but this is the health in all policy that has been advocating for many years. That's also happening in some instances. But how you interpret the policy, then how you do the implementation, is also depends on it. So if you look at the all disease, individual disease strategy, there is also health promotion related activity, but sometimes it is not called as health promotion, but it is there. The community empowerment that we can also use as a one of the intervention to promote that's also linked with the health promotion.
To prioritize health and well-being. Health promotion, as we all know, is the process of enabling people to increase control over their health and its determinants. It is crucial in preventing diseases, improving health literacy, and enhancing the overall quality of life for Nigerians. By making informed choices and adopting healthy lifestyles, we can reduce the burden of our healthcare system and create a healthy, more productive nation. The federal government has implemented various initiatives aimed at promoting health and preventing diseases. One notable is the Know Your Numbers, which the Honorable Minister launched last year. And I hope we all know our numbers. Do we know our numbers? Very important, please. Good. Making informed choices and adopting healthy lifestyle, we can reduce. Okay. The initiative was aimed at urging all Nigerians to take ownership of their health by engaging in regular health checkups.
Individuals to be aware of their key health metrics. So the first one, who can give me the first one for the Know Your Numbers? I'd like to know. The first one for Know Your Numbers. Do we know that? The minister launched it and he relaunched it last year again. SFH, do you know what the first one for Know Your Numbers, the indicators we are looking at? Does anybody know here? Okay, that's very funny. I want us to go back. When we go back, we read this Know Your Numbers. If we are doing health promotion, we must know our numbers. So by knowing your numbers, individuals can identify potential health risks, take proactive steps to manage their health. Sometimes when I check my blood pressure, like in the last 6 months that I did, I just told myself I needed to take things easy. And so I had to step back for a few weeks. But then after a few weeks again, I continue. And I'm rushing, and I'm rushing, and I'm rushing. You see, God forbid, you just say, one day they say, this person, that person, because we're not doing the right thing.
As a medical student,
the main focus of the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week is a campaign to help us bridge the gaps when it comes to our routine services that we offer in our health facilities, which include antenatal care, deliveries, family planning, vitamin A supplementation, deworming of children, of course, most very important, routine immunization, HPV vaccination. It also affords us an opportunity to register births in our health facilities.
We like to call it our Mama and Pikin Week. It's our one-stop shop, that's what we call it. It's a facility-based program that encourages our mothers to intensify on the use of our everyday routine services. What we're talking about are services for women, such as antenatal registration, such as family planning, cervical cancer screening, tetanus vaccination for the women, and then for our children as well, we have birth registration, we have nutritional screening, we have vitamin A supplementation, we also have deworming for the children. We're not leaving out things like HIV infection screening, we're not leaving out things like malaria preventive treatment, as well as screening for general population.
I feel very good. Actually, I came here to take 6 months immunization for him. I never knew this is going on, so I'm glad I'm here today. And he already took the 6 months immunization, which is 10,000 units, the blue one.
I really appreciate what River State government is doing today. We as a mother, we appreciate and we benefit. For the vaccine that they give our children, we already appreciate for that because that is #1 treatment they're supposed to give our children. And it helps our children a lot and it protects them for any diseases and all those yama sickness that is going on now.
So the flag off ceremony is simply, all right, at this point, the wife of the mayor, once
Hong Kong blaze, deadly fire rips through multi-Tai Po apartment blocks. Massive flames which engulfed several high-rise buildings in Hong Kong's Tai Po district on Wednesday, November 26, 2025, killed at least 13. The blaze left multiple others in a critical condition, as seen in dramatic drone footage. Video showed thick smoke from the residential towers as fire crews and emergency responders rushed to the scene. Some locals received medical treatment while concerned locals watched on. Authorities said 13 dead were recorded. Among them was a firefighter. At least 16 people were critically injured. A crowdsourced online document showed that 8 residents trapped appealed for rescue. The blaze broke out at Wangfok Court around 2:51 p.m. local time. The complex reportedly comprised 2,000 units across 8 blocks with over 4,600 residents.
The Nigerian Senate on Tuesday, October 14, 2025, raised the alarm over the abuse, trafficking, and exploitation of Nigerian migrants in Libya. In a motion presented before the Senate, Senator Basi Anyekan drew attention to the rising number of Nigerians who face grave dangers as they migrated through Libya. He said nearly 1,000 Nigerians were repatriated in the first quarter of 2025. The senator said many of them recounted horrific experiences of torture, rape, illegal detention, and even organ trafficking. Anyekan expressed concern that these violations damaged Nigeria's image abroad. He added that it also undermined citizens' trust in government protection.
Worried that such recurring abuses not only diminish Nigeria's international reputation, but also erode citizens' confidence in the government's ability to provide protection both domestically and abroad. Concerned that returnees face significant reintegration challenges, including trauma, stigmatization, and lack of economic opportunities, leaving them vulnerable to re-trafficking and undermining national stability. The Senate is disturbed that without urgent reforms, stronger border enforcement, stiffer penalties for traffickers, and gender-sensitive protection measures for women and girls, Nigeria risks continued exploitation of our citizens abroad and erosion of sovereignty.
Other lawmakers, in their contributions, condemned the act. They called on all relevant agencies to do the needful and also discourage Nigerians from illegal migration.
The relevant agencies are not sitting up to their responsibilities to see that this is stopped. So I strongly support that strong efforts should be made.
This thing they are doing to Nigerians must stop. Let government use the auspices of the African Union. Any country that is dealing with Africans in this manner shall be blacklisted.
Not just condemn how our people are treated in Libya, but also focus on how to discourage our people from going there. They need to know that that is not a place you go for, quote, greener pasture. There is no pasture there, whether green, blue, or black. Nigerians need to be educated on this.
Fact that many of our Nigerian women who found themselves in the Libyan prisons are pregnant, and many have given birth to children who live in the prisons. So I would appreciate the chambers and my colleagues do approve this so that children, innocent children who are of Nigerian heritage, do not suffer with their innocent mothers, that they be brought back to Nigeria.
The Senate, in its resolution, urged the federal government to help returnees from Libya with a support and reintegration program. It also called for stronger diplomatic efforts to protect Nigerians still in Libyan detention and to hold those responsible for abuses accountable.
Through NAPTIP, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, and relevant state governments,
to establish a comprehensive reintegration and protection program for Nigerian returnees from Libya, including psychosocial support, vocational training, and enterprise startup assistance. Those in support of prayer one say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Call on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to intensify diplomatic engagement with Libyan authorities and to mobilize collective regional and international action through the AU, ECOWAS, and the United Nations to secure the safety of Nigerians in Libya, in Libyan detention camps, and ensure accountability for human rights violations.
The lawmakers also called for urgent action to protect lives, restore dignity, and reaffirm Nigeria's commitment to the rights of its citizens, both at home and abroad. A hybrid press conference has drawn fresh attention to the growing concerns surrounding illegal mining activities involving Chinese nationals in Nigeria. The event, held in Lagos on December 11th, brought together stakeholders, activists, and members of the media to examine what many described as an alarming trend in the nation's solid minerals sector. The conference, themed "The Chinese Infiltration of Nigeria's Solid Minerals Sector," highlighted the increasing dominance of Chinese operators within the mining industry.
Today we are launching a report, Silent Conquest, the Chinese infiltration of Nigeria's solid minerals sector, in response to what we have observed in the field, where the communities where we are working across the Federation, in the northern part of the country and other parts of the country, how the Chinese are involved in a lot of unlicensed illegal mining activities. Now, we are not against mining if communities are open to their natural resources being exploited. We are not against it, if that is what communities want. But this is a situation whereby in most of these communities we have visited, the Chinese have agreements with extraneous forces. Maybe we'll select people in the community who do not represent the voice of all the communities, and they extract their resources, ruin the environment, and they cut away these natural resources without responsibility to the environment and to the people.
A dominance that continues to expand without any significant effort to develop local capacity or train Nigerian miners. Speakers noted that this unchecked infiltration has not only weakened indigenous participation, but has also raised deeper questions about environmental degradation, loss of revenue, and national security. Convener Era Phillips delivered a passionate call to action, urging the federal government to urgently reassess the state of the mining industry. He warned that Nigeria risks losing full control of one of its most valuable sectors if decisive steps are not taken.
Now we have observed that the Chinese are everywhere in this country. All the ungoverned spaces that we are asking the government to take hold of, the Chinese are there, mining. There's a clear nexus, based on what we have found, between Chinese mining activities, their illegal mining activities, and terrorism. Because we've found out that, and of course, this information are in public domain, we've done extensive research work, desktop research, interviewing people, going to the field. Even in the website of organizations like the EFCC, we see that every other day, one Chinese or the other is arrested. And what are they involved in? Illegal mining. Illegal mining of gold, illegal mining of lithium, a transition mineral. And the implication is that the same challenges we have with oil and gas in Nigeria's Niger Delta, where the locals complain that there are no benefits to them, where the locals describe oil as a cost, is being replicated in the mining belt, in the solid mineral sector. Nigeria is not benefiting from its God-given resources.
Phillips concluded by calling for immediate policy intervention, tighter monitoring, and a renewed commitment to safeguarding the nation's mineral wealth for the benefit of current and future generations.
Putting ideas on the table that we believe will assist in meeting some of the gaps of democracy and human security, not just in West Africa, but in the continent of Africa. I would therefore urge ECOWAS member states, and I'm glad the Commission President is here, and the international community, Africa, to please buy into this idea. It's no longer a Nigerian idea as such, but an idea that we believe captures the imagination and issues before us. The second point I'd like to make, and it's been made by previous speakers, is to see democracy as work in progress. Democracy is being challenged in Africa. We are acutely aware of those challenges, which is why, for Nigeria to continue to show the way, Mr. President believes that a strong domestic base in terms of economy and unity and cohesion is critical for whatever we do abroad. So we try to link our foreign policy to our national development aspirations such that a strong Nigeria will be in a better position to show leadership and direction and solidarity, not just in West Africa, but also in the continent entirely.
Broaden inclusive citizen participation, especially for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Number 3, promote credible and transparent electoral systems. And finally, foster regional cooperation and peer learning so that democracy delivers for the people of West Africa. The RPD is designed to serve as a catalyst platform, transforming democratic ideals into practical tools.
We are not secure. There is always insecurity in Nigeria, and it's escalating. That is why we intend to stage this peaceful protest to draw the attention of the powers that be, so that they can please give us their attention and try their best to secure our lives and property. There is need for collaborative efforts between the state and the neighboring states, which we have the belief that it is that lack of collaboration that made those people to infiltrate Kano. The government is supposed to at least collaborate with the neighboring governors and make sure that
our visit today is evidence of the proactiveness of His Excellency to prevent our state from deteriorating to that stage of the state you have just mentioned. By engaging with our people, they are being empowered and being encouraged to give actionable information to our security agencies so we can nip it in the bud before it happens. We can, with that, the security agencies are able to act on the information provided, and then it's a case of see something, say something, and it's sorted.
Let them give guns to the responsible people to protect themselves. If you look at these young people that carry guns to, these people call terrorists or Boko Haram, they are 18, 19 years to 20 years of age. If they don't have gun, if they don't have gun, and I mean them like physically, with boxing, I will beat them I will beat this young people. But they carry gun, you don't have the gun.
This Saki share boundary between Kwara and Benin Republic. If there's any attack, these people normally stay inside this bush. They may go through the bush or through any other places. So I think they said it earlier that police Amotepu are in the bush filming. At least 3 or 4 times in a week.
We need to tell the truth, so that we should find the lasting solution to this problem. And the problem of our constituency is the Kanji National Park. Before it was useful for us, there was a fantastic animal that we can see. We are receiving visitors from everywhere in the world. As a visitors, they are there for opening their eyes and what have you. But now, the story is quite different. Nobody is going there. The bandit, cut it from me, bandit push out the rangers that are guarding the national park. And the entire administrative of the national park, no one is there again. It is fully controlled by the bandit, 100%. Not 50.
Your Excellency, the Director General of Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Historic inaugural session of the consultation mechanism on matters of mutual interest between Nigeria and Mexico. Today marks an important milestone in the long-standing friendship between our two nations and reflects our shared commitment to deepening cooperation, strengthening dialogue, and expanding the frontiers of mutual understanding. Nigeria and Mexico, though located on different sides of the Atlantic, are bound by shared values, complementary strength, and a common desire to promote peace, inclusive development, and multilateral cooperation. Our countries stand as regional leaders, Nigeria in Africa and Mexico in the Americas. Our partnership has the potential to generate significant benefits not only for our peoples, but also for our respective regions. This mechanism provides an institutional platform to discuss issues of strategic importance, including political cooperation, trade and investment, agriculture, energy, education, culture, migration, and people-to-people exchanges. It also allows us to align our perspectives on global challenges such as climate change, sustainable development, global health, and multilateral reform. As co-chair, I'm confident that our deliberations today will be guided by candor, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to forging practical outcomes. We have an opportunity to build a framework that will bring greater structure, predictability, and ambition to Nigeria-Mexico relations. Allow me to appreciate the delegation of the United Mexican States for their commitment to this mechanism and for the spirit of partnership they continue to demonstrate. I also thank the officials and experts from both ministries whose diligent preparations have made this meeting possible. As we commence our discussions, I encourage us to engage constructively, think creatively, and identify actionable steps that will strengthen cooperation across all sectors of mutual interest.
I'm very pleased to be here and to hold the first meeting of the consultation mechanism on matters of common interest. As you mentioned, a milestone that has been long awaited. Although considerable time has passed since the signing of this memorandum, I trust that today's meeting will open a new chapter in our bilateral relationship and allow us to resume a productive and more frequent dialogue between our ministries. I am confident that our discussions today will contribute significantly to strengthening our relations, reviewing the current state of our bilateral agenda, and identifying new opportunities for cooperation in a number of common matters of common interest, including economy, development, cooperation, trade, and all of those matters that you mentioned previously. Minister.
welcome you differently to this country. You are already part and parcel of Nigerian thinking and issues. I must just say thank you very much for believing in us. We are a country that is hoping and willing to partner with many people like you, other countries that believes in recognition of placing the value in our youths, and particularly innovation and digital economy, and cultural value, and sport is one of those aspects of Nigeria that we are trying to nourish, and we will partner with you. I promise that. The Bestseller Foundation and all the attributes of goodwill, determination, resiliency in our economy, I can assure you it is easy in, easy out for all investors.
Lagos this week also. We're looking forward to join that later. So no, we want to be a part of what we believe are a great time ahead for your country, and we really want to explore those opportunities. And yeah, we are here to learn, to listen. And yes, now the minister have already mentioned a few of the things that I would like to bring up also. Football is one of them, and I am honored to tell you that our academy have 3 players on a national team, not foreign Nigerians, but young men who have grown up and started their football career in this country with us, and who are now on your national team. And I have just had an update this morning, and we believe that we have the strongest pipeline of the best ever Nigerian talent that we hopefully are going to connect and be able to connect to international football and make your country proud. Yeah.
Hundreds of workers, students, and activists took to the streets of Bologna on Friday, December 12, 2025, against the government's 2026 draft budget. Footage showed members of the Italian General Confederation of Labour, CGIL, with red banners and flags, followed by groups of protesters who held signs such as "Out Betrayal" and "Places of Knowledge, Spaces of Peace." Riot police walked along the route as colored smoke flares rose above the procession. Demonstrators criticized the budget plans, claiming they did not address major national issues. Italy's largest union confederations criticized the 2026 budget proposal over increased retirement age, underfunding public health care and education, and expanded defense expenditure in line with NATO commitments. Government officials argued that the fiscal package aims to stimulate productivity and respond to global security pressures. Union representatives said further mobilization is possible in the coming weeks unless the government agrees to revise the spending plan.
I have milk in my store, about 450 cartons, costing around 35 million naira. This is a great loss to me. I have lost over 50 million naira to this market infamy. The money I lost is not more than 250,000 naira. I experienced
This event underscores our continuous effort to safeguard the lives of our children against vaccine-preventable diseases, particularly poliomyelitis of circulating variant type 2. Kano has come a very long way in this journey as we have succeeded in reducing the number of cases of circulating vaccine polio vaccine type 2 by 90% this year. Surveillance system, automated service delivery, and expanded routine immunization coverage across all communities.
So this intervention is one of the many interventions under the National Public Sector Solarization Initiative. And by the design of the initiative, we are intervening in about 4 different critical sectors of the Nigerian economy. Specifically, we are intervening in education, we are intervening in health, we are intervening in agriculture and security. Under education, we have deployed hybrid mini-grid in 15 different federal universities.
As to electricity, especially with Band A, we are almost unable to pay for our electricity. So having this at this time, in addition to the diesel and generators we are running, having this at this time came just at the right time for this hospital, for the progress of this hospital, for the benefits of our patients, and for the well-being, as the MD said, for the well-being of the environment. Now, incidentally, it's coming at a time that we're expecting an MRI. And I've said it, we need to run this MRI for 24 hours.
In recognition of the diverse significance to our socio-economic and even spiritual life, I hereby grant an executive order to the 4 Kano Emirates, namely Kano, Rano, Gaya, and Karai, to continue organizing annual Daba festivals in their respective Emirate councils. By the grace of Allah, the Kano State government, as well as all the chairmen of the 44 local government areas, will continue to support you fully to ensure that this centuries all the tradition is preserved, threatened, and showcased to the world.
Thus, it has come to the attention of the Kano State government that certain individuals and groups are undertaking recruitment, mobilization, and organization of persons into a body described as independent Hizba fi sabilillah without lawful authority and in contravention of the laws of Kano State. And any act done in furtherance of such independent Hizba fi sabilillah is hereby declared unlawful, illegal, and void. Pursuant to paragraph 2 of this order, the Nigeria Police Post, Department of State Services, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and all other relevant security agencies are hereby directed to investigate the organizers, sponsors, and promoters of the so-called independent Hizbah Fi Sabilillah. It has come to the attention of the Kano State government that certain individuals and groups are undertaking recruitment, mobilization, and organization of persons into a body described as independent Hizbah Fi Sabilillah without lawful authority and in contravention of the laws of Kano State. And any act done in furtherance of such independent Hizbah Fi Sabilillah is hereby declared unlawful, illegal, and void. Pursuant to paragraph 2 of this order, the Nigeria Police Post, Department of State Services, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and all other relevant security agencies are hereby directed to investigate the organizers, sponsors, and promoters of the so-called independent Hizbah Fi Sabilillah.
Let my words be very clear and without ambiguity. This government maintains a strict policy of zero tolerance for any form of corruption. Corruption is not merely a crime. It is a direct assault on the poor, the vulnerable, and the future of our children. The youth are only victims of a corrupt system. They are also agents of change, and they can use their energy, creativity, and technology to expose corruption, demand accountability, and promote transparency. The future is their own, without doubt. There's no doubt about this. I therefore urge our youth.
Today is a memorable day to Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, as we try to unite with youth to fight corruption, because in PCACC we believe that the commission alone cannot really do this battle. So we have to really partner with each and everybody, particularly the youth, because we believe they are the future of tomorrow, and they are the ones that are mostly affected by the effects of corruption.
Some members of the All Progressive Congress (APC) in Kano State have protested what it called the alleged continuous marginalization of youths and women in the state by the federal government. The leader of the group, Abba Mohammed, said for more than 2 years there has been no visible development effort targeted at improving the lives of youths and women in northern Nigeria.
We are here because we have been receiving a lot of complaints from different northern part of Nigeria about the youths. We have told Tinubu is a master of strategy that can bring progress, that can really help the Nigerian youth. So we really work hard. We work tirelessly during 2023 election. We really do campaigning a lot, and the youths remain neglected. The poor are getting poorer, and the government are not after youth. The Tinubu policy is not favoring the youth. I'm a young man, and I have millions of youths, not thousands. As you can see, here is a lot of youths. So I call them to plead with them to be patient. We will still give them time. If they fix it, fine. If they don't, we need to find our way somewhere that we can be carried along. Yes, I'm still an active member of APC, but we can still negotiate with whoever will bring progress to our community, because the way our youths are complaining, I'm telling you, it's terrible.
CBI News reports the aggrieved APC members demanded for greater inclusion in political, economic, and cultural governance. They declared that the years of marginalization must end.
Some residents of Kano State have staged a protest in support of the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori. The demonstrators who took to the streets carried placards commending the Commissioner for his efforts in providing adequate security and safeguarding lives and properties of people in the state. They said since Bakori assumed office, crime rate and criminal activities have reduced in the northwest Nigerian state. This protest comes barely 24 hours after Governor Abba Yusuf called for the removal of the police commissioner.
The recent call by the Kano State government for the removal of the Commissioner of Police is highly politically motivated and deeply concerning. At a time when the peace and stability of our dear state is under threat and at stake, such a move only raises further question about the true intention of those in authority.
While we respect the office of His Excellency Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, we believe that the Kano State Commissioner of Police deserve this support and respect, because the Commissioner of Police has been doing well. He is doing very well in maintaining peace, unity in the Kano State.
We are coming out on the streets today on behalf of the entire people of Kano State in solidarity march in respect of the issue concerning CP of Kano State. He is kind of person we want, and he is the person that since when he came to Kano, everything has come, everything has been going normal. People have confidence on him.
CBI News reports that Governor Yusuf had demanded Bakori's removal after the police withdrew from the 65th Independence Day celebration at the Sani Abacha Stadium, a move the state government described as disrespectful.
Security of the police force here in Kano, disappointing the Kano people. On the last minute, withdrawing all the police personnel, in fact against their own wish, because the lower cadre were looking for this opportunity. As I said, as the chief security officer, this responsibility was bestowed on me by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and nobody can dispute that, and nobody can take it away from me. On this note, on behalf of myself as the leader of the government of Kano State, elected by you people, and on behalf of all the Kano people, we condemned this unnatural attitude of the CP today. And history will be there. You can see I used my own pilot car to go around. This is unethical. This is unprofessional. This is disservice to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I therefore wish to seize this opportunity to call on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. We know he's a thorough man. We know he's a no-nonsense man. I am saying this. We call respectfully on him to remove the Commissioner of Police from Kano State today. on behalf of all of you, I am writing a petition, a complaint, which will be provided through the National Security Advisor to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Kano people are highly respected people. Kano people want to see the progress of Nigeria in unity. We don't want people that will come and create problems for us. But let me say, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Police officials have not publicly responded to the governor's remarks. Security analysts say the standoff highlights growing tensions between state authorities and the federal security agencies in northern Nigeria. Some residents of Kano State have staged a protest in support of the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori. The demonstrators who took to the streets carried placards commending the Commissioner for his efforts in providing adequate security and safeguarding lives and properties of people in the state. They said since Bakori assumed office, crime rates and criminal activities have reduced in the northwest Nigerian state. This protest comes barely 24 hours after Governor Abba Yusuf called for the removal of the police commissioner.
The recent call by the Kano State government for the removal of the Commissioner of Police is highly politically motivated and deeply concerning. At a time when the peace and stability of our dear state is under threat and at stake, such a move only raises further questions about the true intention of those in authority.
While we respect the office of His Excellency Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, we believe that the Kano State Commissioner of Police deserve this support and respect because the Commissioner of Police has been doing well. He is doing very well in maintaining peace, unity in the Kano State.
We are coming out on the streets today on behalf of the entire people of Kano State in solidarity march in respect of the issue concerning CP of Kano State. He is kind of person we want, and he is the person that since when he came to Kano, everything has come, everything has been going normal. People have confidence on him.
CBI News reports that Governor Yusuf had demanded Bakori's removal after the police withdrew from the 65th Independence Day celebration at the Sani Abacha Stadium, a move the state government described as disrespectful.
Security of the police force here in Kano, disappointing the Kano people. On the last minute, withdrawing all the police personnel, in fact against their own wish, because the lower cadre were looking for this opportunity. As I said, as the chief security officer, this responsibility was bestowed on me by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And nobody can dispute that, and nobody can take it away from me. On this note, on behalf of myself as the leader of the government of Kano State, elected by you people, and on behalf of all the Kano people, we condemned this unnational attitude of the CP today. And history will be there. You can see I used my own pilot car to go around. This is unethical. This is unprofessional. This is disservice to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I therefore wish to seize this opportunity to call on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. We know he is a thorough man. Widow is a no-nonsense man. I am saying this. We call respectfully on him to remove the Commissioner of Police from Kano State today. And on behalf of all of you, I am writing a petition, a complaint, which will be provided through the National Security Advisor to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Kano people are highly respected people. Kano people want to see the progress of Nigeria in unity. We don't want people that will come and create problem for us. But let me say, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Police officials have not publicly responded to the governor's remarks. Security analysts say the standoff highlights growing tensions between state authorities and the federal security agencies in northern Nigeria.
The unfortunate thing has already happened. They have abducted our children. We have come, we have seen things by ourselves. And we see the parent that their children were being abducted. And we give them confidence, we give them our words that we'll do everything possible to ensure that their children are being rescued. And we also assure them that let them have confidence in us. And we'll make sure that the security agencies will do everything possible to do the needful. That is the essence of our coming to Maga, to see our people, and also to give them confidence and to give them words of encouragement. Thank you.
Nigerians hit back after US President Donald Trump threatened military action against Nigeria if the government continued to allow what he described as the killing of Christians.
I do not want Donald Trump to come in like he came in, like United States came in Afghanistan, Iraq, and so on. Maybe Nigerian government do not have the intelligence system where maybe that's the part they need help, but I don't think we need help in foot soldiers to combat these people killing. We have what it takes to do that.
Local leaders in Nigeria also cautioned against framing the security crisis in the north in the way Trump had done.
When you look at the Boko Haram crisis in northeastern Nigeria, you find that it is 98% Muslim that are affected. In the whole of Northwest, it's Muslim-dominated area. And the bandits are fully attacking and ransacking all the villages in northwestern Nigeria.
However, Reverend Joseph Hayab, president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, for the 19 northern states in Nigeria, said there was a huge problem with criminals hiding under religion.
Nigeria has not been respecting people's religious rights. Some criminals in Nigeria, some terrorists in Nigeria are hiding under religion. They have burned churches, they have killed pastors, they have tormented us. Someone should tell them stop. And stop denying.
After I relocated from Kaduna town from my village, things are not easy. Before the insecurity, things were working fine for me. But now, I live with uncertainty without means of living. I can't agree with the U.S. intervention, considering the insecurity bedeviling Nigeria, especially in states like Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Niger. Muslims are the victims, and nobody had ever raised an alarm until now. The foreign intervention is dangerous.
I have been CAN leader since 1999. I know how much Christians have suffered in different states of northern Nigeria. Today, in some northern states of Nigeria, they don't even allow the teaching of CRK. Is that not persecution? In some northern states of Nigeria, you are a citizen or an indigent. You come to look for a job and you say your name is John. They'll tell you there's no John in this place. Is that not persecution?
Trump's comment, made during an address at a rally in Florida, came after reports of attacks on Christian communities in Nigeria's northern and central regions. The Nigerian presidency quickly hit back, saying that religious freedom was guaranteed under the constitution and condemning what it described as external interference in domestic affairs. Senior advisor to U.S. President Donald Trump on Arab and African affairs, Masad Boulos, dismissed recent allegations of a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Boulos, who spoke when he visited Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, challenged claims that Christians were persecuted in the country. His visit calls by U.S. lawmakers for Nigeria's designation as country of particular concern due to alleged religious persecution. Boulos emphasized that terrorism in Nigeria transcended religion, ethnicity, and tribal lines. He stated that the Middle Belt region experienced deadly clashes between farmers and herders, with many farmer casualties who were Christians.
First of all, it was a great pleasure and an honor to meet with President Tinubu. As usual, this is not the first time. We have our two countries have a great relationship. The United States and Nigeria is our major partner. We talked about a number of things. Most importantly, counterterrorism. We've been working very closely with the Nigerian government and President Tinubu's administration on countering terrorism and fighting terrorism. What's happening today in the Sahel region and in the Lake Chad basin is of extreme concern to all of us, not just people in the sub-region, but to the entire world, to Europe and the United States and the entire world. It's a very serious concern, and we're working towards combating it, and we will be cooperating and continue to cooperate towards combating this serious problem in the region. We also talked about the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea, which is also a very important aspect of our cooperation, not just with Nigeria, but other countries within the Gulf of Guinea. So hopefully this is something we can continue to work on.
Boulos described Nigeria as a diverse nation, split between Christians and Muslims, which underscored the complexity of its social fabric.
Thank you.
Senior advisor to U.S. President Donald Trump on Arab and African affairs, Masad Boulos, dismissed recent allegations of a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Boulos, who spoke when he visited Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, challenged claims that Christians were persecuted in the country. His visit calls by U.S. lawmakers for Nigeria's designation as country of particular concern due to alleged religious persecution. Boulos emphasized that terrorism in Nigeria transcended religion, ethnicity, and tribal lines. He stated that the Middle Belt region experienced deadly clashes between farmers and herders, with many farmer casualties who were Christians.
First of all, it was a great pleasure and an honor to meet with President Tinubu. As usual, this is not the first time. We have our two countries have a great relationship. The United States and Nigeria is our major partner. We talked about a number of things. Most importantly, counterterrorism. We've been working very closely with the Nigerian government and President Tinubu's administration on countering terrorism and fighting terrorism. What's happening today in the Sahel region and in the Lake Chad basin is of extreme concern to all of us, not just people in the sub-region, but to the entire world, to Europe and the United States and the entire world. It's a very serious concern, and we're working towards combating it, and we will be cooperating and continue to cooperate towards combating this serious problem in the region. We also talked about the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea, which is also a very important aspect of our cooperation, not just with Nigeria, but other countries within the Gulf of Guinea. So hopefully this is something we can continue to work on.
Bulus described Nigeria as a diverse nation split between Christians and Muslims, which underscored the complexity of its social fabric.
Thank you.
There's a lot of transferable skills there, and I intend to, contribute my quota to the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President by transferring the different experiences that I have in different sectors to help even in policy crafting and implementation so that the lives of Nigerians can be bettered. And I believe that with this wealth of experience, I shall be a voice that will contribute to having policies that impact the country positively.
The Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, for the confirmation of Dr. Bernard Mohamed Duru for appointment as a Minister of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The nominee answered questions from distinguished senators on a number of topical issues, and thereafter the committee approved the nomination of Dr. Bernard Mohamed Duru as a Minister of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole?
Benin Royal Museum will be built and completed before the 20th of October in 3 years' time.
I therefore urge the state government to ensure that the MOA structure, which is under probe by the Edo State House of Assembly, is fully investigated and the source of finance and ownership made known. Your Excellency, for the information of the general public, the foreign donors are actually seeing this MOA structure as Benin Royal Museum.
So the issue of MOA is over. It was indeed a birthday present to you. It's Benin property, it's your property. And I believe wherever they took this issue to, nobody can defeat you, nobody can win you. I am going to take this video along with me.
FIRS is a critical economic intervention intended to stabilize our currency, safeguard national revenue, and promote transparency in crude oil transactions. As representatives of the Nigerian people, we have a duty to ascertain how this policy has been executed, whether it aligns with its objective, and where necessary, recommend corrective measures. Let it be clear, this investigation is not targeted at any individual or institutions. It is a constitutional oversight exercise aimed at strengthening our economic system. We expect full cooperation from all stakeholders. Our honesty and clarity will help us deliver a report that is factual, objective, and in the best interest of Nigeria.
I just want you to look at the document you submitted so that if there is need for correction and further update, you try and update the committee. What you set in tabular form and the evidence of payment that was attached to them, one begs to ask, how did you arrive at that particular amount that was paid to EFCC, while in the tabular form here, in the particular column that reads the volume of crude that was seized, the grade of the crude, you indicated nil there. And I think that's a particular area that will tell us the value of whatever it is that was seized.
We have not had any direct investigation or issue involving specifically Naira for Crude policy or obstructions or infractions under that particular initiative. But because you also requested information on referrals made to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, we had tabulated some transactions which the EFCC had done, which is contained in the document forwarded to you and which you are about to look at your convenience, sir. We did a kind of holistic submissions, not necessarily restricting ourselves to transactions, which I had said earlier, we have not had any on Naira for Crude policy. But what we have submitted to you had to do with other AGUs and crude transactions that the Commission had over time. So that's where we are at the moment.
The cryptocurrency fraudsters, they use devices, smartphones, to conduct their nefarious activities. If you check the activities of the cyber criminals, mostly what they use is smartphones and smart devices. The parents need to get involved in the fight against cybercrime. But I can tell you clearly that most parents are encouraging their wards, their children, to go into cybercrime.
Governance is about all of society approach. President Bola Tinubu is not here. He cannot do everything for us. But as civil societies, you can mobilize people and make sure that everybody is patriotic towards governance.
And I think it's only normal to say that to whom much is given, much is expected. So I see this award as a boost to do more. And I see this award as a ground to also encourage my men in the mining marshal of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps that we should keep doing our best, that regardless of the fact that people are not following you with camera, Nigerians are watching you carefully.
I haven't seen what Mr. President has done so far in the country. It is important that we, the civil society, must complement the mandate of government, because government alone cannot do it. And we don't need to be in government to drive government policies. And for those who are in government, should also create room for civil society and other citizens to be part of the good governance processes. So I believe other youth out there should see the opportunity that we have in the nation and key into government policies and programs instead of being an agent of criminalities and terrorizing the nation. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to our leaders to avoid greed in leadership. What is taking us backward is greed.
While
we have taken several steps to address insecurity as we are facing now, we lack a permanent national institution dedicated solely to ethnic harmony, reconciliation, and early warning conflict prevention. This bill seeks to fill that gap.
Not necessary. Nigeria does not need any ethnic reconciliation standing commission. Nigeria does not need it. We know that. And it's even an indication as if Nigerian ethnic groups are in conflict with one another. And we are living peacefully together. But if you put the question now, they will say, they will say yes, because they want to prove to the colleague who brought the bill that they are with him. That's why I said, are you for or against?
Operators, executive and non-executive, unfortunately, right now we are borrowing. Why we should open our eyes and create additional overhead to achieve purposes that can otherwise be achieved, even voluntarily, troubles me. But if in the views of the Senate is an offense to shoot down anything, let it go. But this is the one bad law that this country doesn't need. It will not add value, but it will create a subhead for expenditure and no more.
And we shouldn't make the Senate a laughing stock. So those in support that this ethnic and reconciliation commission be set up as a law in Nigeria, say aye. Those again say nay. The nays have it.
Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions to a government proposal that will require bank account holders to provide their tax identification number, TIN, as part of efforts to widen the tax net. According to the government, the measures aim to improve compliance in a country where only a small fraction of the population pays personal income tax. Laundryman Segun Karamu does not feel good about the government's plan.
I don't see that common man who is suffering, finding out to eat, how to earn a living, make a living, and saying he should pay one tax, even when the money is not enough for him. I don't really know. They should look at big companies, take it from them, not the common man on the street. Many are dejected, no roof on their head. Anybody that remove my money from any account, I'm going to close that account and resort to our old method of keeping money.
While analysts see the plan as a means to boost government revenue, getting citizens to back the plan may be a huge task for the government.
Nigeria are not smiling because, from the salary we are taking and we are collecting, it's not really helping us. It's not even half of it's not solving half of our problem. Hope you get that. So now, government is bringing another rules like collecting tax. That is crazy because I don't know what they are going to use that money for. Because most people are earning big, but due to what is going on right now, everything is so expensive. Even if you get paid of 1 million naira, that money, I'm very sure that money it will not even up to 1 month before you finish spending it. So taking taxes out of it, government should also promise us that, okay, this tax that we are taking out of this money, we will try to use it for something meaningful. If they can do that before taking the tax from our bank, I think that will be fine.
I think where government, they do not make sense because flour don't cost now. Everything costs for Nigeria now. From bank, they come out my money. Next year now, they say they won't collect another money inside, put for Boyana for the tax or waiting happen. I no reason for that one. Why they won't put that one? Why they won't put that tax? I don't understand that one.
If government wants anybody like our eligible youth to be paying tax, they should provide for them, my brother. They should not even make it mandatory, because if you are trying to make it mandatory, you are trying to bring the youth in the streets. Everybody will come to the streets because all you care about is the tax. You don't care about what the person is doing to put food on his table.
Make things good so that the tax can be able to give somebody, the person can be able to pay it. Not someone that is not feeding 3 square meal and they don't have company. Okay, like this, my own, how much I will be paying? How much is inside there that I'll be removing tax with 4 children? It's not possible. So before they will plan this and the work, they have to reduce the price of things. Let everybody live well. If you have 2 or 3 children in a school, I know how much you are going to pay, except government school. No private now is less than 20-something, 15. So it don't make any sense.
CBI News reports that the tax identification number, TIN, is a 13-digit unique identifier for all taxable persons and entities in Nigeria. It says details such as issuance year, registry source, NIN for individuals, RC for corporates, states of registration, and a cryptographic fragment for security, ending with a checklist. Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions to a government proposal that will require bank account holders to provide their tax identification number, TIN, as part of efforts to widen the tax net. According to the government, the measures aim to improve compliance in a country where only a small fraction of the population pays personal income tax. Laundryman Segun Karamu does not feel good about the government's plan.
I don't see that common man who is suffering, finding out to eat, how to earn a living, make a living, and saying he should pay one tax, even when the money is not enough for him. I don't really know. They should look at big companies, take it from those, not the common man on the street. Many are dejected, no roof on their head. Anybody that remove my money from any account, I'm going to close that account and resort to our old method of keeping money.
While analysts see the plan as a means to boost government revenue, getting citizens to back the plan may be a huge task for the government.
Nigeria are not smiling because, from the salary we are taking and we are collecting, it's not really helping us. It's not even half of our, it's not solving half of our problem. Hope you get that. So now, government is bringing another rules like collecting tax. That is crazy because I don't know what they are going to use that money for. Because it's not, most people are earning big, but due to what is going on right now, everything is so expensive. Even if you get paid of 1 million naira, that money, I'm very sure that money it will not even up to 1 month before you finish spending it. So taking tax out of it, government should also promise us that, okay, this tax that we are taking out of this money, we will try to use it for something meaningful. If they can do that before taking the tax from our bank, I think that will be fine.
The way government they do not make sense because flour don't cost now. Everything costs for Nigeria now. From bank, they comot my money. Next year now, they say they won't collect another money inside. Put for boyana for the tax or waiting happen. I no reason for that one. Why they won't put that one? Why they won't put that tax? I don't understand that one.
If government wants anybody like our eligible youth to be paying tax, they should provide for them, my brother. They should not even make it mandatory, because if you are trying to make it mandatory, you are trying to bring the youth in the streets. Everybody will come to the streets because all you care about is the tax. You don't care about what the person is doing to put food on his table.
Make things good so that the tax you can be able to give somebody, the person can be able to pay it. Not someone that is not feeding 3 square meal and they don't have company. Okay, like this my own, how much I will be paying? How much is inside there that I'll be removing tax with 4 children? It's not possible. So before they will plan this and the work, they have to reduce the price of things. Let everybody live well. If you have 2 or 3 children in a school, I know how much you are going to pay, except government school. No private now is less than 20-something, 15. So it don't make any sense.
CBI News reports that the tax identification number, TIN, is a 13-digit unique identifier for all taxable persons and entities in Nigeria. It says details such as issuance year, registry source, NIN for individuals, RC for corporates, states of registration, and a cryptographic fragment for security, ending with a checklist. Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions to a government proposal that will require bank account holders to provide their tax identification number, TIN, as part of efforts to widen the tax net. According to the government, the measures aim to improve compliance in a country where only a small fraction of the population pays personal income tax. Laundryman Segun Karamu does not feel good about the government's plan.
I don't see that common man who is suffering, finding out to eat, how to earn a living, make a living, and saying he should pay one tax, even when the money is not enough for him. I don't really know. They should look at big companies, take it from them, not the common man on the street. Many are dejected, no roof on their head. Anybody that remove my money from any account, I'm going to close that account and resort to our old method of keeping money.
While analysts see the plan as a means to boost government revenue, getting citizens to back the plan may be a huge task for the government.
Nigeria are not smiling because, from the salary we are taking and we are collecting, it's not really helping us. It's not even half of it's not solving half of our problem. Hope you get that. So now, government is bringing another rules like collecting tax. That is crazy because I don't know what they are going to use that money for. Because most people are earning big, but due to what is going on right now, everything is so expensive. Even if you get paid of 1 million naira, that money, I'm very sure that money it will not even up to 1 month before you finish spending it. So taking taxes out of it, government should also promise us that, okay, this tax that we are taking out of this money, we will try to use it for something meaningful. If they can do that before taking the tax from our bank, I think that will be fine.
I think where government, they do not make sense because flour don't cost now. Everything costs for Nigeria now. From bank, they come out my money. Next year now, they say they won't collect another money inside, put for Boyana for the tax or waiting happen. I no reason for that one. Why they won't put that one? Why they won't put that tax? I don't understand that one.
If government wants anybody like our eligible youth to be paying tax, they should provide for them, my brother. They should not even make it mandatory, because if you are trying to make it mandatory, you are trying to bring the youth in the streets. Everybody will come to the streets because all you care about is the tax. You don't care about what the person is doing to put food on his table.
Make things good so that the tax can be able to give somebody, the person can be able to pay it. Not someone that is not feeding 3 square meal and they don't have company. Okay, like this, my own, how much I will be paying? How much is inside there that I'll be removing tax with 4 children? It's not possible. So before they will plan this and the work, they have to reduce the price of things. Let everybody live well. If you have 2 or 3 children in a school, I know how much you are going to pay, except government school. No private now is less than 20-something, 15. So it don't make any sense.
CBI News reports that the tax identification number, TIN, is a 13-digit unique identifier for all taxable persons and entities in Nigeria. It says details such as issuance year, registry source, NIN for individuals, RC for corporates, states of registration, and a cryptographic fragment for security, ending with a checklist. Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions to a government proposal that will require bank account holders to provide their tax identification number, TIN, as part of efforts to widen the tax net. According to the government, The measures aim to improve compliance in a country where only a small fraction of the population pays personal income tax. Laundryman Segun Karamu does not feel good about the government's plan.
I don't see that common man who is suffering, finding out to eat, how to earn a living, make a living, saying he should pay one tax, even when the money is not enough for him. I don't really know. They should look at big companies, take it from those, not the common man on the street. Many are dejected, no roof on their head. Anybody that remove my money from any account, I'm going to close that account and resort to our old method of keeping money.
While analysts see the plan as a means to boost government revenue, getting citizens to back the plan may be a huge task for the government.
Nigeria are not smiling because, from the salary we are taking and we are collecting, it's not really helping us. It's not even half of our, it's not solving half of our problem. Hope you get that. So now, government is bringing another rules like collecting tax. That is crazy because I don't know what they are going to use that money for. Because it's not, most people are earning big, but due to what is going on right now, everything is so expensive. Even if you get paid of 1 million naira, that money, I'm very sure that money it will not even up to 1 month before you finish spending it. So taking taxes out of it, government should also promise us that, okay, this tax that we are taking out of this money, we will try to use it for something meaningful. If they can do that before taking the tax from our bank, I think that will be fine.
The way government, they do not make sense because flour don't cost now. Everything costs for Nigeria now. From bank, they comot my money. Next year now, they say they won't collect another money inside, put for boyana for the tax or waiting happen. I no reason for that one. Why they won't put that one? Why they won't put that tax? I don't understand that one.
If government wants anybody like our eligible youth to be paying tax, they should provide for them, my brother. They should not even make it mandatory, because if you are trying to make it mandatory, you are trying to bring the youth in the streets. Everybody will come to the streets because all you care about is the tax. You don't care about what the person is doing to put food on his table.
Make things good so that the tax you can be able to give somebody, the person can be able to pay it. Not someone that is not feeding 3 square meal and they don't have company. Okay, like this my own, how much I will be paying? How much is inside there that I'll be removing tax with 4 children? It's not possible. So before they will plan this and they work, they have to reduce the price of things. Let everybody live well.
Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions to a government. Nigerians have expressed.
People of Benue Northeast. A motion is on the need to commend the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for its significant gains made in recent.
There's a lot of transferable skills there, and I intend to, contribute my quota to the.
FRS is a critical economic intervention intended to stabilize our currency, safeguard national revenue, and promote transparency in crude oil transactions. As representatives of the Nigerian people, we have a duty to ascertain how this policy has been executed, whether it aligns with its objective, and where necessary, recommend corrective measures. Let it be clear, this investigation is not targeted at any individual or institutions. It is a constitutional oversight exercise aimed at strengthening our economic system. We expect full cooperation from all stakeholders. Our honesty and clarity will help us deliver a report that is factual, objective, and in the best interest of Nigeria.
I just want you to look at the document you submitted so that if there is need for correction and further update, you try and update the committee. What you set in tabular form and the evidence of payment that was attached to them, one begs to ask, how did you arrive at that particular amount that was paid to EFCC, while in the tabular form here, in the particular column that reads the volume of crude that was seized, the grade of the crude, you indicated nil there. And I think that's a particular area that will tell us the value of whatever it is that was seized.
We have not had any direct investigation or issue involving specifically Naira for Crude policy or obstructions or infractions under that particular initiative. But because you also requested information on referrals made to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, we had tabulated some transactions which the EFCC had done, which is contained in the document forwarded to you and which you are about to look at your convenience, sir. We did a kind of holistic submissions, not necessarily restricting ourselves to transactions, which I had said earlier, we have not had any on Naira for Crude policy. But what we have submitted to you had to do with other AGUs and crude transactions that the Commission had over time. So that's where we are at the moment.
The cryptocurrency fraudsters, they use devices, smartphones, to conduct their nefarious activities. If you check the activities of the cyber criminals, mostly what they use is smartphones and smart devices. The parents need to get involved in the fight against cybercrime. But I can tell you clearly that most parents are encouraging their wards, their children, to go into cybercrime.
Governance is about all of society approach. President Bola Tinubu is not here. He cannot do everything for us. But as civil societies, you can mobilize people and make sure that everybody is patriotic towards governance.
And I think it's only normal to say that to whom much is given, much is expected. So I see this award as a boost to do more. And I see this award as a ground to also encourage my men in the mining marshal of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps that we should keep doing our best, that regardless of the fact that people are not following you with camera, Nigerians are watching you carefully.
I haven't seen what Mr. President has done so far in the country. It is important that we, the civil society, must complement the mandate of government, because government alone cannot do it. And we don't need to be in government to drive government policies. And for those who are in government, should also create room for civil society and other citizens to be part of the good governance processes. So I believe other youth out there should see the opportunity that we have in the nation and key into government policies and programs instead of being an agent of criminalities and terrorizing the nation. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to our leaders to avoid greed in leadership. What is taking us backward is greed.
While we have taken several steps to address insecurity as we are facing now. We lack a permanent national institution dedicated solely to ethnic harmony, reconciliation, and early warning conflict prevention. This bill seeks to fill that gap.
Not necessary. Nigeria does not need any ethnic and reconciliation standing commission. Nigeria does not need it. We know that. And it's even an indication as if Nigerian ethnic groups are in conflict with one another. And we are living peacefully together. But if you put the question now, they will say, they will say yes, because they want to prove to the colleague who brought the bill that they are with him. That's why I said, are you for or against?
Senators, executive and non-executive, unfortunately, right now we are borrowing. Why we should open our eyes and create additional overhead to achieve purposes that can otherwise be achieved, even voluntarily, troubles me. But if in the views of the Senate is an offense to shoot down anything, let it go. But this is the one bad law that this country doesn't need. It will not add value, but it will create a subhead for expenditure and no more.
And we shouldn't make the Senate a laughing stock. So those in support that this ethnic and reconciliation commission be set up as a law in Nigeria, say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it.
People of Benue Northeast. A motion is on the need to commend the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for its significant gains made in recent times, particularly in 2024, despite the challenges it has encountered. The Senate notes that Economic and Financial Crimes Commission was established as a frontline agency mandated to combat economic and financial crimes in Nigeria, with specific powers to investigate, prevent, and prosecute offenders involved in money laundering, advanced fraud, cyber crimes, and other forms of financial
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it's also on record that the EFCC within the period under review have recovered over 500 billion naira in the course of fighting corruption. It's also on record, Mr. President, that the EFCC within the period under review have secured 4,000 convictions and in all 7,000 convictions since its creation. Mr. President,
when I see the statistics on television, I marvel. I think we should start by commending the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for finding square pegs in square holes. It is through appointing the right set of people that you get the right set of results. So what has happened to us is like a revolution in the EFCC. And they have done very well. They should also try to make sure that they also produce reports on various petitions that are frivolous or unpolitically motivated, so that the world will also know that in addition to finding these ones guilty, that these ones were not found guilty. Because Nigerians tend to believe that petition automatically means conviction, particularly public officers. So I'm very impressed with even what is happening in the cyber crime aspect of things in the country, where a lot of foreigners come here and make away with a lot of monies under all guises of money transfers and all that. I think that's an area we have to look into. So the Office of the National Security Advisor is also doing well in that respect.
The governor of Imo State. Your Excellency, you were given an assignment.
NEC approved
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's proposal for the composition of a committee to oversee the overhaul and revamp of training institutions for security agencies nationwide. Mr. President's proposal followed a very robust presentation by His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, on the realization of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vision for a $1 trillion economy, which also highlighted the necessity of investing more in security by the 3 tiers of government. And of course, Mr. President raised serious concern about the condition generally of all the training institutions of the Nigerian police across the country. And of course, all the governors at the meeting agree that it is high time for all of us to collaborate with the federal government to address this very crisis, because we believe if we want to raise the morale of the police nationwide, we have to invest in their training institutions, which are highly dilapidated across the country. As a result of that, a committee was formed by the NEC, and the members of the committee are as follows. The governor of Enugu State, Peter Imba, was made the chairman of the committee. Other members of the committees are my humble self, Senator Obasani, governor of Kaduna State, Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, Kepas Abu of Taraba State, Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom State, and Governor Doda Lawal of Zamfara State, as well as Abdullah Sule of Nasara State. This committee was given 1 month by the NEC to go around and see and ensure that we have on-the-spot assessment on the situation and the condition of all the training institutions across the country.
Charge you as head of our nation's armed forces to carry out your duties with patriotic zeal Nigerians expect result and not excuses. We are in a hurry to celebrate peace. I charge you also to be innovative, preemptive, and courageous. Let's stay ahead of those who seek to threaten our peace, freedom, and stability. Let us deploy technology where necessary. We cannot allow the crisis that began in year 2009 to persist any longer.
Nigeria safer. I want to assure Mr. President and all Nigerians today that we'll do our utmost best to ensure that we rid Nigeria of all forms of criminality and make Nigeria safer so that socio-economic endeavors can thrive. We pledge our loyalty to Mr. President, and we assure you that we'll continue to support the flourishing democracy and support all your government aspirations to make Nigeria better.
Behind
Tricolor Party is the number 3 now.
We feel highly fulfilled, grateful to God, and grateful to the Service Chief, Chief of Defense Staff, and the President for the opportunity to serve Nigeria Army in this capacity. So we urge our colleagues to remain in service, to remain loyal to the constitutional authority, dedicated, committed towards addressing the myriad of security challenges that confront the nation today. We believe they are working together, that the challenges are not insurmountable. And we pray God to guide and bless their effort towards realizing this core objective.
I am here to particularly congratulate the 8 retiring SAP officers for a meritorious service and to wish them the very best in the next phase of their life. Many of them have been our mentors, they have trained us, some of them were our mates. In all, we wish them a fantastic life in the other side. We, their colleagues, will continue to fly the flag in the military, in the army, and as they have advised us, we'll continue to remain loyal.
Federal Government of Nigeria budget implementation, key parameters for the 2026-2028 medium-term fiscal framework assumption, which include assumptions about oil price benchmark, and for the first time, a target oil production as well as benchmark oil production. The target oil production is a production figure of 2.06 million barrels per day, which the management of the oil industry is tasked to produce. However, so that we don't run into revenue problems, we use a benchmark oil production figure of 1.8 for the budget purposes. So those are important. This is an important new innovation to distinguish between the figure that is ambitious, guided by consultations with the industry and challenging the industry too, but for budget purposes using a lower figure. Even the oil benchmark of $64.85, which is being used this year, is lower than the average selling price of Nigeria's crude oil, because Nigeria is a premium Bonny Light among other premium blends producer. So our oil prices tend to be higher on average than the Brent prices, but for abundance of caution, we are using $64.85, as well as an exchange rate of 1,512 to the Naira for the year 2026.
Approval by the Federal Executive Council of $100 million African Development Bank loan under a program called the Youth Investment Fund. That investment fund program is to fund young people between the age of 18, or young entrepreneurs between the age of 18 and 35 in the small and medium scale micro enterprises across a range of funding. There is equity, there is debt, there is grants, there is support of various kinds.
The Nigerian Medical Association on Thursday, October 16, submitted its medical report on the health status of Biafran nation agitator Nnamdi Kanu to the Federal High Court in Abuja. When the case resumed, Justice James Omotosho confirmed receipt of the report, which was filed on October 13, 2025, and served on all parties. The prosecution, led by Adegboyega Awomolo, reminded the court that the report followed an earlier order from an independent assessment of Kanu's health condition. Defense counsel Kanu Agabi admitted the report and said it had been reviewed. Justice Omotosho, who read from the report's final paragraph, stated that Kanu's condition does not appear life-threatening and ruled that he was fit to stand trial. The judge fixed October 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, and 30, 2025 for the defendant to open and close his defense. He also granted a request by the defense to meet privately with Kanu on Wednesday, October 22, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. without interference from the DSS.
The court had ordered further that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be examined by the Nigerian Medical Association. That examination was never carried out, and the order was entered on 26 September and restated on 8 October. That part of the order was disobeyed. They never examined him. So the report is based on some informal meeting they held with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as far back as 18th September at the DSS headquarters in Abuja. They were invited to do that by the DSS. The court and the DSS are not the same. So what we have in court, or what we were served in court today, quite frankly, we cannot be sure where it emanated from. Did it emanate from assumption, or did it emanate from the examination carried out on 18 September before the court entered an order on 26?
Court to make a consequential order. Say, please, go and examine him and report back to me. They never examined Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, only for them to come up with this report. Nigerian Medical Council, they should be very careful, because this is a professional body and you are expected to act professionally. In your report, you are expected, I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm a practicing lawyer. You are expected to show that on this particular day, we obtained his specimen. We carried out this lab, and the lab showed this, and we are talking about somebody's life, for goodness sake. You cannot just enter into your office room and you open your system and start writing trash.
Kanu is being tried for terrorism over his secessionist activities, where he called for a sovereign Biafra carved out of Nigeria. He has been in custody of the State Security Service, SSS, in Abuja since June 2021.
We are here purposely to commiserate with the officers and men of the Nigerian Army, as well as with the community on what has happened last 2 days. And we thank God that the level of the casualties are lean. We lost about one person here and about 2 or 3 people in Dikwa local government area. So we are here to commiserate and then to build confidence on the people and to assure them that both the federal government and the state government are doing everything possible to avert future occurrence. But most importantly, the sad thing is that Mafa, within the last 8 years, has not fallen into the hands of Boko Haram. I'm very unfortunate that we have seen something yesterday. Dikwa too, it has taken a very long time that we couldn't witness such kind of things in Dikwa. But Dikwa is relatively safe. Mapa is even relatively safer compared to what we had before and when we rushed into this town. I urge the community to be vigilant and to give credible information to the Nigerian Armed Forces. And then I urge also our civilian JTF, hunters and vigilante, to be resilient enough and to complement the effort of the Nigerian Army. I don't want to comment say more because the brigade commander is doing very well. The CEO of this town, Mafa CEO, is also doing very well. And then these are winning team, and we don't want to discourage them. We are appealing for them to put heads together and to do more. I want to commend the intelligence division because we have credible information that these people will attack Mafa. We have credible information, duly circulated to all and sundry, that these boys are planning to attack Mafa. So I think we have to put heads together, both the federal government, the service chiefs. We have to put heads together and then examine the gaps with a view to addressing them. To my own observation, I felt there might be sabotage along the line.
Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke ordered a full investigation into the killing of some residents of Akinlalu community by operatives of the Amotekun Corps. The governor dispatched a top-level government delegation to the affected community to find out what transpired on the day of the incident. The incident, which occurred on Tuesday, September 30, 2025, sparked widespread outrage after Amotekun operatives allegedly invaded the town, shot several residents, and killed 3 people.
We are here to commiserate with the families and the town, with the king and everybody, youth of Akinlalu, and to beg them to allow peace to reign. It had happened. But we need peace in Akinlalu because Akinlalu is a town of peace. But this thing that is happening now, it's something that we can't control for now. We don't have power over it. I just want to beg and appeal to the youth to be patient and be calm.
The Deputy Speaker of the State House of Assembly, who led some top government officials to commiserate with the community, assured them that the government would ensure justice was done.
The whole incident that happened on Tuesday was a sudden incident, and we want justice for our people. We want all those Amotekun guys who came to kill people here, who came to shoot our youth, who came to shoot women and tag them hoodlums and bandits. We want them to be brought to book.
CBI News reports that Adeleke, on October 14, 2025, appointed a retired Assistant Inspector General of Police, Wale Abbas, to lead the investigation.
The Oyo State government, through the Ministry of Works and Transport, has initiated the digital registration of all commercial motorcycles and tricycles operators in the state. As part of this enforcement, all registered riders are required to wear their official jacket uniform issued by the ministry while operating across Oyo State. The uniform will serve as a visible identifier, promoting safety, security, and a professional image for the transport sector.
My advice to them is just to get registered, like I used to say. That it is better to get regulated than for the government to take another step. If some states actually have done this, I I believe the riders will want to say thank you to them. So we thank the West government for regulating the activities of riders in the state.
We stand at the threshold of a new chapter. The 2026 budget of economic expansion, totaling 891 billion, 985 million, 74,480 naira 79 kobo, builds on the foundation of stability to drive productivity and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this is another milestone budget. We are hedging closer to the ideal of 60-40 ratio between capital and recurrent expenditure.
Continue to work collaboratively with the executive and other arms of government to implement policies and programs that uplift our people and transform our state. While thanking my esteemed colleagues for their unwavering commitments to legislative excellence and public service, we want to assure that this honorable House will give the budget the legislative attention it deserves.
It's true, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar used to be the tenant of this building, right? He used to be the tenant of this building, which he used for his presidential campaign. But his tenancy has lapsed. Now the African Democratic Congress is the tenant of this building. Do I need to repeat that? So this building at no time did it belong to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He leased it for the purpose of his campaign, and that lease has ceased, and now the tenancy is occupied by the African Democratic Congress. This is not an indication of anything, because you are insinuating that probably this is the direction the party is going. This has nothing to do with it. Atiku has nothing to do with our movement here. This is solely an ADC decision. And that's why you see potential presidential candidates, other potential presidential candidates are also here today for the unveiling.
Nigeria's Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, said the ruling All Progressive Congress was on track to capture 30 states. The minister made the declaration at the 2025 quarterly strategy meeting of the Progressive Governors Forum of Commissioners of Information held in Maiduguri. He attributed the defections to what he called the growing confidence in President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which, according to him, promoted inclusive governance, stabilized the economy, and attracted foreign investment.
The representatives of federal agencies and development institutions, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector, I extend a call to action. Let us deepen our collaboration. The success of our long-term plans hinges on alignment of our programs, predictability, funding, steadfast technical support, and a shared unyielding commitment to ensuring that no community is left behind.
The minister dismissed claims of a so-called Christian genocide in Nigeria. He described them as disinformation aimed at damaging the nation's image and unity.
Borno State's commitment to the progressive agenda is evident in its innovative government models, people-oriented policies, and investment in key sectors of our economy. I am proud to report that despite the challenges posed by over a decade of insurgency and the recent flood disaster of 2024, Borno State is resilient and making progress.
Governor Peter Mba of Enugu and his counterpart in Bayelsa State, Doye Ejiri, have defected to the APC. The move increased states under the control of the ruling party ahead of the 2027 general elections.
Been a new leadership in PDP.
That's true.
And I'm here as an acting national chairman of our great party, PDP. And by the grace of God, under my leadership, I'll do everything possible to make sure that we bring each and everyone together to have a one umbrella, as we all know. Because PDP is beyond one individual.
Congratulate our new acting national chairman of our great party, Abdulrahman Mohammed. It is a collective decision of the NWC after our emergency meeting, coming out from the judgment of the Federal High Court, that there's a need for us to have a new change, because over the years, we've been the national chairman, former national chairman, having been suspended, we need to, that could not be any vacuum. So we have to put the North Central, the national vice chairman, North Central, which ordinarily they're supposed to have this position, to mount the leadership as acting chairman of this party, and to give us a new direction. Every member of NWC is going to work with him. I can assure you that. I personally, as National Secretary, will give him every support as the head of the secretariat.
We came to have an interface with the Commissioner of Police of the FCT regarding the meeting we've planned we are going to have tomorrow. We are going to have the inaugural National Working Committee meeting of our party, the People's Democratic Party. At this meeting, we have invited all our stakeholders and founding fathers. We've invited all our governors and members of the National Assembly. We've invited members of the Board of Trustees, our state chairman, and other critical stakeholders. And so, as law-abiding people, we've come here to tell the police that we are having our meeting tomorrow, and this will be the inaugural meeting since we left Ibadan after our election at our National Elective Convention. Now, we have seen flying in the social media a purported notice of BOT and NEC meeting given by people who, for all intent and purposes, are no longer members of this party as I'm talking to you today. Next to God in management of political party is the National Convention. The decision taken in a national convention overrides every other decision that has been taken by any organ of a party. Our national convention had taken a decision to expel these elements from the party, and so they are no longer members of our party. And so we have reported the moves they are making to the police, because we don't want any situation where there will be breach of peace. As leaders, more than any other person, we want peace to be sustained. This democracy that our leaders, our forefathers, had sacrificed their lives to bring about to this level, we shall be ready to also give our own life to sustain this democracy.
Please now, watch this thing.
critical stakeholders meeting where a lot of elaborate decisions were taken. And I want to tell you here that we are going to Ibadan to go for our convention. And the convention is sacrosanct. Thank you.
The National Council of State on Thursday, October 9, 2025, approved the appointment of Aminu Yusuf as the chairman of the National Population Commission, NPC. The council also approved 1% deductions from the Federation account for the Police Trust Fund and clemency for 175 prisoners under the prerogative of mercy. The presidential prerogative of mercy, enshrined in Section 175 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, empowers the president to grant pardons, reprieves, or commute sentences. The endorsement by the Council of State, which included former heads of state, state governors, and other statutory members, paved the way for the formal release or resentencing of the affected inmates. The council meeting also took key decisions on national appointments. This included the approval of Professor Joash Amopito, a senior advocate of Nigeria, as the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and Aminu Yusuf as the chairman of the National Population Commission, NPC, after recommendations by President Tinubu. Out of the 175 beneficiaries, 82 inmates were granted presidential pardon, 65 had their sentences reduced, while 7 death sentences were commuted to life imprisonment. The approvals were given by the National Council of State and the Police Council meeting held at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Governors Hope Uzodinma and Obasani gave more details of decisions reached by the council meeting when they spoke to State House journalists.
Today recommended to Council of State Professor Joash O. Amopitan. Joash is a professor of law. As a matter of fact, also a professor of evidence. He's a highly respected scholar with impeccable credentials. And on the presentation of his name, Council unanimously approved and consented to the recommendation for his appointment. Speaker after speaker spoke glowingly of this professor as a very serious-minded scholar, a man of high integrity, and a tested and trusted hand who has never participated in any partisan politics. So the appointment was confirmed by National Council of State.
Appointment of the chairman of National Population Commission. The person appointed based on the recommendation by Mr. President, who chaired the Council of State, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And at the meeting, just like the governor of Imo said, I've just said, and chairman progressive governors, in attendance were former presidents and head of states, President Ibrahim Babangida and President Abdulsalam Abubakar, as well as other members of the council, including governors. The chairman of National Population Commission that was appointed based on the approval of the Council of States unanimously is Dr. Aminu Yusuf from Niger State, as well as the Federal Commissioner representing Yobe State, in person of Alhaji Tonga Betara Bularafa, who is also appointed today and unanimously approved by the Council of State.
The National Council of State, attended by former President Ibrahim Babangida and Abdulsalam Abubakar virtually, as well as governors, approved the national honors conferred on about 800 persons by President Bola Tinubu.
175 Of the total, email recommended for presidential clemency were about 82. Those recommended for reduced sentence for their terms of imprisonment are 65. And those recommended for reduced sentences from death to life imprisonment are about 7 in number. So the total number is 175, unanimously approved by the Council of State as recommended by Mr. President and presented to the Council by Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation.
CBI News reports that the Minister of Police Affairs, Ibrahim Gaidam, explained that the Police Trust Fund, created in 2019 with a renewable lifespan of 6 years, was designed to provide dedicated financial resources for training, retraining, logistics, equipment, infrastructure, and modernization of the Nigeria Police Force.
He has attended several courses, and on the job, he has been DPO Gombe Division in Bauchi State Police Command.
Recent months have witnessed attempts by certain mischief makers to cast shadows on the credibility of our promotion process, particularly the accelerated promotion exercise conducted a few months ago. But truth stands taller than rumors. The Nigerian Police Force has nothing to hide and nothing to defend. Every promotion exercise conducted under this administration, including the accelerated promotion exercise, has followed due process, transparent, merit-based, and in strict conformity with established standards. There is no promotion scandal in the Nigerian Police Force. What we have is a system that rewards diligence, professionalism, and proven capacity. We will not be swayed by those who trade in falsehood or seek to undermine the integrity of our institution. Our commitment to fairness and merit remains unwavering. Promotions in the Nigerian Police Force today are guided solely by competence, performance, and discipline. There is no place for favoritism, nepotism, or tribal sentiment. This remains the cornerstone of our career management philosophy, for it motivates excellence, strengthens morale, and renews public trust in the force we proudly serve. As senior officers, you must uphold the highest ethical standards and redefine policing for our time. The landscape of crime is evolving, driven by technology, complexity, and global trends. The Nigerian people expect a force that is smarter, more responsive, and deeply connected to the communities. I therefore charge you to fully embrace the philosophy of community policing, the practice of intelligence-led policing, as you take on your new commands and your new duty posts. Harness technology, empower your personnel, and drive innovations that keep our operations one step ahead criminal enterprise. Let your commands become models of discipline, collaboration, and public trust.
The IGP made a statement that the promotion is a reward for services past, but also an investment for the future of the police. And I think that should be a buzzword for all those who have been promoted, to recognize that more is still asked of them. The Nigerian police must continue to improve, must continue to excel, to catch up with those international organizations around the world, so that our police can be ranked as one of the leading police forces in the world.
Let me also say that on behalf of the many distinguished guests, relations, and family members of the police officers, senior police officers, and all officers indeed that are to be decorated with their new ranks today, thank you and indeed the Police Service Commission for this honor to our relations. For us in the Northeast in particular, where DIG Kwara comes from. I want to thank you most sincerely on behalf of all of us. We have our senator seated here and the representative of His Excellency the Governor. Let me, on behalf of all of us, and indeed all guests, thank the IGP and the Nigeria Police Service Commission for doing our own this honor. On behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you.
The National Assembly reaffirmed its commitment to overhaul Nigeria's electoral laws for the 2027 general elections. The Assembly said the move is to enhance democracy, transparency, and public confidence in the electoral process. These assurances was made at a public hearing by the Joint Committee on Electoral Matters of both the Senate and House of Representatives, held on Monday, October 13, at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja. Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who was represented by the Senate Chief Whip, Tahir Monguno, stated that each generation must renew democratic principles to reflect the people's aspirations. He describes electoral reform as the lifeblood of democracy. Akpabio reveals that the legitimacy of leadership depends on the credibility of the electoral process.
Every generation of Nigerians must in its turn polish the mirror of democracy so that it reflects the truth of its age and the hope of its people. Laws like nations must adopt or they decay. The Electoral Act of 2022 served a noble purpose, but experience has taught us that perfection is a pursuit, not a possession. The law we make today must correct the weakness of yesterday and prepare the ground for the victories of tomorrow. Electoral reform is not just a technical exercise. It is the lifeblood of democracy. It ensures that leadership is born of legitimacy and that power flows from the people, not from privilege. A nation's greatness is not measured by the noise of its elections, but by the credibility of their outcome. When citizens believe that their votes count, they invest faith in the Republic. When they doubt it, the soul of democracy begins to fade. Our duty as legislators is therefore to build a system where every Nigerian, from Sokoto to Calabar, from Yenagoa to Kano, and from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt. They didn't write Maiduguri here, but I decided to mention Maiduguri. From Maiduguri to Port Harcourt. Knows that his or her vote is sacred and the process is shielded from manipulation.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, represented by House Majority Leader Julius Ihombere, said the process will culminate in the repeal of the Electoral Act 2022 and a new and improved legal framework for the 2027 elections.
This effort will eventually culminate in the repeal of the Electoral Act of 2022 and the enactment of a new Electoral Act, which we hope to see signed into law well ahead of the 2027 general elections to enable the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to be properly guided and adequately prepared. The Electoral Act Amendment Bill seeks not only to strengthen measures against electoral fraud, improve access for persons with disabilities, and establish clearer timelines for resolving disputes, but also to reduce the ambiguities that trailed previous elections. Our goal is to make elections less contentious, lower their cost through single-day voting, and make the process of party primaries more democratic and inclusive.
Joint Committee Chairman Senator Simon Lalong and Honorable Adebayo Balogun highlighted the need for laws to evolve with Nigeria's current realities.
Elections are the lifeblood of democracy, and the legal framework that governs them must be robust, responsive, and reflective of the realities of our time. This public hearing is a clear demonstration of the leadership of the National Assembly as well as the Joint Committee to open governance and citizen participation. It is our firm belief that laws that affect the generality of the people must benefit from the input, their experience, and their aspirations. It is in that spirit that we invited stakeholders from across the spectrum, political parties, civil societies, electoral experts, security agencies, and media experts, academia, and ordinary citizens to contribute meaningfully to this reform of our electoral legal framework.
I might not be able to elaborate on all the areas that we considered for amendments, but I will mention a few which are of interest to the public, such as the early voting, which means that people on essential duties will be able to have a week or two opportunity to vote earlier than the others. Non-compulsory use of PVC has been agitated by the populists. Timeline for elections and election tribunals, which is proposed to be moved from the Constitution to the Electoral Act, although this will still require some constitutional amendments. Voting by inmates, which already had a judgment compelling the INEC to ensure that inmates are also given their constitutional rights. Replacement of members of legislative houses without by-election, which was also a proposal from INEC trying to look at way of costing costs. Transmission of results, political parties and internal democracy, amongst many others. A document highlighting these proposals will be circulated in the hall to all relevant.
The lawmakers emphasized that the electoral reform is a key pillar of the 10th National Assembly's agenda. They stated that credible elections are essential for national stability and democratic growth.
Power. Engineer Ramal's confirmation has been stalled, reportedly due to the actions of the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and his deputy Barrow Jibrin. It is deeply troubling that, according to credible accounts, this delay is not because Engineer Ramal does not merit the job, or is it in the national interest, but rather it is rooted in Barrow's political ambitions and machinations and personal selfish interests.
They organized the press conference solely to tarnish the hard-earned reputation of the Deputy President of the Senate and portray him in bad light in the face of the good people of Kano, who are solidly behind my principle. It is, therefore, mischievous and laughable for anyone to suggest that Senator Barrow is scheming to subvert the confirmation. This confirmation process route has not been completed yet. The screening has been carried out by the Senate Committee on Power under the chairmanship of Senator Eyinaya Hakot Abaribe. The report is expected to be presented to the Senate floor soon.
This is our newest command and is a very critical and strategic command that I feel should be up and running by now. Though it's young, but it's very critical to our operations. So that's why I chose to come here first. But I believe whatever we're doing is supposed to be a whole of society approach. As you can see, I have my other colleagues from other services and security agencies. As you are aware, I think our production has increased, so we want to take that higher, the number of barrels that have been produced to a higher number. And I think with the use of this technology, we can achieve that.
Now the Nigerian Navy is consolidating her hold on the territory of Benue, because we need to give the armed forces and the paramilitary the needed encouragement and support so that they can tackle the issue of insecurity, not only in Benue but across the country.
All 16 members, including the Speaker, have so decided to leave the People's Democratic Party for the All Progressive Congress. And I'm happy to be a member of the APC so that we can join forces with Mr. President. Mr. President is doing so much for this country.
On the Governor of Rivers State, Sasinala Efobara, to submit a list of commissioner nominees for screening and confirmation as members of the Rivers State Executive Council. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, up until now, the Governor has not heeded to this clarion call by this House. Hence, as of today, the Governor is running the state with 8 commissioners out of 25.
And this to say, Mr. Speaker, the legislature is an independent arm of government empowered by the Constitution to regulate itself. And so, when we decide to sit, it should be a product of our own decision. Mr. Speaker, the mover of this motion reminded us that we had earlier moved the motion to adopt these chambers as a place to conduct legislative business due to the unfortunate and illegal demolition of the Rivers State complex situated at North Road.
I will discharge my duties. I will discharge my duties. To the best of my ability. To the best of my ability. Faithfully. And in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The Rivers State House of Assembly ordered large-scale clearing of canals and drains across Port Harcourt and neighboring areas following a flash flood that claimed 2 teenage brothers in the Iligbolo community. During plenary, lawmakers blamed the years of neglected drainage maintenance for the tragedy and backed the motion for urgent cleanup.
Mr. Speaker, you are aware that lack of frequent and proper desiccating of our canals and drain also cause issues of flash flooding in Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, I also confirm that recently 2 people lost their lives as a result of the increased flash flood in Port Harcourt. And if immediate actions are not carried or taken, more people will die as a result of flash flood.
This is not just a motion, it's a call to action. You will notice that for some years, our canals and drainages have not been desilted. I know that some time ago, the responsibility to desil our drainages is to domicile with RIWAMA, the Rivers State Management Agency. At some point, I don't know if that has changed, but I've noticed that our drainages for a long time have not been desilted, except the one that citizens take on themselves to do.
Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martin Amewule, expressed a deep sorrow over the losses and directed the Ministries of Environment and Urban Planning to begin immediate clearing of waterways.
The time for
Now, the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Urban and Development, these two ministries can work together so that you can understand what the master plan of this Port Harcourt or other cities within our states is. What is the plan of the Rivers State government? What is it that the Rivers State government is currently doing, or what does it plan to do? We cannot watch, fold our arms, and see Rivers people dying, or our environment being taken over by any type of smoke or whatever.
In another development, the House commended President Bola Tinubu for granting a presidential pardon to late environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 other Ogoni leaders. The motion, moved by Deputy Speaker Right Honourable Dumle Maul of Gokana constituency, drew support from members across party lines who hailed the decision as a vital step towards reconciliation and healing.
Mr. Speaker, it is also confirmed that the President went further to grant the entire Ogoni 9 and Ogoni 13 this said posthumous award, which has ultimately brought true peace, reconciliation, and restoration to the Ogoni.
Development cannot take place where there's no peace. So, in as much as the companies, the IOCs, the OICs are interested in going back there to do their oil exploration, they need to work in a serene environment, in a peaceful environment. Fine. The presidential pardon and the posthumous award to these people might not break some families, might still be agreeing. Then what can we say? We always want peace. So everybody should emulate and make sure that this motion sees the light.
We know that he's a grassroots man, and like as he has tried to start healing the wound of the Ogoni people, I know that he will let the wound be healed completely for the Ogoni people to be, in the full way that they are supposed to be, even if the people that we lost are not there again. But he has started doing something that will make us to laugh, make us to forget what we have gone through, and we can see, we can hear. Even the blind man can see what Mr. President is doing to the Ogoni people.
CBN News recalls that the 9 Ogoni activists were executed in 1995 under the regime of General Sani Abacha after a controversial military trial. A massive fire has gutted sections of the Rivers State Secretariat complex in Port Harcourt, leaving extensive damage in its wake. The blaze, which started shortly after 5 p.m., sent thick plumes of smoke into the sky as it swept through parts of the complex. Eyewitnesses described chaotic scenes as workers scrambled for safety before emergency responders arrived.
If you ask me, I can't really say what office is here, but I know that it has to do with pensions, because I know that some permanent secretaries, retired permanent secretaries, they come here for 1 or 2 meetings.
It started like a child's play, and by the time we knew it, it's escalating. Young men from the security posts and people who live around here tried their best while we were waiting for the fire service to come in.
I was not here when the fire started. I was in my office. Then they were shouting, fire, 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 fire. So we had to come down, run, and see.
CBN News reports that the Nigerian Civil Service Union has launched an investigation to determine the cause of the inferno.
It is quite tragic. And thank God, with the quick response of the fire service, we believe that the fire will be put under control. But for us, I think the government is going to investigate this, because this is not an ordinary, we don't take it to be ordinary, because we don't experience this type of incident before in this secretariat. So this one, we are going to encourage the government. Let us get to the root of the fire.
Despite the scale of destruction, officials say there is a reason to be thankful. The head of the Rivers State Civil Service, Dr. Inyenge Brown, confirms that no lives were lost, crediting the swift response of the State Fire Service for preventing a more devastating outcome. Dr. Brown revealed that preliminary investigations suggest an electrical fault may have triggered the fire. She urged civil servants to remain cautious and ensure all electrical appliances are turned off at the close of work each day.
For nearly a month now, we have observed from the ground bubbling. We don't know exactly what it is because we have not ascertained it. It is bubbling all around. And we are fishermen. This is where we fish, we pick our primacles and all that. This hasn't happened before, not to our knowledge. But at the moment, we as residents of the community, we are afraid because we have not seen this before. And you can perceive the gas. It's very dangerous.
For a JIV assessment on the 26th, and certain things were observed and recommendations were made. The first thing the NOSRA, the staff that came in recommended was that first there is need for excavation to ascertain the real cause, the root cause, to find out the root cause of what is actually happening here. Two, that there should be an air quality test, a soil test, and water test to know what is also happening. They also emphasized and insisted that this area be cordoned off because it is gas, it is flammable. The flow stations behind you is one of the oldest flow stations in Nigeria after Oloibiri since 1958. So we are contributing to the development of this country economically.
Now what are you expecting in return?
We expect the government to swing into actions, every government agencies to swing into actions to ascertain what is actually to save our lives. Because it's an emergency situation, we want them to come in to ensure that the people of Mile Kingdom are safe.
From what we can see, our water is already polluted, the soil is polluted, the air is polluted. I am really worried. Look at this side of this you see the children, the pupils are already in schools are in session, and they're already at risk of this whole thing. This raises environmental health hazard. So it is not something, it's an emergency that requires active response. We have stayed long waiting on the government, and it is not something that we should close our eyes. Our children are at risk, pregnant women are at risk, elderly people are at risk. There are people who have respiratory health problems. So if we begin to mention the impact this is going to cause, is massive. And we cannot wait until it gets to that point where the problem will be too complex for us to solve.
The environment is not safe for us to learn because only the smell too, we cannot withstand it. So we need the immediate effect, how we can vacate these premises. For now that we are conducting our exam, we cannot just end the exam, but we need to finish it. And we also need to vacate this environment to conclude our exam.
It's really likelihood of respiratory tract infections that will affect a lot of our citizens. And then also there are teratogenic effects. Teratogenic effect means agents of birth defect because of the presence of gas in the air and then also in the water. It is very possible, you can also see it visually with your eyes, that the groundwater is really, really polluted now. And you know that the aquifer level is very, very low. Unlike some areas in the upland, and the aquifer is really, really down. But here in Mile, you don't even dig up to some 3-4 meters and then you get water. So our water source is really polluted and the people stand a health hazard risk.
We really want a situation where old pipes should be taken out of the land so that if at all cleanup is taking place, we can be sure that there will be no repollution. Because we do not want to believe that repollution is all about what they call it. Let the old pipes be taken out so that we can be sure that oil spill will not be a recurrent event in Bodo, thereby causing untold hardship to farmers and fisher folks. That's precisely why we are here.
Our objectives for the next few days are clear: to meticulously document the patterns of violations and systemic failures involving both states and corporate actors. Third, to strengthen collaboration between civil society, the legal community, and public institutions. Fourth, to generate evidence-based findings and recommendations for redress. And finally, to amplify public awareness and mobilize the national discourse on human rights protection and state accountability.
What social justice is doing today in society has gone a long way to make us have peace in most of our communities. I have seen that most of them have good cases, but the way they go about it is another thing. And I bet you, from what I've gathered today, if they heed to the advice, if they take to the hint that has been given to them, I bet you they can attain justice.
Canals like these are a very important channel to bridge the gap, the wide gulf between justice and those who need justice. Because there's a gross inadequacy of the infrastructure and facilities and processes for justice. So tribunals like this, especially in a society like Nigeria that has a huge informal sector, are important for enabling ordinary people in communities to get a sense of justice, to get some hope.
The Minister of the the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory.
Our dear members of the State House of Assembly, to say thank you for what you've done for us, for what you've been doing for people of Rivers State. I did not write any letter. I think I just mentioned to leader when I went to his chieftaincy coronation. And there I got intelligence of the preparation. And that's why I don't normally tell people when I'm coming to visit. I know they will go and buy big drinks. If I knew, I would have told them last night, and I'll be here this morning. But again, it shows the kind of characters they are. It shows the kind of people they are. Now, Mr. Speaker, and distinguished members of the House, having told you thank you, it's very important to brief you, because you have been with us all this while. We've all struggled together. And I plead with you, let us work together. Let us work together to achieve the same result. It's not about the party. Let me challenge anybody in this country today, even those assembly members who have APC stock. You are the first who came out to say you support Mr. President. And most people misconstrued it that you have decamped. People went to court, challenged you that your seat is over. But the God you serve said, no, your seat is not over. You are the first in this country that came out to say, will support Mr. President. On your mandate will stand.
We came for consultation with the president and we have finished. So we have to go back to our meeting and then continue tomorrow. By tomorrow we will get the outcome. If I'm insisting or I'm not insisting, I will communicate to you. It's not an organization that one person rules. Let's go back. Now you have a meeting of Labour and the Governors Forum. We'll go back to the drawing board and digest all that Mr. President said to us and move forward from there.
Consultation is going on. We are dialoguing. Like he said, at the end of the day, you know what you are supposed to know and what you want to know. We are here to serve the country. Both the Labour, the government, and the governed. We are all working service to the nation.
Citizens who are also members of NLC wanted to see Mr. President, and they've seen Mr. President. And of course, you know, they are happy they've seen Mr. President and they've had firsthand that at least the president has driven the economy out of the woods. So it's a very good news.
The Rivers State government has suspended its mandatory monthly sanitation exercise. Chairman of the Rivers State Waste Management Agency, Dr. Samuel Nwanosike, disclosed this to newsmen on Friday. The suspension follows widespread public outcry over the policy. Speaking at the Government House in Port Harcourt, Nwanosike said the decision was a direct order from Governor Siminalayi Fubara. According to him, the state government is scrapping the compulsory cleanup in favor of what it calls a more sustainable approach. He added that the government will also take steps to tackle challenges such as the blockage of drains.
We have been properly assured of all the support we need to be able to make sure Rivers State is clean and to carry on with our day-to-day activity and to see that the people of Rivers State live in good health. Subsequently, we also want to seize the opportunity to inform the people of Rivers State that the originally proposed environmental sanitation exercise that was supposed to hold on the 4th of October is hereby put off until further notice. This is to allow us build more capacity in tackling the issue of refuse management in the state. The governor wants a different approach and to put a human face to make sure the people see through waste management and to give them the best of it.
Nwanosike further noted that the governor has pledged full logistical support to the agency, including the provision of new dump sites to enhance daily operations. With the monthly exercise now suspended, the managing director of RIWAMA, Dr. Ibimila Wokoma, issued a clear message to the public.
He is a proponent of good health and sustainable environment. So he has assured us that the dump sites will be adequately maintained and then bigger and better dump sites also provided. We also want to use this opportunity to advise Rivers people that the fact that the environmental sanitation exercise following the advice of His Excellency has been put off for the 4th of October, pending when better arrangements have been made, does not mean that we should go and sleep. Sanitation is everyday exercise. So we urge each and every one that while we are not observing the exercise, you can still observe it in your homes. We advise you to still make sure that your refuse are properly bagged, and then also avoid doing the things that we said you shouldn't do. Dumping of waste on the median and on the drainages are still prohibited, whether we are observing the sanitation or not.
It is the governor's wish that our people live in health. He is also aware about the little challenges as it concerns blockage of the drain, which are activities caused by our people who use their refuse to block our drain. His Excellency has also given directives on actions to take, and days after now, Rivers people will enjoy the dividends of democracy in the actions of making sure our refuse are properly managed, provision of new dump sites, properly managed dump site, landfill engineered dump sites, and giving us all the infrastructures we need to make sure that we are able to achieve the needed results. His Excellency has also assured us that he will build the capacity that is required by both the board and management, provide an enabling environment for us to work and to see that we give the best in this action plan that he has laid out for us.
CBI News reports that the Rivers State government has promised to introduce a new, more sustainable model while urging residents to play their part in keeping the state clean.
SB 912 first reading taken.
The Nigerian Senate on Wednesday, October 15, 2025, took an important step to improve care for sickle cell disorder nationwide. This was as a bill to establish sickle cell disorder research and therapy centers across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones and the Federal Capital Territory successfully scaled its second reading in the Senate. The bill, titled A Bill for an Act to Establish Sickle Cell Disorder Research and Therapy Centers to Expand Access to Specialized Sickle Cell Disorder Care, Improve Data Collection and Research, Support Education and Assistance for Patients, Families, Providers and Communities Affected by Sickle Cell Disorder, and for Related Matters 2025 was sponsored by Senator Sunday Katung. Senator Katung said the bill was to expand access to specialized care, improved data collection, and enhance education and support for patients and families affected by sickle cell disorder.
Objectives of the bill. The objectives of the bill are to, 1, provide a legal and institutional framework for the establishment of 6 sickle cell disorder and therapy centers with 1 in each geopolitical zones in Nigeria, and to provide for the due management and administration of the sickle cell centers. 2, provide facilities for diagnosis, curative, rehabilitative services for sickle cell disorder, as also improve access to specialized sickle cell disorder care.
Chief Whip of the Senate, Thaya Mongono, called on relevant agencies to sensitize the public on genotype compatibility before marriage to prevent transmission of the disorder.
One of the causes of the sickle cell disease is mismatch of the blood group between the two parents. So once there is sensitization, and then this test is being done, where the blood did not correspond, then I think the marriage should be aborted instead of bringing untold hardship to the parents.
Other senators described the bill as long overdue and critical. They highlighted the genetic nature of the disease and the urgent need for public awareness about its causes.
And I don't think we have paid attention to this enough. So this bill is completely timely. It will have come before now, but no time is late for us to have centers where we can provide therapy for sickle cell patients.
Chief, with that, let's do the prevention, even along with the cure, because most people don't even know the genotype. Even here, when you do sample, people don't even know their genotype. You see AS marrying SS. It's risky. Or SS and SS. It's risky. So prevention is far, far better than cure. It's always better than, you can even be an SS and marry AA. They will tell you, but most people don't even have the enlightenment and the education to even know whom to marry.
Here is that rather than establishing them as isolated centers, they should be made appendages to the university teaching hospitals in these 6 geopolitical zones. This is mainly to strengthen and broaden and also deepen the research and the therapies. Considering
most children die in their early stages, sometimes 14, 10 years. But the important thing here is that we need to combine palliative measures with educational enlightenment of parents. Before marriages, couples should be encouraged to go and get their genotype tested and established.
Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barrell put the bill to a voice vote, and it was passed for second reading.
I commend Senator Marshall for bringing forward this bill. It's something that will try to find succor for those who are suffering for this unfortunate ailment, which they inherited from their parents. And as the bill moves further, we should try to encompass the idea of prevention, so that we will not have more of those who will be suffering from this disease in the future. And we should find every way possible to get succor for those who are having this ailment.
The development marked a significant legislative effort which addressed sickle cell disorder through specialized centers strategically located across the country.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
So we're doing this through establishment of aquaponic farms in the communities, and also banditry of mini ranches in the communities, because we believe that the climate change is affecting communities and the issues of banditry as well. Not all of them have access to their farmlands. So how can they make use of the small lands available in their communities that are secured to also practice agriculture and also pastoral activities?
If well directed, this program will go a long way in helping the people of Batagara local government to reduce unemployment. Because most of our people are farmers. But to introduce them to new methods of farming is necessary, because the amount of land now to cultivate is too small.
The reality of the situation is that we have reached the level that due to some challenges we have in the state, we have to reach out for peace building and also training people on climate smart practices, especially climate smart agriculture.
Rescue workers rushed to help stranded residents in flood-hit Hatiai as heavy rains continued to batter southern Thailand. At least 33 people were killed and over 13,000 displaced. An estimated 2.1 million persons affected across 9 provinces. Residents waded through high waters while clinging to their belongings. Rescue workers evacuated locals using boats. The Thai government declared an emergency in Songkhla province due to severe flooding, which raised the flood situation to level 4. Officials said the Thai Supreme Commander led nationwide rescue effort. Agencies prioritized evacuations, medical support, and the distribution of essential supplies. According to media reports, the 3-day accumulated rainfall from November 19 to 21, 2025, which reached 630 millimeters, about 24 inches, surpassed the historic 2010 Hatiai floods, which recorded 428 millimeters over the same time period. The Thai government deployed the army for relief operations across the 10 rain-hit provinces. The army said it used 15-seat rubber boats, FTS trucks, and an Extreme V multi-purpose belt vehicle capable of moving efficiently through flood waters during operations.
our colleagues to join us. As a public-private initiative, which will require that the concession agency will give a concession, there's no indication as to the transparency. There's no indication as to what happened to the earlier permits given by the police. And assuming it is, according to the police, for security reasons that they are doing this, what happened to the validity of the earlier permits granted by the police? Why do you have to renew it? And we believe that the police is setting up members of the police and empowering policemen on the streets and on the roads to extort money from civilians and harass them. And we also believe that the purported notice of resumption is a calculated attempt by the police to make life very difficult for people this festive period. By claiming that the resumption will be by 2nd January 2026, the police is simply saying, rush to get the so-called permit. So Nigerians who are already growing under harsh economic conditions, who are trying to feed their family, and those who are trying to find ways to travel to their villages and other places for the festive season, would have to accommodate the extortionate rate for obtaining this. And those who have tried to say that even the official fee is not enough. You have to also pay third parties to be able to get this. And our question is, if it is a crime-fighting measure by the police or policy by the police, and not a money revenue-making one as we contend it is, and as it is indeed, why can't this data be obtained at the point of renewal of your vehicle particulars, which involves the police, the customs, the state security service, and the licensing authority? Why is the IG so interested in compelling members of the public to pay money into a private account? And there's a lot of opacity. How did they arrive at the amount being paid? How is this money being spent and shared? If it is for public purposes, why is it not being paid into federal government account through a TSA account? And we should not tolerate such a thing. And the police should allow people to enjoy their season and if anything about tinted approval. And if it is indeed to secure the lives of the people, there must be more creative ways of protecting the people and ensuring the security of the people without imposing further financial hardship on the people. And also doing it at a time that members of the public who may need to travel, who may need to put their vehicles on the road, will be harassed, extorted money, have their movement impeded, and oftentimes maybe impounded by overzealous policemen on the road, who may not distinguish even between the so-called takeoff time of January 2nd. It's a time to say no. And we're also calling on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to call the Inspector General of Police to order. We've also, as at this moment, delivered a letter to the Office of the Attorney General, asking the Attorney General to also write to the police to cease and desist from this unlawful activity.
President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday, October 14, forwarded the name of Professor George Omukpito to the Senate for approval as the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Tinubu's correspondence was read at plenary by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. The letter said Omukpito's name was forwarded to the Senate in line with Section 154, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The Senate, which received the letter, referred the nomination to the Committee of the Whole to screen and approve the appointment of Professor Omukpito as the INEC chairman.
For confirmation of appointment of the chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In accordance with the provisions of section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, I am pleased to present for confirmation by the Senate the appointment of Professor Joash Amupitan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, as Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Attached Shewi is his curriculum vitae, while hoping that the Senate will consider and confirm the appointment of the nominee in his usual expeditious manner, please accept, distinguished Senate President, the assurances of my highest consideration. This is referred to the Committee of the Whole for consideration as soon as practicable.
President Tinubu, in another request through a different letter, sought the confirmation of the Senate for the appointments of Mrs. Ayo Omidiran as the new executive chairman of the Federal Character Commission (FCC) and 28 others as federal commissioners, one of whom is Dr. Ibrahim Abdullahi from Kwara State.
President of the Senate, distinguished SP, confirmation of appointment of chairman and commissioners of the Federal Character Commission. In accordance with the provisions of Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, I am pleased to present for confirmation by the Senate the underlisted 39 names of nominees, as one as a chairman and others as commissioners of Federal Character Commission, FCC, as follows. Honorable Mrs. Ayo Uruyat Omidiran from Osun State as chairman. Honorable Obinna Oriaku, Abia State, as commissioner. Mrs. Bema Madai Adamawa as commissioner. Mrs. Eunice Thomas Akwa Ibom State as commissioner. Honorable Noli Nkechi Gloria, PhD, Anambra State, as commissioner. Peter Eze of Enugu State as commissioner.
In another development, Senator Smaila Dahoga Kaila joined the All Progressive Congress (APC) from the People's Democratic Party (PDP). President of the Senate, Akpabio, who announced the move on the Senate floor, said Kaila's decision followed thorough consultations with political allies and constituents in Bauchi North Central. Akpabio said that Senator Kaila cited internal crisis and loss of strategic direction within the party as key factors which limited his ability to serve effectively under the party's platform.
The welfare of my people, I have found it necessary to realign my political engagements with a more progressive platform that embodies good governance, unity, progress, growth, and discipline in the governance of our country. Consequently, I have chosen to join the All Progressives Congress, APC, and to lend my full commitment to the implementation of the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR. I hold in high regards the bold and transformative reforms initiated by the President, aimed at restoring economic stability, strengthening governance, and repositioning our nation for sustainable growth. These efforts to reflect the decisive leadership of our country, and that's what Nigeria needs. I'm confident that these reform efforts align with my legislative ideals and my enduring conviction to contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's development and democratic advancement. This is signed by Dr. Smaila Dahoga Kaila, MBBS.
CBI News report, the Senate's party composition now stands at 73 members for the APC, 27 for the People's Democratic Party, and 4 for the Labour Party. The All Progressive Grand Alliance holds 2 seats, while the Social Democratic Party and the New Nigeria People's Party each have 1 senator.
It is my singular honor to officially launch this e-tricycle for the use of staff and students of Bayero University, Kano. It is a historic occasion that reflects our collective commitment to innovation, sustainability, and the practical application of education for national development. This program stands as a clear demonstration that education is not confined to the four walls of the classroom. Rather, it is a dynamic instrument for solving real societal challenges, driving economic growth, and promoting environmental sustainability. The deployment of electric tricycle marks a significant stride towards integrating clean energy solutions, technical innovation, and skill development within our educational and national development program.
We are optimistic that these 20 electric tricycles will go a long way in enhancing intra-campus transportation in Bayero University, Kano. I want to therefore use the opportunity to most sincerely express our heartfelt and profound appreciation to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for always considering Bayero University first in all areas of intervention.
The news of a United States military counter-terrorism strike in northwestern Nigeria has sent ripples of anxiety and debate through the streets of Jos, a city in Nigeria's north-central region. CBI News spoke to residents across Jos to gauge a spectrum of reactions.
People might have different opinions or views concerning the strike, but personally, I have two things in mind. If actually this strike is about taking care of this issue of terrorism and all that, it's a welcome idea. But definitely I have a fear. Number one, this issue of people that are innocent, that might be affected by this strike. And then the repercussion of the strike, because as Nigerians, we have different understanding of things. Whatever that happens, people tend to have their own personal views. And then Nigeria is such a country that people normally tend to go along the line of religious divide and all that. So actually, if this strike is, the main purpose of this strike is to contain this issue of terrorism, I don't have any problem with it.
It's kind of a sudden outcome because I didn't expect that, and I was so shocked that I saw that this morning. But some people are actually saying that it's not going to the right target, or the airstrike is not at the way the terrorists have been, cited or have been seen. So I'm trying to process the whole thing right now. And I don't have an actual comment. I don't want to say this is it or this is my opinion. I think that's all.
The United States confirmed the operation, which reportedly targeted terrorist areas like the Islamic State, West Africa Province, ISWAP, ISIS affiliates, and the La Kurawa Group, among others, and was conducted with full synergy with the federal government.
My take on the recent airstrike is that I feel the government should be able to inform the citizens before they do anything, because this is democracy, it's government by the people, for the people, and of the people. So we should be able to know what's going on in our country. They shouldn't just launch an airstrike and without telling the citizens, and we'll just find out on the news. It's not nice, especially to the citizens, because it can affect some people, like people living around the area. They might feel pain or damage or affected. If it happens in Plateau State, it won't be nice because we are populated, as you can see. So it's going to affect a lot of people. Like Terminus, for example, take it that there are a lot of people here. So if there was an airstrike being launched here, a lot of people are going to be affected. And I don't think they are doing it for the terrorists. The government are just doing it to make themselves look good. They're not all doing it for the citizens.
We are welcoming him. We are waiting for him to come. That's all I can say. Nothing more. Government should take full responsibility for this, because I feel like it's the civilians that suffer more than all these terrorists, because most of these attacks now, I'm pretty much sure they're not going to like safeguard all those civilians around those areas. So the government should take charge of that. The citizens, all I can say is that we should pray. We should seriously fast and pray for our safety. That's all I can say, because it's only God that can deliver us in this country.
His view highlights a tension between the desire for security and resentment over perceived external interference.
Although we didn't really see footages, but according to what I saw on Twitter, and then Donald Trump actually coming out to actually say that he actually launched that particular missile, and there was Nigerians are actually questioning the fact that there is no like video evidence or picture evidence actually attest to, you know, so like where is the evidence that you actually did it if you say you did it, you know? And particularly for U.S. government, I think that's something really like, you know, following the kind of military actually they have. Yeah, and well, honestly, my take on it is that, for a fact, I think it's good, honestly, that Donald Trump actually came into the picture of the whole crisis thing, because, you know, basically following the fact that our government have been in the loan for a long time and they haven't been able to do anything necessary about it. And then for somebody to step up like that and then, you know, to stop the killings against Christians, I think it's something else, because I think that's a call that like our government was like, it's going to be hard. Like it was, let's say the inevitable. They're not going to do anything about it. Let's be sincere. You know, strength of Nigeria, yes. The strength of Nigeria, yes. The military is strong, quite sure. But then the directives from above, the top, the head, what are they doing about it? You know, like what's the like normally as a president, yeah. I think in this particular kind of situation, you know, whenever this kind of things happen, you just have to give the go ASAP and then it's done.
About this airstrike, the way they planned it, they're not supposed to do it like that, because there are some innocent life. Even they want to attack those terrorists, there is some certain things, basic things they are going to do. Not sending bomb just like that. There are some innocent life, innocent children out there. It might affect them.
My call to the government is that the president and the ministers of defense and other people that are in charge of the security issue, they should not be interfering they should not be interfering other countries. That is it that our military in the country, me as a citizen, is it that our military in the country they demand or they request other country like America? Why, even if we are to request from other African countries, not as far as America. So we don't need them, because up to now, as a citizen, when we see America interfering in our district, we will continue to be thinking that we are still a baby country, as if we did not collect as if we don't have independence.
I think if that is the case, we should be aware of it. We have not heard anything. We just wake up in the morning and heard something terrible happen like that. Sincerely speaking, I am just against it, because in my own opinion, I don't know for them, but in my own opinion, I see no reason why another nation, we are independent. Is it that our military failed to secure us that made another country send us this strike? I think since we have our own military, this thing should be, though I don't know whether they are aware of it, but if they are not aware, this is a shameful thing for us. As a nation like Nigeria, our military should secure us. Our military I think they are capable to secure the nation, since we are independent like that. That's just my take.
While some desire the improved security, others resent it as an external interference, highlighting a tension between these two perspectives among the city's civilians, students, and business people.
Chelsea head coach Enzo Maresca held his final training session and pre-match press conference in London on Monday, November 24th, 2024, before his team's clash with FC Barcelona.
Estevao is already playing high level. He's already starting 11 with Brazil. For sure it's very young. For sure he can do many things better, but we are very happy with him. Now if again, for me, it's more or less the same thing I said about Pedri, that it's nice for people that they love football to watch players like Estevao, like Lamine Yamal, like Pedri. This is the beauty of the football. So we are happy that Estevao is with us, and for sure he's going to do well.
The Chelsea coach said that while key player Cole Palmer missed the game, he had returned to training. He confirmed that the player remained a serious doubt for the team's top-of-the-table London derby clash with high-flying Arsenal. Meanwhile, Chelsea's former FC Barcelona and Spanish national team defender Marc Cucurella described the match as a very special game for him.
Yeah, well, it's a very special game for me, for my family. I think I played against them a lot of years ago, so now we have the opportunity to play Champions League, special nights. Always the Chelsea-Barca was very good game, so hopefully tomorrow we can do a good game and win these 3 points.
The clash with FC Barcelona, played on Tuesday, November 25, 2025, at Stamford Bridge, impacted the group's standings.
It should not be, don't worry, it should be done across the board. Let's see what happens from the office of the president to the vice president, to the Senate president, to the Speaker of the House, to the ministers. Mr. President, I'm coming after they have withdrawn my only orderly. I saw 2 convoys of ministers, and they were carrying lots of security personnel. I have also seen business concern, Chinese and other business concern. Yesterday, with the compliments of orderlies. Mr. President, I have also seen daughters and sons of political office holders having orderlies and having security covers. Mr. President, I have seen singers having orderlies and complementary of protection. I cannot ever imagine that a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has been here for a very long time, only one orderly, and he is withdrawn, and nothing will happen. Like I said earlier, Mr. President, I have no problem, but let it be done across the board.
Police orderlies that were withdrawn from the senators is of concern to us, and I will raise the issue, and we're dealing with that, in the formal line, so everything will be done. We're on top of the situation. But in respect of those, the fact that the directive of Mr. President being flouted, where you have the class of persons that he just said, singers, businessmen, and what have you, having policemen. The chairman of the Police Affairs Committee should take up this matter, conduct a proper investigation, and let us know why is the directive of Mr. President being flouted. Mr. President gave that order in order to strengthen our police force to deal with our internal security problems, and it was done in good faith. And sometimes there could be some observations which Ningi has raised, which is going to be addressed, and we're doing that. But it was made in good faith to strengthen our police force to deal with our internal security issues. We all know that, and we know Mr. President's directive is in order.
In line also with the Renewed Hope agenda to make sure that every woman's hope is renewed in the state, and His Excellency's Shine agenda as well. So that's what we came here to do. It's continuous. This administration is committed to making sure that we touch every life in Edo State. And for every time that we see a need, we're closing the gap.
They are very happy on behalf of the ASAM Southeast women, the LGA, the First Lady. We say thank you to the First Lady and the Governor of Edo State.
In short, I don't know how to express my feeling because I have been aiming for this charcoal stove, but I was unable to get it. But I don't know how to explain it. In short, I'm overwhelmed.
Happy, God will bless her. God will give her more life, more experience.
This particular project was implemented to improve the capacity of young women in leadership positions, be it in politics, be it in the public sector, be it in STEM and every other sector. And we've been able to go through a 5-month mentorship period for the young women, for the ambassadors, and today is actually the graduation ceremony. So this is more like a closeout. They've been able to share some of the lessons. They've also been able to embark on advocacy engagements, showing that, of course, the capacity that they've built have been able to be put to use.
Rivers State has a huge gap when it comes to women in decision making. And I think from the women that we've interacted with from this space, we can say that the future is bright, right? We're already beginning to sow the seeds for the future leaders, the future women leaders that will take up leadership positions in the coming future in this state. I expect them to also continue to see themselves as change agents too, because people often say women should take the back seats. But through this project, SDN has exposed them to be able to see that they can actually be leading from the front, not from the back.
Knowing that we could engage the government on several levels, and we're giving the adequate tools to engage with the government, both for politics and also for our individual intervention. So I have an intervention going on the Read Circle that provides resources to educational resources to underserved schools. And on this project, I have learned that I can go and engage the government. In fact, I have actually gone and engaged the government. So this program for me is an eye-opener. We can begin to demand accountability from the government, and then there's something about knowing that the government is accessible. It's not just, the people in politics, the people in power. It's the program has brought us closer to bridge the gap between the people and the government.
I'm going to continue this mentorship program, both online and offline, right? I usually train young girls on capacity building. So this is just like a springboard for me to put more effort into my leadership and mentorship program I've been doing.
I will make sure that all children are safe from child abuse, and also all children must attend school, particularly children with disability.
And also tackle the insecurity currently happening in the country about the abduction of 25 girls in Kebbi State. Said the establishment of Child Rights Implementation Committee along the 27 local government areas. To monitor child rights protection.
The reason why we have children taking over offices for this day is to prepare them, give them a vision so that they know they matter and their dreams will come true. We know children, if they are not, for example, prevented from disease, they will die. If you're not getting food, they will become malnourished and they will sick and they will not do well in school. If children are not given the protection they need, we will lose them. So our future will be bleak. So the future of a state lies on the generation we are building today.
Edo State has joined the rest of the world to commemorate the World Habitat Day with this year's theme, Urban Crisis Response: Our Habitats, Our Responsibility. Officials from the Ministry of Physical Planning and the State's Development and Building Control Agency took to the streets of Benin City in a roadshow aimed at promoting safe and sustainable urban development. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Architect Kate Isokmunwu, urged residents to build responsibly and adhere to all planning regulations.
Challenges we are facing right now is that some people, they have developed an attitude of I don't care, and that I don't care attitude is not the best for you as an individual, because a time will come where we'll mark your buildings for demolition, and we don't wish that for anybody. So the best thing to do is to get your plans approved, get your layout approved, build right, and you'll be safe and comfortable.
The managing director of the agency, Darlington Igabali, also emphasized the need for collective efforts in maintaining a clean, organized, and safe environment.
The message for Edo people today is for them to be aware of their environment and to also put their eyes down and see where people are going wrong. They should be the police of their environment. Today is World Habitat Day, and we are here to create enlightenment, to make the people know the importance of making their environment livable by doing the right thing in terms of building approval, in terms of not building on right of way, in terms of not building on waterways, and in terms of growing their environment.
CBN News reports that the event have reached its climax at the Government House, where the Deputy Governor, Dennis Idahosa, reaffirmed the state government's commitment to sustainable urban growth and environmental responsibility.
He has mandated me to speak to you on behalf of the state government. First, we want to thank you for all you are doing, your selfless contribution toward the development of our dear state. And we also want to thank you for being part of the growth of our dear state. On behalf of His Excellency, I want to thank you this wonderful day. Also, want to thank God that He has given us a very fantastic man as the MD of this beautiful agency. So I want to thank you for this beautiful day. This is the World Habitat Day, and we are here to celebrate together. And we pray that God Almighty will continue to give us direction to move this state forward.
With activities like this, the Edo State government hopes to inspire residents to take greater responsibility for building a safer, cleaner, and more resilient urban environment.
Hello, it's CBI Market Pulse. I am Adebola Adeduba. We begin with cherry news in the stock market. Nigeria's stock market became the world's best performing equity market in 2026, according to Bloomberg. Overtaking South Korea's Kospi Index, this performance ranks Nigeria as top of 92 stock exchanges. The data shows Nigerian equities gained 67% in dollar terms so far this year. This reflects renewed investors' confidence in Nigeria's economic reforms. The Nigeria Oil and Gas NOG Week Conference ended Thursday, 9th July 2026. Now, the 5-day event brought together industry leaders, investors, and energy experts to discuss the future of the country's oil and gas sector. The highlight of the event was announced by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Henikin Lokbobere, of a major crude oil discovery in OML 74 located in Bayelsa State. The minister described this as an important milestone for Nigeria's upstream sector. Egypt's annual urban consumer inflation eased to about 14.3% in June from 14.6% recorded in May. Now, this marks the third month in which the country's inflation has dropped and comes just ahead of Egypt's central bank interest rate decision, which is coming up on September the 17th. Let's head to the west of Africa, where fraud cases in Ghana's financial sector surged by 48% last year, 2025. And this was driven by almost entirely development in the payment services provider sector, according to the Bank of Ghana, BOG. The report published by the BOJ revealed the total reported fraud cases across the bank increased from over 16,000 in 2024 to over 24,000 cases in 2025. On the global business scene, oil prices dipped on Thursday, 10th July, reversing part of the gains recorded the previous day. Now, Brent crude drops to 2% to around $76 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate WTI also declined by roughly 2% to trade near $71 per barrel. Now, this follows renewed tension between the United States and Iran earlier in the week, when President Trump had earlier declared the ceasefire to be over because of Iranian attack on the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran, on its part, accuses Washington of breaching their MOU, which allowed Iran to control traffic in the vital Gulf waterway. Let's connect now with Feji Iyeke, CEO of Astra Fidelis, for his take on business over the last 7 days and what is to come.
The last 7 days has reinforced something I've been saying for a very long time. Money is flowing, but it is not just to any business. The business is currently seeing growth at those solving real-life problems, building trust and creating connectivity around Nigeria. Interest rates are still attractive. The stock market continues to present authentic opportunities in select industries, and more people are seeing that money is not just meant to be made, but also to be saved, invested, and preserved for the next generation. My prediction is simple. Businesses tied to growth, technology, local manufacturing, agriculture, financial services, technology will continue to see growth going forward, and individuals who invest in learning skills, build multiple sources of income as owning productive assets will come out better, not worse. The biggest mistake you can make right now is waiting for the perfect time. Instead, invest today, start where you are, invest consistently, and let compounding do the heavy lifting. This is your money guy.
And that was Feji Iyeke on his perspective on business. We head now to the floor of the Nigerian exchange, NGX, where the market has been on recovery mode, making gains. The all-share index ASI on 9th July in the green by 0.62 basis point, while close of trade for 10th July saw a spike of the ASI to 244 points. Market cap was capped at 156.66 trillion naira, and value stood at 11.72 billion naira. Activities in trade closed at 272.4 million. And that's your weekly dose of 5 minutes business brief. Don't forget to connect with us on social media. We are at CBI News TV, and on YouTube we are at CBI News 247. Many thanks for watching. I'm Adibola Adeduba. It's bye for now.
A deadly poison at Abule sent flames roaring through homes and schools.
A fierce blaze engulfed sections of Okwaba Tank Market.
Incident on Broad Street in Lagos Island prompted swift evacuation in Ebute Metta.
An early morning inferno swept through Bariga Market, raising dozens of stores. At Mile 12 Market, recurring fires have repeatedly wiped out perishable goods.
Part of Alaba International Market.
Panic gripped commuters when a BRT bus burst into flames along Ikorodu Road.
In Ijegun, a pipeline explosion ignited.
A midnight blaze gutted Ladipo Auto Parts Market in Mushin.
Warehouses and livelihoods overnight.
Firefighters battled thick smoke and raging flames at Owodo Oniro Market.
As Harmattan winds and electrical faults fuel seasonal surges. Flames tore through Balogun Market on Lagos Island in multiple incidents over the years, destroying goods worth billions and crippling small businesses.
It is unfortunate when we see fire outbreak. What people are most interested in is to be the first to capture the scene, record it and all that. That's totally misnomer.
The importance of investigations into fire incidences, particularly in Lagos, cannot be overemphasized. But after that, nothing is done.
the kind of fires that I know that have been very, very disastrous are those fires that are as a result of human errors. Fires like happening, failure of systems in buildings, especially high-rise buildings. Fires that do occur as a result of, electrical malfunctioning. Fires that do occur as a result of explosions from pipelines. We have serious cases like that. Then fires that do occur as a result of either accidental purpose, like a moving truck or tanker, missing its way and spilling all the flammable, very hazardous substances they are carrying. We also have fires. In Lagos, we also had record of fires as a result of chemical explosions.
The major causes of fire incidences are unattended appliances. It could be from an electrical spark, from maybe a socket or an appliance that had not been attended to, that was left running. We've also had issues of generators, more often than not. Generators that also were not attended to, generators that were put in places where they shouldn't have been put. We could also have carelessness from the human angle.
The most dangerous ones, which I think need serious attention, are these ones that happen unsuspecting. For example, the ones that happens in building, failure of systems, electrical systems, or the ones that are deliberately ignited by people who probably for nefarious activities or for certain purposes, personal purposes, they just want to carry out an act of, an act calculated to serve their purpose. There's no country in the world that you can say is safe from fire incidences, because fire incidences most of the time result from system failures most of the time. But fire incidences that as a result of human errors is not acceptable anywhere.
That had to do with some kind of flames. Could have been a cigarette that was not properly put out. It could have been somebody cooking in a place where they shouldn't have. It could have been somebody pouring petrol into a generator that was still running. That's what I mean by carelessness. If people had taken proper precautionary measures, some of these fire incidents would have not occurred.
And that's where you have developed countries who have mastered this act of preventing fire incidents that are deliberately as a result of human errors. They are far ahead and better than those of us in developing countries where most of the fire incidents we have as a result of they are a result of human errors. And by that I mean they can be avoided if we are really determined to avoid them.
On the 24th, there was a fire. The cause has not been ascertained. But it started off as a very small fire, like very, very small. But it grew to be something that was massive, destroying lives and properties. And one of the painful aspects of it is that the fire that would easily have been put out if maybe, let me not say fire extinguisher, but like if you had an efficient fire service, for example, in a business place such as that, I don't see why they should not have like an independent fire service.
This conversation around they were asking for money before they could put out the fire, how true is it? Because I've seen it in the news.
Yes, it is true. Well, again, first, I wasn't there on ground when they started the asking. But my brother is not going to lie to me. The friends that were there will not lie to me. And I don't think a whole plaza of over 50 to 100 marketers will come to lie against just one person. This is not that. And none of them has been able to come out to deny it. So if they have the mind, let them come out to deny it. and then we'll produce the people who they had negotiation with. Beyond the negotiation, a certain amount is even transferred. So that's what I'm saying. If they have the mind at the boss, let them come out and come and dispute it.
It started around 5 o'clock because I was in the shop. My shop is at Oluwole Obama, facing the plaza that the light started from. One of my boys just come and meet me that, I like that there is light in Glade. Do not have anyone there? I said, I have many people there now. So I just decided to call one of the best that only us in that plaza that's born. Hello, guy. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan? Kí ló ṣe you know you take what you want no plaza save remember well. Means our plaza is not safe anymore. Say there is light on one building beside our net, beside our plaza. So our plaza is not safe. We should be coming. And I left before I can reach up. Our plaza also have cash light. If you don't let you tomorrow, I don't think they are ready to help us. So that's it.
December 24th, 2025. It started in the afternoon, so everybody was like, it won't affect us, it won't affect us. Like it was a small fire, something. So I've even gotten home. We left there around, I think, to 8 or so. We left the fire. When we were going, there were police and other people. There were some fire service people there. So we thought they would be able to put off the light. About 5 minutes after she called me, another person called me from my shop that the fire is affecting our plaza. So I had to dress up immediately, went there. But according to what has been happening in Nigeria, we are born here. I grew up in Lagos State. So I don't know, I've not seen, I don't know if it has happened. Maybe something like this has happened before and they have rendered any help. But after this one that affected me, I don't know if government can do anything to it.
Unlike that same building that got bought, there's a guy there that went to learn how to repair panel from China, which he has an expensive gadget installed in that same office. The fire burns the gadget beyond recognition. So also we have one of our big dealer in terms of accessories in Computer Village here. A name that you can mention between our stakeholders here is a name that people knows very well. The same thing happens to his own store. The store burnt beyond recognition. So also we have other phone repairers around there. There's a gadget that we use to remove screen, trace of the screen that got burnt too. The accessories that got burnt too. We said we want to be talking about how much was lost. It was more.
Before Great Nigeria got born, it affects us because of the fire. We are going up and down. And there is nothing we can do. They just call us, like we've already entered our plaza. We have Block A, Block B, Block C. That Great Nigeria lights, they affect Block A, one everywhere at Block A. Both us, second floor and third floor. They now call us to come and pack our things. So that we are in Block B, so that things will not affect us. We now start packing. See, that's 24. We are not doing anything till now. We start outside to pack our things. My children follow me to go and pack my things. Because of the market I'm selling, my market broke down. Some people steal our markets. There's nothing we can do. I'm looking for Lagos talent to look for another shop there. But the money they are giving us is too much. All those developers, they will say, go and bring 1 million, 5 million. Even for form is 1 million, 500, 100,000 to get a form before you get a shop in Lagos Island.
around about 2 a.m. I was not home then. I went out for a job on a night shift. So I was at work when one of my neighbors called me and told me. So when I got home, to my surprise, everywhere is on arches. Like, I was surprised. Like, I couldn't lie, I couldn't smile. You know, I was just devastated. You know, all what I worked for years, everything gone. My true fridge, my documents, some cash I kept inside my house, everything all gone. I saw my neighbors outside. At least they managed to save their loads and all of that, but none of mine was saved. Nothing came out from my house, not even a pin. So that was how I lost everything. I need serious help because it's still affecting me up to date. But I'm just trying to like ease it out, you know, with help of friends, colleagues, even my boss at work. At some point, he was like, you know, asking me if I need some days off, you know, some time to. I said no, there's no need for that.
This happened on the 24th of January. Between the hour of 7 and 8 p.m. thereabouts. So though the investigation is still going on, I don't really preempt the investigation to say this is where the fire started from or where this were, but we got to hear from our own people that were on ground that the fire started from the company at our back. You know, they are into some kind of chemical, and then when the fire grew, they now have to affect our own company. So all attempts have been made to try to control the fire, but because of the level of the fire, it could not be controlled, and the own fire servicemen came in. There were 10, 15 trucks of fire service. They could not control the fire. So then other nearby companies that were not affected brought in their own. That's how they were able to control. Maybe that should be on Sunday morning. That was when the fire was brought under control. All our system, all the gadgets, there's a lot of things that I may not be able to mention all of them, all out, but everything that we are using as a company, all burnt down.
There should be an existing toll-free number. Existing toll-free number, and every business, institution, homes, and all that should have it. If you go abroad, you see it's just rightly placed there, and everybody can access the number. And whoever is the first responder or who have access to that should be able to immediately know that, okay, I need to call the fire service close by. I need to call who and who that needs to be called immediately. The intervention is not at when the fire happens. Intervention for any outbreak is usually pre-planned. So there should be a clear pre-planned and demonstrated approach. Demonstrated in the sense that we need to see in neighborhoods, in the first aiders, regularly demonstrate, practicing how to respond to such fire situations. Whenever fire occurs, it comes with serious impact on the environment. And I think that's something we need to elaborate now. In other words, the soot, the smoke produced that goes out of the environment is highly toxic because it's made up of high concentration of hydrocarbons, high concentration of carbon monoxide, which is an asphyxiant. Carbon monoxide immobilizes the blood system. Communities living around areas where gas is flared, not in lakes. Communities that live around where huge fires occur, normally will experience increase in temperature at that time. Apart from increase in air pollution, there is pollutants like particulate matters, which I already talked about. So warming of the environment, or what we call global warming in terms of climate change, is also a major resultant, aftermath, or from issues of fire outbreaks everywhere, all kinds of fire. Because
so it means that fire prevention apparatus would need to be put into certain buildings that are springing up these days. Unfortunately, many of these huge buildings, like the GNI building, I can't exactly say how effective their firefighting apparatus was before the building came down in flames. or if at all they had any. But clearly it shows that whatever they had may have not been sufficient or may have not been functional. I don't think we're doing enough of that.
We don't learn from the lessons, and this is what makes us different. This is what makes the Lagos or Nigerian case different from cases we see outside this country. Because for every incident of fire or outbreak, there's tendency for authorities or people to learn from that. But what we have in these cases, we never learn. So we continue to repeat the same mistakes. What is most important is that issues of fire outbreak needs to be taken holistically and addressed in a much more central form. Where that fails, then it comes with its concomitant impacts on humans, public, and the general environment. For example, we now see cities in the world that use drones to respond to cases. Apart from what happens, we don't even have trigger alarms. I don't know how many residents have trigger alarms in terms of our building codes. We were discussing sometime talking about building codes for Lagos, where in developed countries, once a fire incident is to happen in a building like this, there is a trigger that immediately alerts the authority, either the fire service, the closest fire service, the closest ambulance and all that. Readily, it alerts them. The question is, what happens if there's a fire outbreak and nobody is right there to see it? There are sensitive fire alarm systems that are sensitive to just smoke.
Hi there, and welcome to the chat room with Adebola Adedugba. My guest today is a Canadian sexologist, psychotherapist, and more recently, the creative entrepreneur currently living in Lagos, Nigeria. Now, Melka has many years of experience in the field of sexual violence intervention. She has contributed to development of specialized trauma-informed clinical practices designed to support children, adults, and families affected by sexual violence. She's also the co-founder of Monette and Rivers, where she explores the acts of metal embossing through jewelry and wearable arts inspired by cultures, materials, and life stories. Melka, it's a pleasure to have you join me on the chat room. You have lived in many countries across, the world, 7 countries actually, from Guatemala to Mali to Chile and of course Nigeria. What has been the highlight of experiences in each of these countries? Let's start with Brazil.
Well, thank you, first of all, to hosting me today. It's a pleasure to be here. I was fortunate enough to live in different countries. Brazil, for me, was a lot about, the people, music, food, and also I had the chance to learn Portuguese. So that was a really, really beautiful experience for me. I lived over there 1 year by myself.
Okay.
And it was I was doing my internship in Brazil from my university.
Okay.
So it was a beautiful year. And as a family, I went back with my children to Brazil and they loved it so much.
Wow,
It's been
fantastic.
amazing.
So I'll skip the rest of the countries. I moved to Nigeria. What has been the highlight?
Nigeria, I have so much to say.
Okay.
I've been living in Nigeria for the last year and a half.
Okay.
And it's been, I think, one of the most blessing experience that I had. For me, Nigeria, it's all about the connection. I think people make you feel welcome, take you in, and in not a lot of a large period, I was able to develop a lot of friendships.
Okay.
So this has been a unique experience for me because people, they do take you in really, really rapidly. And it's been a beautiful experience.
Well, in our local parlance, Nigeria no dey carry last.
Sorry?
It's a local parlance. I was saying,
Yeah.
we're always top notch in things like that. Let me talk to you about your jewelry collection. You are the co-founder of Monette and Rivers. You're known for metal embossing, and you have a collection known as Lagos Bloom. What
Yes.
inspired the name Lagos Bloom?
Lagos. So I've
Okay.
been doing embossing for the last maybe 5 years,
Okay.
and I've learned it in Chile. So when I lived in Chile, when we were in a posting over there, I became friend with Rivas, so it's my
Okay.
partner now in business, and I learned to do the craft of embossing. So it's metal sheet,
Okay.
plain, and you emboss them. This is one of my creations. So
Lovely.
I started by doing big art forms, like I was inspired by ex voto hearts,
Okay.
but I wanted something that was wearable, and I think Nigeria kind of pushed me out of my comfort zone
Okay.
into doing a business, into launching that collection. And why I called it Lagos Bloom is with, I think, the inspiration for me and my love and attachment for Lagos, Nigeria.
All right, so let me move to Melka, the sexologist. Now,
Yes.
beyond entrepreneurship, I mean, you love to travel, of course. So let's leave travel, let's leave entrepreneurship. Let's talk about your work when it comes to sexual violence intervention. You have supported children, families, adults when it comes to sexual violence intervention or sexual abuse, if you like. Now, your work addresses sexual violence against boys, even men.
Yes.
It's an issue in this part of the world rarely discussed, as not as much as the female counterpart. So
Sure.
I'm just curious, why that angle?
Well, it was also like this in Canada.
Okay.
Really, really rarely discussed, rarely addressed.
Okay.
I think when you look in the literature until 1983, we're starting to talk about boys or men being sexually abused or victim of sexual violence in any form. But in Canada, for a long period of time, I think it's really, there's some research, but few specific intervention program dedicated to boys. And why? It's also because of this socialization and also bias that people have, that a boy can sexual violence or a man cannot ask for help. So all those socialization had affect also the researcher, the people also that works in the trauma field. So we've been offering, where I work, it's called le Centre d'intervention en abus sexuel pour la famille. So this is in French. So it's a center that offers free services to all the population. Since 2018, we started offering a program dedicated for men being victim of sexual abuse. But it takes, about 40 years for a man to speak about sexual violence. Most of the time, they keep it for themselves, and they try to find a way to push it aside or cope differently. So it takes a lot of time. So when we meet in clinic, these men, usually there's an incident that propelled them to call for help, but they do have a lot of, they did suffer a lot of
Okay, I'm going to go into the dynamics of sexual abuse for both boys, men, and even girls and women. But before then, help me understand the telltale signs adults can recognize when a child, be it boy or girl, is being sexually abused. What are the signs adults should look out for?
I think it's hard to specifically look at signs.
Okay.
I think what I would say would be most important is to create an environment where you know that your children can come and talk to you, that you can also do, talk about, for example, sexual education in a way that is adapted for the age. There's also working on and the kids to be aware of what's a good secret, what's a bad secret, because sometimes like abuse is full of manipulation, right? And so most of the time it's people that are close to you or people that are dear to you. So it's really hard for a child to be able to break the silence and to reach for help. But if he's in a place where he can speak, and if it's been labeled, most of the time kids don't know. They don't know what is, they feel that something is happening, but they don't feel that it's okay. So talking about sexual abuse is helpful because they would know that this, for example, what kind of is a good touch versus a touch that should not, it's inappropriate.
Let me trail off your point of view. How then can we create a friendly environment where kids can speak up when they are being sexually abused? What can parents do, or guardians, or even teachers in school?
Yes. Well, I think keywords when a child come and see you and opens up to you. Let's say
Okay.
that someone would come and to be able to say, to listen to that child without any preconception, to say to the child, I believe you,
Okay.
to be able to help him find ways to protect themselves that this situation won't rehappen again. So this is also key in prevention, but also to find, to have an environment where it's safer for kids, right?
So now let's assume a child opens up to an adult or a
Yes.
guardian or a parent or a teacher that they have, or she or he has been sexually abused. What should be the next line of action for that person?
Well, I can talk about my experience in
Okay.
Canada.
Yeah.
Let's say when a child, for example, in therapy would disclose a new sexual abuse or
Yeah.
another situation,
Yeah.
Kids at school, something like
Yeah.
that. The next step into account is to be able to call to speak to the child protection aid.
Okay. Okay.
So this is government based, and the kid would be evaluated. It's or the child protection or the police.
Okay.
When this is done, they can access to services. It's important in Canada, in the context of Canada, not to see a professional before that, because after if this goes to court, it's important that we have access to the full disclosure of the case without anyone having nuances by question. And sometimes we want to question a child, right? Because we want to know what happened, or we also feel really emotional. Let's say you're a mom and your child disclosed this. If you have a big reaction of sadness or anger, that also might put the child in a situation where he doesn't feel okay to talk about it, because he will
Okay.
think that you're sad about the situation, so he should not ask for help or things like that. So it's important also, I'm answering the other question,
Okay.
to try to stay neutral.
But before you enter
Yes,
that
sorry.
question, hold your thoughts.
I
We'll
get
take a short.
enthusiastic.
We'll take a short break. You're welcome to the chat room with Adebola. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, thank you for staying tuned to the chat room with Adebola Adedigbo. Of course, I still have my guest here with me by name Melka Monette, and we're talking about sexual abuse, in children, be it male or female, and how these can impact their later years in life. Melka, before the break, you were sharing with me how you can create a very friendly environment where kids can open up when they're being sexually abused. But then I want to go into trauma. What can be the impact of trauma on either boys or girls sexually abused?
Right. Well, first of all, it's not every kids that would react the same way, right? Some kids, because they live sexual abuse, they could develop trauma symptoms, but other kids, they can find different ways to cope. What helps is when a child has the support of the parents.
Okay.
In the literature, this shows that it's the most significant thing that makes a difference into healing. So when a parent will say to their child, I believe you, I'm sad that this happened to you, and we're going to find ways and help to cope with the situation. This is something really, really helpful, because let's say in my practice, it happens to me that sometimes parents would say to their children, like, I'm so angry, now this person is out of our life, are we going to be able to survive? Or why did you do this? They question, not in a mean way, but they want to have answer. And sometimes this also put the child into feeling guilty, right, of the situation. And it's really hard for children to understand that this is not his responsibility, because in sexual abuse, there's a lot of manipulation. They find ways to attract the children, so they can say, if you come with me, I will give you this, so there's a way that the child feels responsible, which is not responsible of the abuse. So it's important as a parent to be able to be there. And also to be able to talk about what happened is also something that could help into healings, to have access to, to help. Because what happened when someone has a traumatic response is that they don't understand the situation.
Okay.
And it can create flashbacks. It can create, flashback. It means that you have the impression that you're reliving the situation again. So you can be, doing anything about your day life, and something happens, there's a trigger, and you think about the event and you do have the same emotion. So there's a lot of different ways also to cope with so finding help, finding comfort with your with the loved one, but I think being tell that you're believed and feeling also that it's secure, that things won't happen again, right? To put things into place that the child is protected.
Okay.
This is also key.
Let me go to the cycle of abuse now. A US study shows that for domestic violence, if a child, for instance, if a boy child is exposed to domestic violence in the house, the father hits the mom, the boy observes it, he's 10 times likely to abuse his own partner when he becomes an adult. For the girl child, she becomes 6 times more likely to be abused by her own partner compared to a girl who grows up in a non-abusive environment. So the cycle continues. Now, that's for domestic violence.
Yeah.
Now, for sexual violence, what's the cycle like? How likely or unlikely are they to continue the cycle of abuse?
Yeah. Well, I'm not a specialist on sexual, not sexual, but on violence, domestic violence.
Okay.
But what I know is that there's no link about, for example, because there's a lot of men that I see in therapy that are scared because they live through sexual abuse. So there's also scared to say, am I going to commit a sexual abuse, right? So there's no direct link into being a victim and to become an offender.
Yeah.
We do know that there's intergenerational trauma.
Okay.
So you can see for example, in a family that lives trauma, like for example, the mom was victim of sexual assault, in the next generation, it is possible that this will happen. And how the science explain it, it's also a lot related to the attachment styles.
Okay.
So it's really like, there's no link, effect, and causality, but it could be the choice that the person would make in their partners, to be alert. Because when you go into a trauma, you're in hyper-vigilant, I cannot say it well in English, sorry. Hyper-vigilance mode, right? So you can pay attention to cues that could be really, really like you think that are threatening, but in reality they're not, right?
Okay.
And you can also try to find the same kind of relationship pattern that you know because they feel comfortable, but they're not necessarily healthy. So this is how I can explain.
So they internalize what they have observed,
exactly
what has happened to
but
them.
it's really important to make this point clear that it's not because you're been a victim that you may commit sexual abuse, right?
Let's talk about healing. So for
Yes.
someone who needs help, can you walk us through the healing journey, for sexual abuse, for both boys and girls?
It really depends about the age of the child. So I'm going to give you an example. We do, and it's really young, and you might be surprised, from 3 to 5 years old. We do have young children that are welcome in our center, but usually it's mostly about preventive tools that they will learn, because they're not responsible about their own safety. So we do work with the parent that is non-abuser to give them also skills to learn to be able to protect better their children. So this is from 3 to 5, because also intellectually they're still really, really young, right, to learn. And also what they understand about the trauma, it can be really I cannot say it in English, but you understand what I mean. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And from 6 to 8, we can go a bit deeper on the emotion side. We do work with kids with art therapy a lot, because I believe in the center where I work believes also that it's not everything that you can express in 2 words. So arts help a lot to be able to label things differently, and also to express emotion that you might not know that you have. And more that we advance in age, for example, when we work with teenager, we do work with more using la parole, so like externalizing, talking about the trauma. But we do need to do a lot of co-regulation. Co-regulation means that, for example, before being able to talk about the traumatic event, you need to know how to manage your stress. You need to know how to cope with difficult emotion. So there's a lot of skills that they need to learn, because we don't want to talk about trauma and reactive the trauma to the person. So we have to be really, really careful. And most of the time, like my Canadian experience, we work in group settings, right? So you have also to be really aware of, for example, your experience is different than the other girl's experience. So we have to manage it's the group therapy, but mostly we do it with different type of tool that helps, but we work also a lot with the family. So we work in to approach that is a systemical approach, trying to also help the parents to cope with that difficult situation. And you know, the situation of sexual abuse has changed in Canada, or the part where I live. So we used to have, 20 years ago when I start working, usually it was mostly situations that were related to, let's say, adults within the community of the child.
Yes.
But now what has changed is there's a lot of blended family, and there's a lot of abuse between siblings.
I'm going to chip in there. We're
Yes.
pressed for time.
Sorry. I get passionate when I talk about this.
That's
so.
fine. Before we take another
Yes.
break, I want to ask you, do people really get wholesome? Do they really become who they were before the abuse?
I think they change. I think they transform. I think if
Okay.
you're able to integrate that story into your narrative, it's
Yeah.
a really difficult narrative to integrate, to have been a victim of sexual abuse. But you can also, my work is also to bring a lot of hope that it's possible to change. It's possible to also know yourself better, to also integrate that story into your narrative. So I do believe in. I would not do this job for the last 25 years if I would not believe in resilience. And I see a lot of traumatic resilience, and it's beautiful to see when someone tells you that they feel better, that they know that they're not responsible.
All right, I'm chatting with Melka Manette. We'll take another short break, return very quickly. Do stay tuned. Thank you for staying tuned to the chat room with me, Adebola Adeduba. Before we took a short break, we're talking about, do people really get wholesome or recover fully when it comes to sexual violence or sexual abuse? I still have my guest with me, Melka. I really want to know, actually, and I'm sure a lot of people want to know, when it comes to sexual violation or sexual abuse, do people actually become who they were before the experience, either in terms of your psychology, emotional state? Do they really become who they were?
Yeah, I think what makes difference is the fact that if someone has this experience, they're a victim of sexual abuse, and they have the opportunity to get help, or to speak to someone, and to be able to express their emotion, their thoughts, and to heal, right? I do see a lot, like in my work, I do see a lot of children transform, adults transform, because they were fortunate to get the help at a good time. And they were also, a lot of their symptoms, for example, anxiety, depression, sometimes it also creates automutilation, a lot of different symptoms that they will feel better after being able to incorporate the traumatic memory. So this, I think, help is important. I think as I said earlier, the parental support is important also. I have a lot of hope, and I believe that there's a lot of ways also, for example, art could be a way also to express difficult things, right? Like I'm creating jewelry not related to trauma, but I think it helped me in
to channel
a space of my life,
energy.
to channel that energy that I'm also receiving into my work.
Okay, I want to talk about help very quickly.
Yeah.
When it comes to recovery, is there a duration typically, or it varies from person to person?
It varies about the severity of the abuse. It varies about the relationship you had with the person. It varies about the environment. Are you in a supportive environment? Is your environment is not supportive? It depends. For example, when I see men that are entering into the trauma, that the group therapy that we offer, it's usually between 18 weeks of session, but they also have one-on-one sessions. So it really varies. And also about their life before the trauma, right? And also the length that they kept this. For example, it would be really different situation that if a boy or a girl is victim of sexual abuse and she has help right away, instead of waiting 40 years.
So the timing matters.
Timing can matter, yes.
I know you spoke about it in person, but expatiate a bit. Talking about how you can make the atmosphere conducive for people to express themselves or open up about their sexual violence or sexual abuse. What role do families, society, social agents play in ensuring we don't even stigmatize those sexually abused?
Yeah, well, it's a key. a key role, right? Because, for example, for a victim to feel that if she speak or he speak, there's not a lot of chance of being believed. There's not a lot of chance to get some help, where to go for help. It kind of narrow the opportunity to speak. So there's a real, support is important, openness is important, but also, I remember in my practice that I was with a parent, and I saw that she was not really receptive to what her child left, but we also deal with trauma the same way that people have dealt with us, right? This is learned. So to be aware of our own trauma before helping someone is also quite helpful.
All right. Let me switch to Melka, the Globetrotter. You have
Yes.
lived in Lagos for a while now.
Yes.
Tell me, what's your favorite Nigerian food?
I love, I have to find the name. It's
Describe it if you can't remember.
So when I tasted here in Nigeria, it's called in Brazil acarajé. It's the same thing. It's kind of a bean.
Okay.
Like not a bean, but like I don't know how to say it in English, but a paste.
Oh, okay.
Is it
Akara.
Akara.
Okay.
So I had that really, really similar in Brazil, and I was eating so much of it. And in Nigeria, I discovered that, and I was like, oh my God, this is similar to acarajé, but it's the same paste.
So
I also love like the most common suya. I love it.
Okay. Spicy.
Pepper soup. I thought I was a pro, so I was eating pepper soup, but I got caught in a wedding. Someone offered me like pepper soup. It was so spicy that I couldn't speak anymore. I was like, oh my God. But I love the food. And I've been really happy in Nigeria.
Fantastic. So before coming to Nigeria, what have you heard about the country that you found to be true or even false?
Well, I'm paying a lot of attention to what, like, for example, when I went to Haiti, a lot of people were saying like, oh, are you sure you want to go to Haiti? There's this and that. And I'm also aware that one country cannot be a single story, right? So I also had experience. I know that Nigeria is not the same than Senegal, but I was in Senegal before, and I was being open-minded. I know people were talking about question of security, but I kind of listened a little bit and let it go because I want to be the own judge of my experience. And when I arrived in Nigeria, like the minute that I land foot in the ground, I knew that I would love Lagos. And it was like a small anecdote that I share with everybody. But when I went out of the plane, there were this security person, and he looked at me with such a conviction, and he told me, welcome to Nigeria, with such a voice. And I was like, oh my God. And I start laughing, and I said, like, I'm just going to love it here, because people like that just welcome you and make you feel. And he was so kind of driven by his welcome. And I was like, oh, this is going to be so nice.
Okay. I'm going to test your Nigerian social skills so far. You give me 5 slogans you have heard, local parlance, the people, say, colloquially. Give me 5 of them.
5.
Or let me do 4. Okay.
Well, I know afar, like to say.
How far?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
What else again?
I know, like small word, right? Like abi for yes.
Abi, oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you're doing good.
Bele. I know that I don't have the good intonation. But
Okay.
Bele.
Okay.
What else do I know? I know small.
Okay.
What else? Trying to think about things that we learn. There's an expression.
Yeah, give me the
I
expression.
really like, but
Go
there's
ahead.
no like relationship to me. But you fall my end, something like that. So you disappoint me.
Okay.
But I like the fact that it's colorful, right? Like you fall my end, I can see it, and I'm like,
You fall my, well, you didn't fall my hand today anyway.
Thank you. I hope so.
Melka, Monette, thank you so much for your time, sharing your experiences,
Thank you.
regarding sexual violence and how, most importantly, to prevent sexual violence. And that's our show today on the chat room with Adebola Adediba. It's been deeply enlightening about the need to give survivors a space to express themselves and much more the society to prevent sexual violence or sexual violation. Until next time, I am Adebola Adediba. It's been the chat room. Bye for now.
I'm currently at Sora Restaurant, one of Nigeria's most elegant restaurants, known for its refined menu and upscale dining experience. It's very interesting because I wonder how you can stay anywhere in the world and think, I feel like Chinese. I want Mexican food, or maybe even Italian food. And the menu instantly understand what you're saying. But how often do you stay anywhere else out of Nigeria and think, I want Nigerian food, and the menu understands what you mean? And that's the question today. It's not about if Nigerian food exists globally, because it definitely does. And it's not about the taste, because our food tastes good. But the question is, we are not at that point where we are a standard menu globally. Joining me to have this conversation today is Chef Bolabo Gibbs Adebake. He's a chef, culinary director, and one of those working to position Nigerian cuisine on the global map. Is also the leader of the Nigerian Food Summit, understands the deep pulse of the opportunities and, of course, the privileges in our food industry. Hi, Chapju.
Hello, hi. I'm very well, thank you.
I've been looking forward to talking to you because obviously I've been seeing your work, over social media. But it's good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's get to the business of today. We're talking about Nigerian cuisine and how, in my head, it's not become a global, category yet, like a standard menu category globally. And if at all we get to even see that, it's grouped under the African cuisine, not Nigerian cuisine. So why do you think that is?
Thank you very much. I think this is a wonderful topic, and I absolutely agree with you that there's a lot of work to be done. And if I'm to answer your question like very, very sort of spot on,
Yeah.
I would say that the responsibility is in the hands of the practitioners. So, for example, now we have Michelin star restaurants abroad. So there's Chizuru, for example. It's a Michelin star restaurant owned by Nigerian, right? We have a few others like that. But when you go online and see the sort of the communication about these places, you hear things like West African cuisine or African cuisine.
Okay.
And I had a feeling, and this is me trying to make excuses for people, I have a feeling that most of the time it's simply because of the audience that they're working with. A lot of these people don't even, you hear things like people saying that Africa is one country.
Oh yeah, that easy.
You get so
Yeah.
and they're running a business, right? So having to sort of educate people that this is Nigerian food, I sort of see where the issue might come up. However, as we start to take responsibility, as we start to sort of influence the narrative and make the right noise, have meetings like this, have a lot of content out there that educates about Nigerian food, about Nigerian ingredients, about Nigerian staples, about our techniques. As we start to make all that noise, people would now start to want to fully associate themselves with Nigerian food. And you see them, like for example, TikTok. You see how everyone calls swallow fufu. Exactly, fufu, you get. So once again, that's one of the reasons. But imagine that we let's say it's our Ministry of Tourism or something, for example, constantly sponsoring content, educating on food, on cuisine. The guy going on the American or the foreigner going on TikTok to do a post like that would have the information to know that, oh, this is eba, this is amala, this is pounded yam, this is tuwo, and know the types of cuisine.
Yeah.
And before you know it, we'll get there.
So you think it also resides on us to tell our culinary story more?
Absolutely. Every chef that is culinary trained, that went to a proper culinary school, the foundation that they have is very Western, right? So you have things like French cuisine, which is like the father and foundation of all types of cuisine.
Yeah.
You have the classic cuisine, for example. Over the years, they added Asian, Italian. But now we have global cuisine being studied in school. However, a lot of the real sort of like technical skill that you get in culinary art is influenced by those cultures, right? And so with that kind of training, you want to explore a full length of your skill as a chef. So it is now that people are coming back home, and now with the whole Afro revolution,
Yeah.
and everybody's now trying to sort of reimagine how they can apply those skills to our cuisine, not knowing that even our cuisine has history. Now it's not fully documented because of, once again, a lot of us we learned how to cook first and foremost from our parents.
Yeah.
But our parents also learned from their parents, but there was not a lot of documenting, right? And so it's almost like we have to now do the work all over again, like our generation.
Yeah.
Let's say like our generation, some 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, generation. We have to do the work all over again. We're trying to document what exactly it is that is Nigerian cuisine, Nigerian technique. Like it exists, but in documentation format, in communication format, where we can say, for example, smoking is a cooking technique. Our parents have been smoking from the village for years,
Yeah.
right? But I can imagine that maybe they didn't call it smoking or something, or they didn't give a science to it. Or maybe, like, for example, there's a video trending now on Instagram where an Asian guy is talking about the science of jollof rice. Have you ever heard of that before? The science of jollof rice. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we cook jollof rice, we love it, we eat at parties, but there's a science to it. There's a
But
science
it's
to all
interesting to
cooking.
see that it's not a Nigerian even telling the story.
And that's what I'm saying. So it is our responsibility. We need to move, we need to gain the knowledge, move fast, do the research. So for example, Ozos, Kitchen Butterfly, one of the oldest bloggers in Nigeria, she has a book now called Chop Chop, right? For me, there are a lot of books, so a lot of authors in Nigeria. But for me, this is one of the landmark projects for the Nigerian culinary scene, because I think she started her research for this book as far back as 2015, I think, because she just launched the book maybe 2 years ago. That was 2024, I think. And imagine that, 2015, 2024, that's what, up to 10 years, I think, of researching about Nigerian food. And she eventually put it out there in a book. The pictures are wonderful. You can see there's one particular picture that actually caught my attention. Palm oil in the 5-liter transparent container. Like, that is us. And I'm grateful to someone like her that has documented that. We need more. We need someone, we need like we need a book that probably says Northern cuisine, for example. That's Northern Nigerian. Because the North, they have like, the techniques that they have in the North is so mind-blowing. And lots of us don't even know about it. I just got back from I went to Jos and Zaria for work, and it exposed me to the culture, the farming, the cuisine of part of the North. And I want to go back. Like, I want to spend like an entire month in the North and just explore and learn.
Yeah. But speaking of more and documentation, so it's a thing where you don't even have to be in certain countries. You think Italy, you know, pasta, pizza, gelato. You think Mexico, you know, you already know burritos, tacos. You think Chinese or Japanese, you're thinking sushi, ramen, and the like. So for Nigeria, like, those are like super recognizable, you know, dishes for all of these countries or the cuisines, right? For Nigeria, why don't we have like an international culinary symbol? Does it have the history, perception, branding? You know, what's your take on that?
Awesome. It has to do with effort. So, for example, the Asian, there's the online. There's the story of I think it's Thailand. I'm not quite sure, but it's an Asian. I mean, it happened in Asia, where the government sponsored immigrants that were traveling to America, and they empowered the immigrants to open restaurants, Asian restaurants in that country. And it was almost like it was a deliberate integration where everyone was given stipends to open authentic Asian restaurants in those countries. And I think this happened across maybe several parts of the world as well. And so with deliberate action like that, it will weave into the culture of those new spaces. And that's the same thing with Nigeria. For example, what exists today, the traction that Nigeria food exists today is rests on the shoulder of the private space, the private economy, like the chefs, the practitioners and professionals, us. We are the ones driving all those conversations, but it's not enough. It needs to be a deliberate action also from government. We have a lot of Nigerian. So, for example, Enish. I don't know if you know Enish, but Enish is one of the biggest Nigerian restaurants globally. Enish is in Dubai, in UK, in US. Now they're doing like they're coming back to Africa to do like an entire Africa tour. They're going to be in several countries in Africa, but they're everywhere. And Enish serves Nigerian food, Nigerian staples.
Yeah.
They serve egusi, they serve amala, they serve, and everyone talks about if you're traveling abroad and you watch it in Nigeria, you have to go to Enish. You have to go to Enish. That is what we're talking about. Now imagine that the Nigerian government sponsor Enish or partners with Enish or partners with more people like Enish, right? And they are just all over, plastered across the world. We will not be having this conversation because people would know more about our food. And once we sort of clock that category, because that category is a category, that's Nigerian staples. There's so much more. There is contemporary Nigerian cooking that we haven't even started to fully explore. That's when you take our ingredients and do so much more. For example, have you ever heard, you've probably gone to a restaurant to eat ribeye steak, for example, like, or to eat pasta, a lot of things. But imagine a yaji crusted or yaji suya, yaji crusted ribeye. That's still, it sounds exactly right. That's suya pepper that we normally just use on the street for suya meat. But that spice, that unique Nigerian seasoning, that spice mix is so unique to us and is so packed with flavor that it can cut across different things. Imagine pepper soup in Paris.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So we have so much, but we need to put in the effort.
For it, yeah. We're still going to get to the ingredient because that's another aspect. But let's even talk about perception, perception from the diaspora or global perception first. How do you think that our food is perceived, from the global audience, and do you think that sort of also affects our them recognizing us or our positioning, when it comes to like menu globally? Yeah.
So perception, yes, you're right. There's a lot of perception around our food being too oily, too heavy, too spicy, because a lot of times, and even locally now, you hear a lot of people say, Yoruba people's food is spicy and stuff.
This is Entertainment Hotline. You dialed in. I picked up. Here's this week's entertainment download. I'm TK. So Big Wiz casually logged on and tweeted just one word: album, alongside an eagle emoji, and just like that, the internet lost its collective mind. Now, about this Paris matter everybody is whispering about, here's the spicy part nobody is telling properly. Wizkid and super producer Pharrell Williams were recently spotted in a recording studio in Paris, where photos surfaced online and suddenly fans started behaving like FBI agents, connecting dots, zooming into pictures, and building entire theories of vibes and timestamps. And guess what? There's actually a Paris pre-release party. Now here's what's actually going on. A very suspiciously timed album tweet, Wizkid in Paris, Wizkid in the studio with Pharrell, Wizkid album pre-release party with Deeds live in Paris. And just to add extra seasoning to the moment, Big Wiz was also spotted in Paris Fashion Week exchanging pleasantries with fellow Nigerian superstar Asake. Fans already packing imaginary suitcases for France. And honestly, knowing Wizkid, this man enjoys saying very little and then he disappears, while the rest of us start writing conspiracy theories on his behalf. So for now, the gist is simple. Big Wiz has pressed the album incoming button, Paris is in the picture, Pharrell is in the room, Fashion Week is serving surprise Afrobeat link-ups, and the countdown to the next Wizkid era is officially on.
The life I was searching for is looking me right in the eye. Oh, if I had known the life I was searching for.
So, Pella and Jarvis, the same internet couple that started with skits, jokes, and that were just vibing energy, have now really upgraded their storyline. Because clips are everywhere showing what looks like a traditional introduction. Families present, cultural setting, the kind of room where nobody is laughing for content anymore. Now, some people are saying online the bride price has been paid, others are still holding on to, I beg, calm down, it is content, like it's a life jacket. But let's be honest, this is the same Pella that once had the very strong no marriage plans, relaxed energy online. And now the story has moved from jokes to something that looks like a serious relationship milestone. And it's now been confirmed by the couples themselves in circulating videos where they openly acknowledge their engagement. So what started as TikTok romance has now entered full traditional family conversation and official engagement territory. But at this point, it's starting to look less like content and more like engagement with paperwork energy.
What's happening here? It may unleash the truth that the Mera Parava may not be ready for. This can't be true.
This is true, Ma. This is true.
And in return for this, what does she?
51% of the Mera exports.
What? I, Zara Ogun, CEO of Ogun Fashion, own Mera Exports.
Osaze Godara decided Lagos wasn't enough and casually walked into Bollywood territory. Sis has been cast in a leading role in Imported Baho, which, by the way, literally means imported daughter-in-law. And if that alone is not screaming family drama, I don't know what else is. Now, picture this. A Nigerian queen enters an Indian family and suddenly love, secrets, tradition, and culture clashes all RSVP immediately. Think meet the parents, but make it Lagos meets Mumbai. The series from the producers behind Namaste Waala is also doing something fresh. It's shot vertically for phones. Yes, darling, we are watching premium drama like Instagram Reels now. And judging by the trailer, not everybody is exactly rolling the red carpet for this imported daughter-in-law, which is basically why the internet is intrigued. But honestly, you've got to love it. Nollywood and Bollywood are officially outside holding hands, and we're here for it. So here's the stories that cross borders, cultures that collide beautifully, and to Osaz for giving us one more reason to clear our schedules. Entertainment Hotline comes to a close today, but the stories, they never really do. Follow us at CBI News TV. I'm TK, and I don't just report entertainment. I deliver it. So you called for the tea? Good, because I've got enough material to keep us busy this week. I'm TK, and you're officially on Entertainment Hotline.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, 5-time Grammy Award winner, previous BET Awards icon recipient, a global cultural force and visionary whose artistry has shaped generations around the world, the incomparable Janet Jackson!
Oh my God, just look at that aura. Look at her, like she's always gonna be that girl. But before we get to Miss Jackson, let's talk BET 2026. LA was outside, Drusky had hosting duties, the red carpet was serving, and the winners were winning. Tiana Taylor practically owned the night. Kendrick added more trophies to the collection because apparently he collects awards recreationally at this point. Cardi B reminded everybody why she stays in these conversations. Kalani had a moment too, and Tems had Nigerians screaming, "That's our girl." D'Angelo got his flowers, Lauryn Hill got her flowers. Actually, the entire room became Lauryn Hill's bouquet because everybody stood up to honor that woman. And then came the moment of the night.
Tiana Taylor. What a year it's been for you. It seems like only yesterday a rose from Harlem grew out of the concrete and blossomed into our icon of the year.
You are my biggest inspiration. The fact that you even took out the time to be here to celebrate with me. This is crazy. I love you so much. You so much.
Janet Jackson walks on stage to surprise Tiana Taylor with her Icon of the Year award, and Tiana completely breaks down. And honestly, everybody watching felt it too. And can we discuss fashion? Because Janet's fit was ridiculously stunning. A two-pack tee layered over pinstripes, a corseted waist, slouchy tailoring, and that iconic fedora. Like she wasn't arriving for an award show, but reporting for duty as the president of Aura. Tiana, being incapable of missing, remains undefeated. Cardi served drama. Everybody understood the assignment. By the end of the night, BET had reminded everybody what it does best, celebrating Black excellence, legacy, and culture, and proving that great moments still speak for themselves.
My world, it moves so fast today. The past just seems so far away. Down low. And you pull your window curtain.
So darlings, gather around because Nigeria has been fighting over one phrase all week, Olodo uprising. So YC comes out and uses the phrase Olodo uprising to describe what he sees as a rise in ignorance, misinformation, and confidence without competence being rewarded online. He says people are becoming afraid to challenge bad takes because loud voices are starting to outweigh correct ones. Then he also references what the internet is now calling Pella culture. Basically, the idea of viral entertainment personalities being seen as proof that attention is replacing expertise. Immediately, creators and fans push back their argument. Hold on, many of us are educated, the economy is terrible, degrees aren't paying bills. If content creation works, why are you acting like making people laugh means people are stupid? And that's why this became bigger than YC versus Pella. It turned into a national debate about whether Nigeria is rewarding ignorance or whether success itself is just evolving in the internet era. Oh, and in case you were wondering, YC came back with, I said what I said.
We're trying to give hope, and to start Akara business doesn't take a lot of money. To start roasting corn, or somebody even said about grant, you see they're saying that kuli doesn't take much.
Just when you thought Nigerians were done adopting new catchphrases, this week Nigerians picked up one sentence and took it on a nationwide tour. The First Lady Oluremi Tinubu suggested that businesses like Akara, roasted corn, and kuli don't require much capital to start. And honestly, before that conversation was over, social media had already opened branches nationwide. Suddenly, everybody on X had upgraded from unemployed to CEO of Akara Enterprises Limited. People were apparently applying for positions as senior corn roasting executives. LinkedIn users were discussing expansion plans in Series A funding for Akara startup. And my personal favorite, people wanted to know exactly when the Akara exchange market will be opening for business. I thought that was crazy. Now, beneath all the jokes was a much bigger conversation about the economy because many Nigerians felt the advice was completely out of touch with the realities of what people are facing right now. But this is Nigeria, and Nigerians don't just process news. We season it, fry it, and we serve it hot. And trust me, social media has been serving premium Akara flavored cruise all week. Entertainment Hotline is signing off. Until next time, follow us at CBI News TV. I'm TK, and I don't just cover entertainment, I serve it. Welcome to Entertainment Hotline, your weekly plug on everything trending, talked about, and impossible to ignore. I'm TK. Let's talk about it. You know, a story has layers when last week's cheating allegations in the marriage between Frank Ador and his ex-wife Sandra are no longer the headline. They are the entry point. Sandra has continued posting online, repeating claims around infidelity during the marriage, emotional strain, and financial responsibilities that she said she carried. This time, she also shared what she says are receipts, screenshots, and messages backing her claims, and naturally, the internet is split. Straight into two camps, obviously, those who believe her and those questioning her receipts. Frank Ador has not directly responded to each allegation, but an older emotional podcast clip about heartbreak has resurfaced and, of course, is now being reinterpreted online. And on Chike's angle, there are certain people who are still hyping him up. Divided online reaction. Some people are definitely not finding it funny at all.
So Chike, now this matter between you and Frank Ador and the wife, it's now time for us to tell you the reality. Your career is about to be ruined for good. You're about to lose a lot. Those wedding bookings are gonna stop. Which mouths the women won't tell their husband to be? Say they won't make Chike come play for their wedding.
Different narrative, posts, and speculations that refuses to die down. At this point, I am tired. But then it's no longer just a cheating story. It's a series at this point. It didn't start in a courtroom, it started online like most things these days. A social media user made allegations involving Adekunle Gold and his family. And what began as internet chatter quickly escalated into something far more serious: cyberbullying and false online claims. From there, the matter moved into the legal system in Lagos, where it was heard in court. The individual involved was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment following the proceedings. Adekunle Gold was obviously the complainant in this case, while the arrest, judgments, and other consequences was handled by the legal authorities. And just like that, what started as a post online ended with a courtroom sentence in real life. To every troll hiding behind a screen, let's be clear. The internet is not a free pass to say anything and call it opinion. Once you start targeting people's families or spreading false claims, you're no longer just talking online. You're stepping into consequences, and this particular story just proved that. Drake is trending, and this isn't a normal music drop. This is a takeover. Three albums, 1 moment, 0 warning. We're talking Iceman, Maid of Honor, Habibti, dropped like he woke up, looked at the entire music industry and said, clear your schedule. This is not a rollout, this is definitely a reset button. 40 plus tracks flooding the system at once, different moods, different worlds, different versions of Drake in one strike. Rap Drake, emotional Drake, global Drake, all in one sweep. And while I'm still trying to catch up, break down lyrics, pick favorites, he's already moved the conversation forward. Because only Drake can turn a music release into a cultural event and still make it feel very effortless. 3 albums, 1 drop, and somehow it still feels like he's oozing back. And that's the scary part. Drake didn't just drop albums, he dropped a standard everyone else has to catch up to. Love me some Drake. And that's where we land on Entertainment Hotline. All of the tea, all of the drama, all of the headlines. I am TK. And don't forget to follow us on our social networks at CBI News TV. Keep it locked.
Nigeria, what's more? The insecurity is getting too much now. As Kenya.
At a time when citizens are increasingly worried about safety and security of children in Nigeria, a dramatic rescue unfolded when a woman suspected of kidnapping a 2-year-old boy was intercepted by alerted members of the public along Island Avenue area of Lagos State on Monday. Witnesses say the woman, who appeared to be a mentally challenged person roaming the streets, had allegedly taken the child away from the vicinity where the toddler was last seen.
The boy in question that was kidnapped was a boy that was here playing with my daughter as well. My daughter was here. All of them normally stay here and play. But that day, particular day, my daughter refused to come here. You understand? But I was surprised. The woman came and picked the child and said that the child was her child. On her way going, this woman knew the mother of the child. And she knew that this woman is not the mother of this child.
The incident happened on day before yesterday, around after 4. Because I don't even know, is that woman that the woman that have the baby just come. He now be shouting, he's making call. He now be shouting, my baby, my baby. And I say, what happened, what happened? Your baby is with my baby right now, they are playing. What happened? And so the woman crossed the main road, going there. It's just they make it call, my baby, my baby.
The nation of the child, my sister picking. Now, it always they drop her for me for a year. And they meet there for a year. They follow one woman where they call Yakai, they talk. The lady there with the boy there with my picking for a year. Why the same market here? People were there for around this place, them there here with the baby they play. One girl where they work for this place, they come see the woman, where the woman call him. He don't know the woman. They come call and say, "May come and take sweet."
So the mad woman backing the lady wanted to take her inside Marua. We now drag her and now asked her that, "Are you the owner of the baby?" Said it's her baby. So we started beating her.
Disguised as a mentally unstable woman, the culprit bought some candies with which she enticed the boy before taking him away from other kids. With the vigilance of another street vendor, who called on the mother of the child to confirm whether she left the child on the care of another person, the woman and others reacted swiftly and apprehended the culprit.
He played there in Marua Day. I just sat there and I see the baby leg with his slippers. The woman is carrying the baby for back. And you want to enter Marua. So and I dragged the baby with that woman and the woman now hold me, say it's my baby. I said, okay, is it your baby? What's the name of your baby? Say Israel. I say this baby his name is Great.
Now that my sister can't come for phone say, where your baby? I tell her, your baby there with me now. Now you come cross road. You call the call. Cross road. Oh, this my way they say, go, stand up, run, go this side. Me I run, follow him. Now this lady constant when he back the baby, they will face Marwa, may enter Marwa, carry the baby to go.
She bought sweet for the boy because when we caught her with the boy, we caught sweet in the boy's hands. The boy was licking sweet. She wanted to take her with the child. That's how we caught her. And she bagged the child on the back.
Upon interrogation, the woman, who at first presented multiple personalities and incoherent behavior, claimed the child was hers and later on admitted that she picked him up in order to help the parents raise him on their behalf.
I say he just carried the baby, say he want to help the woman who get the baby, he help him train her.
Is it your baby? He said it's not her baby. That she wants to help us to take care of the baby. That's why they beat her and they took her to the police station.
He still they talk say na your baby. He can't write after I ask a question, what I ask him. He can't ask our own me question. Me I talk. I can't write a statement. My sister husband correct her own statement. The woman correct her own statement. Yesterday, na he carry am go police station for Alausa down.
As the crowd pounced on her, a man whom the crowd suspected to be her accomplice came out to present himself as a police officer, but the crowd refused to listen to him. Instead, he was made an accomplice also. In the ensuing chaos, he calmly disappeared from sight.
We start beating the woman. We drag the woman with the man that said that he is the police officer. Me, in virtual, I was saying, why this man protecting this woman? Why? They should hold this woman. Me, inside the video, you will hear the voice. You understand? When I was saying it, we have to drag the man, I swear. We beat her. Today she can't even. I said, what be that? Say they mad. Big shake come up on your head. You begin to talk. You say, I beg. Now in Pikin, no. I say, madam, they crazy. Person Pikin, you just come back and they go. Say, now you're Pikin.
Meanwhile, at the police station, the woman who was incoherent suddenly became coherent to the extent that she was the one who wrote her own personal statement at the station.
She's not mad at police station. Even she can write a statement in the police station. She have even 2 ATM. She has OPay. She said 60,000 naira is in the OPay. The other Access Bank, 500,000 naira was inside the Access Bank. So they were now asking her that, where do you see 500,000 naira? He said it's her money. That she has the money herself. Where do you see the money? Who gave you the money? He said it's her money.
People they complain, say they're mad. You know they're mad, you know they're crazy. Now these guys, they begin to write pure English. They speak broken since. Begin to write pure English. Even write self, write Ogun State, they write many places where you can come. Say date of birth, Chineke na God. Say God. Which kind of criminal? Then get says so.
He became like a mad person when he dey here. But when he reach Alausa, the English way they speak normal. Even the Yoruba way they speak itself, they speak normal.
As investigations continue into the circumstances surrounding the incident, parents and guardians are being urged to remain alert and maintain close supervision of their children in public places. Authorities are also expected to determine whether the suspect acted alone or as part of a wider criminal network. For many residents, the rescue serves as a reminder that vigilance can make the difference between tragedy and safety. As concerns over insecurity persist, citizens are being encouraged to remain watchful and report suspicious activities promptly. Bivan Magoni for CBI News.
If today's headlines were a group chat, accountability would be arguing with power. Students would be asking tough questions and peace would still be waiting for a reply. From a court ruling that puts the brakes on controversial perks for lawmakers to Nigerians preparing to leave South Africa for home. Uncertainty on university campuses and a war that has dragged on for 100 days with no clear end in sight. These are the stories shaping conversations today. I am Otobong Nkanta, and this is CBI News. As the federal government concludes the screening process for Nigerians set to return from South Africa, it is a reminder that for many citizens abroad, home is not just where the heart is, it is sometimes the safest place left to return to. Hopefully, home offers the certainty they could not find abroad. Now, also in the news, a court ruling against the National Assembly's controversial SUV and allowance schemes has once again reignited conversations about accountability in public service. But beyond the legal implications lies a moral conversation. Should leadership be measured by the comfort of those in power or the condition of those they serve? Now, months after the Akwa Ibom State governor claimed his defection to the ruling APC helped secure approval for the Faculty of Law, the State University is again missing from the list of universities approved to run law programs in Nigeria. The university's absence from the updated list leaves many students and families searching for clarity. The University of Nigeria Nsukka has dismissed reports of a terror threat as speculated in a viral social media trend. The motorcycle ban, meanwhile, reflects the difficult balance between convenience and safety. Sometimes institutions are forced to make unpopular decisions, not because danger has arrived, but because they hope it never does. Now, moving over to the foreign scene, 100 days is more than a number on a calendar. It is 100 days of disrupted lives, unanswered prayers, and families waiting for normalcy to return. The longer negotiations remain frozen, the more peace risks becoming a destination everyone wants, but no one can reach. North Korea's latest declaration coming just before a high-profile diplomatic visit by the Chinese president sends a clear message about its strategic priorities. Yet beneath the geopolitical chess match lies a recurring reality. When nations talk about weapons, citizens often talk about stability, security, and the future. Now, the gap between those conversations is where global tensions usually reside. And that's about the size of it. We continue to keep track of the stories so you don't have to chase them. I am Otobong Nkanta for CBI News. Every headline marks a moment. While some reshape communities, others influence decisions far beyond where they begin. But together, they tell the story of the day. From politics and policy to security and global affairs, these are the developments driving today's conversation and the people at the center of them. I am Otobong Nkanta, and this is CBI News. Now let's get started. In politics, the campaign may be over, but expectations are only just beginning. Biodun Oyebanji has secured another term as Ekiti governor after emerging victorious at the polls. Attentions now shift from the election promises to the realities of governance. Elsewhere, for many workers, retirement isn't just about the future. It's about confidence in the present. Civil servants in Oyo are urging Governor Seyi Makinde to reconsider the state's contributory pension scheme, placing workers' welfare back in focus. And now from pensions to the environment. Keeping a city clean often begins long before the streets are swept. Lagos has inaugurated a task force to tackle indiscriminate waste dumping as authorities intensifies efforts to improve environmental sanitation. And now to security, measures aimed at protecting lives can also reshape daily routine. The Abia State government has banned commercial motorcycle operations in part of the state as it steps up efforts to address insecurity. Now, turning overseas, sometimes the biggest hurdle to international travel isn't the journey, it's the cost. Japan has announced a sharp increase in visa fees for Nigerians and other foreign nationals, a decision expected to affect travel, business, and of course, study plans. Across Europe, political transitions rarely stop at a country's borders. Fresh attention is on the United Kingdom following reports that Prime Minister Keir Starmer is expected to step down, a development likely to draw global interest. And finally, diplomacy often moves quietly, but the impact can be far-reaching. The first round of talks between Iran and the United States has concluded in Switzerland, with hopes that continued dialogue could help ease long-standing tensions. And that's the size of it. We continue to track the stories so you don't have to chase them. I am Otobong Nkanta, and this is CBI News. Every headline marks a moment. While some reshape communities, others influence decisions far beyond where they begin. But together, they tell the story of the day. From politics and policy to security and global affairs, these are the developments driving today's conversation and the people at the center of them. I am Otobo Nkenta, and this is CBI News. Now let's get started. In politics, the campaign may be over, but expectations are only just beginning. Biodun Oyebanji has secured another term as Ekiti governor after emerging victorious at the polls. Attentions now shift from the election promises to the realities of governance. Elsewhere, for many workers, retirement isn't just about the future. It's about confidence in the present. Civil servants in Oyo are urging Governor Seyi Makinde to reconsider the state's contributory pension scheme, placing workers' welfare back in focus. And now from pensions to the environment. Keeping a city clean often begins long before the streets are swept. Lagos has inaugurated a task force to tackle indiscriminate waste dumping as authorities intensifies efforts to improve environmental sanitation. And now to security, measures aimed at protecting lives can also reshape daily routine. The Abia State government has banned commercial motorcycle operations in parts of the state as it steps up efforts to address insecurity. Now, turning overseas, sometimes the biggest hurdle to international travel isn't the journey, it's the cost. Japan has announced a sharp increase in visa fees for Nigerians and other foreign nationals, a decision expected to affect travel, business, and of course, study plans. Across Europe, political transitions rarely stop at a country's borders. Fresh attention is on the United Kingdom following reports that Prime Minister Keir Starmer is expected to step down, a development likely to draw global interest. And finally, diplomacy often moves quietly, but the impact can be far-reaching. The first round of talks between Iran and the United States has concluded in Switzerland, with hopes that continued dialogue could help ease long-standing tensions. And that's the size of it. We continue to track the stories so you don't have to chase them. I am Otobo Nkenta, and this is CBI News. Hello and thank you for joining Headline Trends right here on CBI News. Every day brings a new set of stories, but only a few go on to shape conversations, influence decisions, and leave a lasting impact. From decisions shaping lives here at home to developments redefining events around the world, these stories offer more than just information. They offer perspective. I am Otobo Nkenta, and together, let's make sense of the day's biggest stories. It's no longer news that a fresh standoff is unfolding between resident doctors and the federal government after doctors declared an industrial dispute and issued a new 4-week ultimatum. The countdown has begun, and the question is whether this deadline will deliver solutions or another disruption to healthcare services. Meanwhile, the decline in global crude oil prices is yet to translate into relief for Nigerians, prompting the FCCPC to warn petrol marketers. It renews a familiar debate. When market conditions improve, how long should citizens wait before they feel the impact? Elsewhere, the APC is pushing back against reports surrounding its primaries, describing a purported list of successful candidates as fake and unauthorized. As the political season gathers pace, the battle over information and credibility is proving just as significant as the contest itself. Now, still ahead, New concerns are emerging over press freedom in Uganda following an order by the country's military chief to shut down media outlets. It raises broader questions about the space for independent journalism in times of political tension. Across the region, Burkina Faso has formally severed diplomatic ties with France, marking another significant shift in the region's geopolitical landscape. The move underscores a changing balance of influence with implications that could extend well beyond bilateral relations. And finally, Iran is warning commercial vessels against bypassing its designated route through the Strait of Hormuz, adding a fresh layer of uncertainty to one of the world's most critical shipping corridors. In a region where every maritime decision carries weight, global market will be watching closely. And that's the size of it. We continue to track the stories so you don't have to chase them. I am Otobo Nkanta for CBI News. What connects a political warning in Nigeria, a community still grieving a massacre, and tensions playing out on the global stage? At first glance, not much, but look closer and each story is about trust, safety, and the consequences of decisions made or delayed. We'll take you through the headlines shaping that picture right now. I am Otobo Nkanta, and this is CBI News. Who really carries the weight of a nation's progress? That question sits right at the heart of Oti's remark, shifting attentions away from institutions and back to the citizens who shaped them. It is a reminder that democracy is not a spectator system. It only works when people actively engage it beyond election day. Time may have moved on in Guma area of Benue State, but grief in Yellow-Water for the families of the slain has not followed the same pace. As they mark a painful anniversary, the absence of justice continues to deepen a wound that remembrance alone cannot heal. It may look like a routine enforcement move as the police are set for another crackdown, but visibility on the roads often translates directly into safety and accountability. In a city as busy as Lagos, the ability to identify vehicles is not just administrative, it is essential for public security. Nothing unsettles a parent more than uncertainty over something meant to heal their child. The alert by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, underscores how quickly a safety concern in one country can become a public health warning in another. Now moving over to the foreign scene, peace is often announced in words long before it is secured in reality. The reported agreement between the United States and Iran, promising a permanent end to military action after months of conflict, offers one of the strongest signs yet that diplomacy may finally be gaining ground. History isn't shaped only on the battlefield. Sometimes it begins around a negotiating table. For Ukraine, this is more than just a diplomatic milestone. It is a signal of long-term belonging and stability. Yet behind the formal talks lies a nation still navigating the heavy realities of conflict while reaching for a different future. And that's the size of it. We continue to track the stories so you don't have to chase them. I am Otobo Nkanta. Stay with CBI News.
A single accident, a devastating fire, an unexpected hospital bill. For millions of Nigerians, one unforeseen event can erase years of hard work and financial progress. Yet, despite the risk that surrounds everyday life, most Nigerians remain uninsured. Why?
I don't trust insurance companies.
Is it distrust, lack of awareness, or simply a system that has failed to meet people where they are? But as technology transforms banking, payments, and commerce across Nigeria and Africa, a new generation of innovators believes insurance can finally become accessible, affordable, and relevant. We investigate Nigeria's insurance gap and explore how technology is attempting to change the future of financial protection. For many Nigerians, insurance remains complicated, expensive, or simply unnecessary until disaster strikes. Others say previous experiences with claims have discouraged them from participating.
InsurTech is just the combination of insurance and technology. And InsurTech basically is a modern innovation, the use of a modern innovation and digital platform to improve on traditional way of doing insurance business. Vis-a-vis the use of AI, digital processes to process the claims and the like.
For the Bewu Group, it's a great achievement. We are the first, we are the numero uno in the field. We got the license first. And for us, it means enlightenment. And we intend to create lasting impact with it.
So, as we all know, in the past or presently, the manual way of doing insurance make things cumbersome. And we can't continue to go the way of usual. So we have to do unusual to make things coming back to usual way. So we have to innovate. And that is what brought about InsurTech.
NICOM is the regulatory body of the InsurTech, partnering InsurTech. So on all fronts, we have taken all necessary measures to ensure that we comply with all regulatory requirements and that we do not breach any of the guidelines laid down by NICOM for partnering InsurTech companies.
Imagine losing everything you own tomorrow. Your business, your home, your source of income. Would you recover financially? For many Nigerians, the answer is no. Nigeria is Africa's largest economy and one of the continent's most dynamic markets. Yet, insurance penetration remains amongst the lowest in the world. Despite increasing economic activity and growing financial inclusion, insurance adoption has struggled for decades.
Per capita income is very, very key. When poverty is deepening very hard, it is very, very difficult to be thinking of something that is inevitable, something that is very, very compulsory. You can't be thinking of that when one is in abject poverty, when the economic situation is nothing but nothing to write home about. So that is one major problem.
One company believes it has found the formula. Among the emerging players attempting to redefine insurance is CBI partnering InsurTech. The company is building a digital ecosystem designed to simplify access to insurance and financial protection.
What makes it different is, this is a way of transforming traditional insurances to digital one. So in this situation, we are talking of a real time for the client to resolve issue, filling of proposal form. It's faster and users friendly. So unlike the era of paper, and sometimes it includes a bureaucracy of this person has to look into it, this, but everything is embedded in the technology that InsurTech. Everything is there, and considering again the hyper activation of the claims, how you start the processing of the claims, the prompt notification, everything is there in the technology and on the platform provided. So it is there. You don't need to go far or wait. Everything you want is already on the platform. So this make it different. This make this model different to the traditional insurances that we are doing. So equally, this one is API driven. Application programming interface driven. So everything you want to do, you can do it. It's like a one-stop insurance that you can do everything at a go. Even the companies, the big companies that want to interact, they can easily launch a big product, looking at it and do everything once and all. Personalization is there. So these are the things that make the model to be different from usual, because usually the existing traditional insurance, you complete your proposal form, you send it to where, even through broker, you still need to wait. The underwriter will assess this. So InsurTech wave this away, and it makes things faster. So that's what makes the model difference from usual historical and traditional insurances.
For many young Nigerians, purchasing insurance for the first time can feel intimidating, but digital platforms are making the process easier.
Can you really avoid insurance? It's this. That term sounds like, or give a picture that is always for our parents, our grandparents, not for us, with the young people growing up, actually. Not knowing what insurance means and knowing what it entails. Yeah, so I'm good with it. What changed my mind? Saying that as a young person, you don't just think about today, think about your tomorrow, think about what you need to do for tomorrow. And that tomorrow starts now. So yes, I have to now take the bold step to start now to do the things I have to do. It was, which word should I use than easy? It was a great time actually, and it was sweet, like smooth. There was no difficulties, no trying to understand, just going down. It was just simple understanding the process actually.
Over the last decade, Nigeria has witnessed a financial technology revolution. Consumers can transfer money instantly, open accounts remotely, pay bills with a few taps. Technology has fundamentally changed expectations. People want convenience. People want speed. People want simplicity. If technology can transform banking, can it do the same for insurance? Many innovators believe the answer is yes, and that's where InsurTech comes in.
FinTech has succeeded in the country because it has solved meaningful problems for everyday people, millions of them in the country. Of the three things it has achieved, it has brought faster transaction processing, easy access, and lower transaction costs. So with this experience and making it so easy for customers to use them easily through their handheld devices, it brought convenience into them, which informed a change in customer behavior. As customers behaved, they adopted it and it was very convenient. So this has really made it successful because adoption has now scaled so much that people now don't see a reason to go to a physical location. So, and we've seen that with the success of this success can be translated into other sectors, including insurance space. All we have to do is remove friction, and then adoption becomes a possibility, and it also scales. How so? When consumers are able to compare insurance products online, be able to make purchases of these policies the same channel from the comfort of their homes, from the comfort of their handheld devices, but not only that, be able to receive customer support and be able to place claims and be able to receive all the support they need digitally, it changes their behavior towards insurance. So as we've seen it in fintech, where people were able to make payments easily from their handheld device, make purchases and get it received, when insurance becomes the same thing, adoption is bound to happen. So we believe that the same thing can apply in the insurance space. Now, for customers from the comfort of their handheld devices or laptops or whatever means they want to engage, they should be able to go somewhere where they can compare. They can see the insurance products available, compare, and be able to place their order. So you need such platforms. So technology such as, so think of it as e-commerce platform, where you can easily, or marketplace, where you can easily see those products available from the different insurance company and be able to make placement. So the technology that powers that is very important. Technology such as data and analytics, very important, but this time around to the insurance themselves, because they are able to see what the customers are ordering, what the customers are placing, what are they interested in. So it helps them to be able to know how to tailor the what products to customers and what tweaks they should make. So that has been very important. And what has also been important has been AI. Now, AI has become a buzzword, but the relevance of AI is it automates quite a number of things. AI and automation can put it together in such a way that things that will manually be done before, you automate them. So for instance, a customer comes on the platform, instead of you having a human being you need to talk to, you can chat. And then as you chat, responses are given to you. And from there, even the data is given to the insurance company at the back end for them to know what customers are asking, and it helps them to better their services. And most importantly, I would say integrations, because you need to integrate into the insurance platform to be able to provide their services. So what we are seeing happening in the industry now is that a lot of insurance companies, and not only insurance, even the HMO who are also offering health insurances, are all becoming digitally inclined to ensure that their services are rendered, because we have so many wonderful ones in the industry who are very good but still manually driven. So for technology to help them, they are also now digitalizing their services. And when we have platforms where you are integrating all these services into it, it now becomes easy for users to be able to compare prices, compare policies, compare insurance products, and be able to make placement. And with AI now streamlining the process, it now becomes easy to make all those placements and complete your whatever service you need from customers. So we believe with all this, technology is really changing things. And we believe that the success of fintech should be easily replicated in the insurance space as time goes on.
Beyond business and personal finance, insurance can also provide peace of mind for families facing life's uncertainties. Technology alone cannot solve every challenge, but by making insurance easier to understand and access, platforms like CBI are attempting to bring protection closer to millions who have traditionally been excluded.
The basic problem that InsurTech is coming to resolve is the inefficiency in the traditional and historical insurance. Fee service, paperwork, the poor customer relationship management, CRM, and claims processes. So it takes longer than necessary most of the time to get things done. And what customer wants is a prompt service delivery. And prompt service delivery starts from the proposal stage. So InsurTech corrects all these inefficiencies in the usual way of doing historical and traditional insurances, doing it manually, proposal form, to underwriting department, coming back again. This is what even the computer use sometimes cannot be customer friendly. So InsurTech has come to resolve all these inefficiencies. So by giving prompt service and a seamless one.
Ironically, while insurance struggles for acceptance, Nigerians have enthusiastically embraced financial technology. Banking has changed, payments have changed, but insurance has remained largely traditional. The question is, why has insurance been left behind?
Okay, so what the question is very, very easy and is doable. Actually, for every one of us, our disposable income determines our spendings, our savings, our investments. But the fact remains that InsurTech, we dwell more on retail insurance. And doing that, even if you are still conflicting with your savings or investment or thereabouts, you can still afford to do small insurance because there is going to be many tailor-made insurances that will be affordable for you, like you are buying a recharge card. So it's not going to be something difficult to acquire, because the most important thing is, do you know the need? Are you aware of the need, the importance of this for you in the first instance? You weigh the option and you realize you will laugh last. Because if you look at your disposable income and you look at it that, I can't afford this, and me that is still struggling to, in the first instance, is the insurance costly? No. Retail insurance is 1,500 insurance because it's retail insurance and it's going to be tailor-made, like I said. So it's not going to be something that will be difficult for you to have, because once the orientation is there, you have the awareness and you know you need this. Definitely you cater for it. And there are other, we have insurances and we have assurances. So there are other insurances that are not even property, that are not general business, that is investment in nature. By the time you talk about life, though, like I said in the problem, some for the religious belief, they will say, no, over my dead body, I will never die. Oh, God is with me. Allah is taking care of me. I can never. Yes. But as long as we know we will die one day, it should not be a shock to us. The fact remains, after our departure, what happened to our dependents? What happened to our next of kin? That is what should be key to us. So in that situation, investment insurance, which is tagged life assurance, is very, very important for every one of us. You can do it, attach it to the educational progress, future of your children, the child you just have. You can start doing it. And it's usually very small amounts. It's just a kind of projection of, 10 years, in 15 years time, this is where it would be. Or I'm dreaming of getting a land or building a house, so, yes. Then it will be worked out and you start making small contribution. So for those that may find it difficult to eat or whatever, as long as you can buy a recharge card to recharge your phone, Because what many of us will fail to realize is the amount we spend on our recharge card monthly. Sometimes if we sit down and be writing it, we'll be amazed that, and I don't have money. And let me shock you again. The data, the information we got from the research is that the larger percentage of people that are going to series of betting app, they are low-income earners. Over 90%. They are low-income earners. So you may not win forever, but in insurance, you will definitely win when the incident occurs.
The opportunity is enormous. Millions of Nigerians already use smartphones. Millions already trust digital financial services.
From reactive claim payment to proactive claim payment. Because on the interface for the web aggregator, everything, like I said, is one-stop insurance. Looking at the way we do pricing now, we can't compare it to how it will be in 5 years' time. Like now, you want to do insurance, you have to first of all contact whether broker or you want to go direct to underwriter. The next thing is, okay, what are the likely premium or what is it expected of me to do? So after advising you, there are some conditions that sometimes the underwriter will even attach that they need to feed you back on. So what we're saying is, for the pricing, how much you are paying, this is everything is seen on the platform. So that is part of the benefits and the opportunity InsurTech is bringing in the next 5 years. AI as an agent would have made things more seamless, more easier to do insurance, to do the claim, to get notification, to get renewal notice ahead, like 3 months time, a month's time, a week. All this must have been done, and it must have been an enhancement into the insurance industry as a whole. CBI partnering InsurTech, we are open to every underwriters to key into our SLA, and we get things done faster because the public is out there waiting to move away from the stress, the manual, the paperwork of doing things, and do it with in the comfort of their room, the comfort of their offices, and getting results immediately.
Across Africa, technology is creating new opportunities to expand financial inclusion. Insurance is increasingly becoming more than a product. It is becoming a tool for resilience, a tool for stability, and a tool for protecting progress.
It's great to have you join us on another episode of Power and Politics. I am Otobon Nkanta. On this episode, we will be talking about something pressing, something regarding the future of politics in the country. But this time around, it is about the women. Now, behind the bill, we're going to be discussing the pushback and politics of the reserve seats in the country. Is it going to be a progress, or is it going to be stalled ahead of 2027? Now, joining me on the show today is a veteran actress, one who is widely celebrated, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent. Stay with me as we will be unfolding the conversation and throwing more light on some of these perspectives. Joining me on Power and Politics today is, of course, I told you, a veteran actress, one that, speaks loudly for the women, representing the women in politics. She is someone who has so much interest in the political conversations of our nation. This is someone we know. I know you know her as well. She is no other person than Mrs. Ronnie Diko Kila right here with us. It's good to have you, Ma.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
It is an honor to have you. I mean, I've heard of Ronnie Diko. I've seen you on screen. I think this is an honor to actually sit with you one-on-one to have this conversation about our nation.
Oof.
It's great to have you.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
All right. So today we're talking about something pressing now, something about the women. I had to bring in a guest who is a woman, of course, who can actually relate to our current situation in the country. And today we'll be talking about the pushback. Is it the politics and against the women? We're talking about the reserved seat bill, behind the bill, and of course the road to 2027. Before we go right into it, do you see women waking up in 2027? Let's start that way, Ma.
Do I see women waking up in 2027? Of course, yes, I do.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10.
Scale of 1 to 10. I would say, as it is right now, it's very little. It's very low.
Okay.
So on the scale of 1 to 10, I would say maybe 5.
5 over 10.
That's
It
like
can
an
actually get better.
it can get better.
Now,
Because of some other intrigues, factors that
do you
are
mind
likely.
sharing it with us?
Well, women are constrained in so many ways. So you probably want to use the word marginalization, that women are marginalized. And I go back to section 42 of the Nigerian Constitution that prohibits gender discrimination, right? So far, as at 2025, we have 4.3% of women in the National Assembly. So and that's why I said when I should rate it from 1 to 10, I said 5. Averagely, I feel that, because as it is, it's not even up to 2%. As it is, if you go by what we have, 4.3% in the National Assembly. And that is why I said that I think it can get better, but just about if you rate from 1 to 10, I say 5, because there are other factors, like intimidation of the women folks, like cultural barrier.
Okay.
Cultural barrier.
Okay.
Women are not expected to have a voice or to be out there. They are supposed to be in the kitchen. A financial barrier. Sometimes women don't have the kind of money required to compete. So these are the factors that inhibits women participation in politics. And just some of it, I just mentioned just 2 or 3.
Now, the reserve seat bill has actually stirred a lot of conversation. And, with the way it is going, most people feel like this is just something, the male counterpart might just, delay a bit, not to meet up with the 2027 calendar.
Yes.
And some people are saying, look, it is not because of fair play. They think it's because of, just to alter the balance of power. They feel like it's going to alter, the power balance, when it comes to power play in the nation. Now, what's your take in this bill to start with? Because it was a man who brought it up. And also, now, if this bill gets light, a little bit before 2027, you think women are going to be ably represented?
Well, first and foremost, I think the bill is a welcome initiative because women inclusion is very, very low as it is right now.
Of course.
So we need more women in the National Assembly. We need more women at the decision-making table, And I think that if it scales through, many women will be happy, and it will increase the number of participation if there is fair play.
So when it comes to fairness and opportunity, which of them would you say is a problem currently?
Well, to me, I think, fairness and opportunity go hand in hand. They work together. Because when you talk about fairness, it brings about equality. You can't talk about fairness you can't talk about fairness without bringing in equality, and which at the end of the day, if justice is injected into it, then you know that everything is what we women, for instance, would like to have. Now, as you know, some people are against, some people will come and say they are for, some people will say, okay, they speak in favor of fairness, though especially the men. But then it's about advantage. It's about advantage. They are not so impressed with, I shouldn't use the word impressed. There's some kind of fear that when women come on board, because, you need women in politics. You need women in this decision-making table. Women are not just there just to clap their hands and cheer and vote, but they should also be part of the decision-making body. Now, fairness, the Constitution says that we should have more women. There should be an increase of women inclusion in the National Assembly. So it's only fair. It's only fair that you have, because there should be no discrimination whatsoever. So it's only fair that you have some reasonable amount of women in that decision-making table. You give women also the opportunity. The ones that you have mentioned, they've done very well.
True.
They've done very well. So I believe that there are many more women out there that will even do well or even do better. So it's only fair because the Constitution is based on social order of fairness, equality, and justice. It is only fair that there shouldn't be any discrimination. Women form part of the society. So why shouldn't they be at the decision-making table? Women are known to be good managers. So women are the ones that brought us up.
True.
They are homemakers. So why do you think that women, it's only fair for women to be there. It's only fair for them to be given the opportunity to exercise their human rights.
Now, you mentioned something about fear from, the male counterpart. That brings us to the to the next question. Is it from a personal angle of fear of losing influence in the society, or is it from a genuine concern of fairness?
Yes, I know most men will want the status quo to remain.
Of course.
For fear, because fear comes when you are in some form of influence in a particular position. And when the status quo is changed, you might lose that power, you might lose that influence. So if you bring more women into the system, those that will be against that bill today will be those that feel that their position will be threatened. They will lose influence. If you are in a particular position and you are enjoying because you are privileged to be part of the system and you are benefiting from, it is likely that you will feel, because human beings naturally resist change. Resistance is very common in politics. Because you know, when you blood or when you people are introduced into a system that you are benefiting from, you might lose that influence. That is where the fear comes in.
And not from a point of genuine concern about fairness.
No, it's not genuine concern about, no. It's not, no.
Welcome back to Power and Politics. I am Otobo Nkanta. With me here is a veteran actress, of course, one with high, recommendation, well celebrated across the continent, not just in Nigeria. Talking about Ms. Bonnie Diko Kila right here with us, who is doing a nice job by throwing more light on the subject matter. It's good to have you with us right here.
Thank you very much.
Honestly, I'm enjoying the conversation.
Really?
I'm telling you, because you're throwing more light on some of the things that the average Nigerian is more concerned about, and then people don't get to talk about every day. And now let's go over to this. Still talking about the angle of fear from the politicians. Have you seen or have you experienced any situation where a politician, stands seemed motivated by fear rather than principle?
Well, like I said earlier,
Still about the status quo.
Still about the status quo. You are there. Let's put you in a position of authority politically. You are there, and then you hear they are bringing some people in. It is only natural. That was why I said human beings naturally resist change. More so if you are benefiting from a system. If you are in a position of authority and you are benefiting from that system, like it is right now. If you should ask some people, should we go into elections? They will say, no, let's continue the status quo, especially when they are benefiting from the system. So politically, they resist change. That is why you see somebody want to be in power perpetually. You want to stay there, especially in the African setup.
True.
So fear is there, fear of the unknown. Where there is change is naturally tied with some unknown strategies or issues. So there is always fear.
Let's look at, when if the bill will be passed.
Yes.
What difference would it make in the lives of aspiring women who are aspiring to, attain leadership roles? Now, the reason why I'm asking this question is because, for everything we have processes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if this bill is, passed in the House, it is not just going to be, every state should just nominate someone. It's going to pass through the normal election process. And do you have fear for that process more than the passage of the bill?
You see, yes. Naturally, if the bill is passed, kudos, congratulations, we'll be happy. There will be more participation. But then, if you look at the process, because it starts from your party, starts maybe from your ward, your region, your zone, and then your state. Now, naturally, women within the party go through a lot of barriers, like I mentioned earlier. It could be cultural. She's interested, but for one thing or the other, maybe the home she's married to, or maybe the tribe she's from, she's not supposed to be seen. So that's some constraint. Now, she wants to run, but she doesn't have the money. I don't know how, men know how to whip up money. They know how to go about it. That's a barrier. Two, even within the system, within the party itself, she will be confronted with some form of intimidation.
Right there in the party.
Right there in the party. So there are 4, 5, 6, or 7 men that are interested in one particular position. And then you are saying that a woman should come and go for that position. Intimidation by the male folks is there. She'll be intimidated. It takes a strong woman. Okay, look at, for instance, I don't know if let me just use Natasha as an example.
Okay.
I give kudos for her. Because for her to be a senator, it wasn't an easy journey for her. It's not easy. Where you have male folks that are also running for that particular position. And you are, even within that same party, we know when we talk about women inclusion, when we were happy that this bill is coming forth and we pray that it get passed. But then that was when you said I should rate from 1 to 10, I said 5. Because I know these other factors are there. Women, well, to some extent, some women will be encouraged to go for power, to fight for power. Because you hear the comments and they say power is not served a la carte. Power doesn't just come to you, you fight for it. But the male folks, even within your ward or within your local government, to allow you to get that position is a headache, is a lot of war, is a lot of battle, So you need people that are civilized to say, oh, okay, this position, 5 of us are going for it. At least they said they are preaching women inclusion. Let's support this woman to go for that position. It takes people that believe in women participation to support that particular lady.
Now, you've said a lot, and I think one thing that caught my interest, is the barrier women face, but say in the party where you have other male counterparts.
Yes.
Are you saying that the party itself does that recognize everybody in the party as one? Are there barriers where even the party, as a party member, I'm expected to enjoy benefits of as others, either male or female.
Yeah.
Are you saying the party does not take into cognizance most of these things?
Some of the party do, but you see, politics, I don't know if it's like that elsewhere, but in Nigeria is very complicated. Very, very, very complicated. From what you have just said, I believe that if the bill is passed, all parties will take it into consideration to give room to women. But even at that, within the party itself, there are other people that don't believe that a woman, those that you are competing with, that don't believe a woman can do it. They believe it's the prerogative of a man to seek that position and to be in that position. I know, I want to believe that some of this party, like I said earlier, will pass a law or encourage their party members to please, let's have more women. Let's have more women go for positions. But then it's easier said than done. Women go through a lot of intimidation. You find even when women are in a position of power, some men that feel that she shouldn't be there, they will try to pull her down. You see, it's not a classroom affair where intelligence comes to play. Politics is not about intelligence. In a classroom, I'm a woman, you're a woman. I might even come first in the class. So it's not about intelligence. Politics is not only about intelligence. Ruggedness, too many things are associated with it. And that is why you find a woman within a particular party not having the opportunity or not being supported for a particular position. So the journey is still far. It's a long journey. What do they normally use women to do in politics? They use them to come and cheer, to come and clap, to come and campaign for them. Women, they vote, they motivate, they contribute, they campaign, they dance, they do all that. But they don't see them as, because that's why I don't want to use the word, they don't see them as intelligent enough. They don't see them as strong enough to go for.
Or they see them as threats.
Yes, in a way. They don't see them as strong enough to go for a particular position. You see, politics in Nigeria is actually rugged. And most people, cultural barriers also come to play. A man, why should you allow your wife to be a politician? They are doing meeting at 10 p.m. She's there. She's not in the house. She's going for a meeting somewhere. The way our people are, our culture also does not encourage the woman to be involved in politics. So within the party itself, before she even gets to the national level, even at the ward level, ward positions, it is difficult for her to get a position because you're a woman. A woman cannot lead us. Some people have that mindset. A woman cannot be a leader. Why we are men? Why should a woman lead us?
No, I'm going to put.
So even when the bill is passed, we don't expect automatic progress. Yes, the process might kill it. Not kill it, but it will reduce it, still not improve the number of women participation in politics because they don't see them as being at the table of decision making.
I'm going to put myself in an average Nigerian shoe. This conversation is something that I was opportune to overhear. I'm going to also bring it here to also hear your own perspectives.
Okay.
Now, someone asks, would you rather go for a bill that supports women to be deputy governors across the states in the country, or would you rather support this current bill that says women should have at least every state should have women have reserved seats in the house? Which would you go for and why?
Well, for deputy governor, I don't even have also having women there, because maybe if the governor will listen to her.
No, like if it were to be a bill and the governor knows that whoever is your running
has to be a woman.
Has to be a woman. Which would you go for and why?
Like I said, I don't mind that bill.
The deputy governor
being a woman.
Woman.
Because at least,
literally,
because at least at that point, she's very close to the hems of affair. And she's very close to the top. Why? Because I believe, like I said earlier, I told you, women are homemakers. Women are good managers. When you find a successful man, there must be some woman by the side or behind him, like they normally say. So if we have a woman as a deputy governor, if the governor is civilized or very accommodating, I think the state will be the state will be better off for it. That's my thinking. So I don't mind that kind of bill that, every governor must have as his deputy a woman. But you know what it's like. You know, deputy governors, you know the way they are being treated. You know how it is. You understand? I don't want to say so much, but I know you know what I'm trying to say, and I'm sure the audience know what I'm trying to say.
I want to believe I know what it is.
But then if we can have that bill, we're getting somewhere.
So you'd rather go for that then?
I like that. But if you talk about seats, that is, in fact, it's becoming very difficult for me to settle for one. In fact, I would prefer both. That's the truth. Let's have women let's have the reserve seats also at the
where would they have their voice heard? We'll definitely find that out when we come back from this short break. You see Power Politics. I'm Otobo Nkanta. We will be back shortly. All right, welcome back from that short break. It's still Power and Politics right here. I am Otobo Nkanta, and with me here is Miss Ronodiko Akila, a veteran actress, and also, honestly, I would say, I think you should also consider, politics at some point, because your knowledge of politics is mind-blowing.
Is it?
Anyways, so back to what we were saying. I mean, you found it hard to go for one, against the author.
Yes.
And I had a very, light question. Where do you think women would be properly heard? In the House or at the State House, as a deputy governor? Because we have some states where you have women as deputy governors. Typical one would be Akwa Ibom State, where you have a woman. But where do you think women would? Because I think, personally, women need to be where their voices will be heard, not just occupying offices like, or maybe a DG, or where you can have an impact, like the late Dora. She had an impact in, people. So which of them do you think would give women the voice that they need? Because I know women actually want a voice.
Yes.
Which of the offices would give them?
Okay, I think in the House.
In the House.
Yes, where decisions are being, where policies are formulated. Even in the executive, when decisions are being executed and where policies are being executed. I think women truly need to be in positions where their voices will be heard. I think so. If we look at it from the perspective of, if I had to choose between the two, whether a woman being a deputy governor, or because we know how it is with deputy governors in Nigeria, or being in the House, I think women truly needs to be in positions where their voices would be heard. I think so, because even aside politics, we have women doing well in banks. We have how many women bankers do we have now? MDs of banks.
I could attest to that.
Yes, we have women doing very well in other sectors aside politics. So I think we need more women in position of authority where their voices will be heard. like I said to you, personally, I've had conversations with market women. I've had conversations with female professionals. I've had conversations with even politicians, women, and they are not happy because they say we vote, we mobilize, we contribute, but we are not at the table of decision making. So what's the point? So I think this bill is a welcome development. I pray it gets passed, and I hope
so.
I hope.
We hope so.
I believe it will be passed.
Okay.
I believe so.
Sorry, now let's imagine the future. If the bill is passed, let's just be optimistic. If the bill is passed, what are the necessary things that parties need to put in place to ensure this bill is sustainable? Because I would not be surprised if after passing the bill, maybe after a year or 2 or 3 or 4, and we don't hear anything about it anymore. So what are those things you feel, parties, let's come down to parties this time. What are those structures parties need to put in place for them to be able to enjoy this bill if it is passed?
Well, it should be entrenched in the party constitution. Parties, they have constitution.
Yes.
So, like we discussed earlier, I said the process is going, if the bill is passed, it depends on the party. I think all parties, as a matter of fact, if they wanted to be successful, need to entrench it in their constitution that certain percentage of women must be included in certain position of authority. So that's the only way that you can experience any progress in that bill. Because the process within the party can be very rugged, can be very rough. So, but if it's entrenched in their constitution, that for local government level, at the local government level, in Lagos, for instance, we have 20 local government and 37 LCDA. If they say, okay, if APC or PDP or whatever, say in Lagos State, those going for local government position, chairman, we need is 20 local government. At least, let's just say at least 5 or 6 should be female in those 20 local government. At the LCDA level 37, we must have at least 10 women. And that's a start. We're getting somewhere by that. It's a good start. So if the bill is passed, the onus is now on the political parties themselves for that bill to be successful, for it to come to life. The onus is now on the political parties themselves to make sure that they include it in their constitution, that certain percentage of women must be allowed to run for certain offices. All offices must be elected. To be in certain offices.
So much hope, and
so much hope.
Honestly, I really want the bill to succeed, personally, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed to see how things unfold before the election or after the elections. Thank you so much, Ma, for coming by and throwing more light on some of the things that I'm sure our viewers didn't really understand. Thank you so much, and that's a wrap on this episode of Power and Politics. I am Otobon Kanta.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Today on Sports Hack, on our maiden episode, we're looking at giants of the beautiful game, and why they fail. A lot of times we've seen countries around the world, the likes of Italy, recently Nigeria, Cameroon, Tunisia, Egypt, in the past, not making it to major finals, like the World Cup or the African Cup of Nations. Why it happens? Well, we're about to find out. Coming to you from the NFF, well, not right now, but before, he used to be one of the big wigs in the NFF. We're not going to spill the beans right now. You need to stay tuned to Sports Hack. Welcome back to Sports Hack, ladies and gentlemen. And I have the distinguished honor to interview a man that I've known for the better part of my life, Mr. Seyi Akinyemi, former Vice President of the NFF. Welcome to Sport Hack, Mr. Akinyemi.
It's my pleasure.
Yes, and the first question I have to ask, and it's a question that I'm sure a lot of people around the African continent and football lovers across the world will be asking, how does Nigeria not qualify for a major tournament?
Wow, it's a mind-boggling question, but it's happened a few times, and there are various reasons. Some of them overlapping, some of them separate. Some of them I can speak to. Some of course, even for me, it's really in the realm of speculation. But I have a fair idea that sometimes it's within the administrator's powers. Sometimes it's outside. Sometimes it's really luck. Other times it's, I think, that the players have not put as much as their talent tells us that they can into it. And other times it's really about managerial issues. We have all sorts. So we've had a whole plethora of problems over the years. But the fact is, we shouldn't ever not be at the World Cup at the stage we're in. So we've moved from giants to sleeping giants, and it's a shame.
And just want to touch on some of the things you just mentioned. I think one of the first things I would ask is, from the administrative point of view, what are the lapses that could stem from the NFF that would cause Nigeria not to go to a major competition like the World Cup?
Okay, first of all, as you know, I've been in the NFF, so some of it might be self-indicting, but but truth is, going into the World Cup, there's a lot of preparation that's required. And I'll tell you from when we were there, we had in 2018, where it was pretty good. We had funding on time. We sat down with the players on time. We actually signed agreements with the players and the manager then. I remember we went, I think, on a friendly tournament or something in Russia. And I remember in a hotel room, we sat down and agreed, look, FIFA money comes, this is what we're going to do with it, this is how we're going to do it. And, everything went smoothly. And the backdrop of that was, in 2014, there was a problem because of the FIFA money. But what people didn't realize then was that the money that comes from FIFA comes after the World Cup.
All right.
So everybody said, look, where's our money? And I remember at that time that the then minister had to travel apparently with cash to Brazil because the players had refused to play. And that in itself caused problems on the pitch and amongst themselves and all that. So we're determined that wouldn't happen with us. At that time we signed what is relevant and what was agreed, and the players knew exactly what each person was getting, and it went well. And we qualified, and well, I'd say did reasonably well in terms of play.
Yes.
In 2022, it was a bit different. There was such a lot of good things going on with the NFF at the time. Everybody accusing people of stealing here, EFCC here today, and so actually being able to concentrate on that was a bit difficult. We also had a situation where we had a minister who at the time was going after, in my opinion, after the people within the NFF, the top hierarchy. There was such a lot of disruption of our plan. But even then, the rules changed for Qatar. Because if the old rules were still in place, we would have gone through. I mean, it's no excuse, but because of the changing rules, we couldn't really make the cuts. But I think that stemmed a lot more from not administrative inability, it's distraction, government interference, and there's just no peace. And I think even in those circumstances, I think we did our best to try and see the team go through. It was very difficult. So in other situations, and again, we had the issue with the coach. There was a lot of, in camp, one of the things that Kenneth Raw brought to Nigerian squad, national team, for me was he then made them professional. People got into camp on time, everybody was organized, and all those things were fine. But towards the end, God knows what happened in camp. It wasn't the same. You had people who were distracted. The players had guests. All sorts of things were happening, and it just wasn't. There was not that cohesion. There was not that discipline, and players dared to grumble against the coach. Eventually, the coach had to go, and that didn't help, as you understand. So, so that also contributed to that of the 2022 World Cup. So this is what I can tell you factually, that that's what happened. I also felt that before that time we had an issue of coach with Olise.
Okay.
A great guy, fantastic footballer. But I think he was not gifted in terms of administrative politics. And you have to be, if you're dealing with a nation that loves football like we do, and as diverse as we are, you can't ignore that. I mean, we got along very well personally. I thought, not that football nuance, you had understood, but there's a lot of political, I think, immaturity in his approach to some of things. Look, I'm saying it as it is. And while that's fine, it doesn't always work. And I think that had an adverse effect at that time. So, as I said, it could be administrative problems. It could also be political interference.
I want to touch on that political interference of a thing. We only hear about it when the dailies carry it, or when we tune into the radio stations and they mention it. But as an insider, how much of an impact does that interference cause, especially when FIFA can drop the hammer at any point in time if there's any political grumbling around the FA?
Yes, causes a great impact. I'll tell you how. Don't forget, I think the biggest period of political interference was one when we had Admiral Jonathan, when he withdrew us from FIFA and said, look, we're going to have an interim body, and 3 days later I had to sort of do a U-turn because FIFA came calling. And anybody who wanted to disrupt the system then came up with, we're going to remove you. And then the response also, look, we're FIFA, international body. And, that back and forth goes in. And there's a lot that goes into that. So, and we didn't have, unfortunately, a government then that said, look, this is what the rules say. Anything in the field of speculation, please take it out of the space. Let's face facts. So when an football administration is taken to having to explain itself every day, and actually at a point had a coup done, so an authority body was in the house. How does that work? People go to court on, I would say, flimsy issues. So it's very distracting. You get, even me, I got in here, I got a letter from the FCC And, you know,
oh, wow.
Yeah. And I said to them, look, I don't work in this place. You know, so what's it got to do with me? And then also, people believe that you actually work there and therefore you get the money in your pocket and then you assign. You know, all those things don't happen. So ignorance is a big problem. The press doesn't help, by the way.
Oh, we're also culpable.
Yes, yes, because some of the press have taken stance in one way or the other. And I dare say that some are paid. You know, so this fuels the instability. And when there's instability, it's very difficult to run. We had a minister at a point in time who, in my view, just could not stand the president of the NFF at that time. And it was just...
Do you want to drop a name?
I don't want to drop a name. But it was just difficult to get anything right. And some speculated that he was even behind some of the actions that went on.
Oh, wow.
By the way, we were taken to court. None of them stuck. None of the allegations stuck. We went to court, we had them struck out. So, but in that process, you can't focus.
Yes.
In fact, the funny thing, we had one body, I can't remember what it's called, who was investigating the body in the presidency, who was investigating NFF and making allegations, and ultimately it was that investigating body and its head that was indicted.
Oh, wow.
At the end of the day,
they were the ones guilty.
At the end of the day, but, so these things happen, and it's very distracting, much more than you can imagine.
Right. And, you know, we're still talking around the impact that administration has on a nation like Nigeria not qualifying, using Nigeria as a case study. Now, all these distractions and the government coming, calling, and everybody, you know, nitpicking at each other, how do now the players, knowing that they need to prepare for a tournament like, let's say, the World Cup or the AFCON, react? From your point of view, I'm sure you've seen it all.
Yeah. You know, people need to understand that these players, in my opinion, despite what we think, love Nigeria. And they play for Nigeria and they enjoy playing for Nigeria. I think at least during when we were there, they had a good time because they had best hotels, they went, you know, they traveled properly, you know, they were kitted properly and all that. So they were happy playing for Nigeria. But don't forget that they're human beings first.
True.
And there's no way, it's impossible for a human being to be so placid that he doesn't have any bias in one way or the other. If I tell you a story, that depends on where it's coming from. You know, if you're my friend and I'm telling you, look what these NFF people are doing to me, I wouldn't have sympathy.
Yes.
You know, if you're a friend of NFF and I say, look what have you done for that guy and he's not even appreciative, you don't have sympathy then. So they, I have no doubt, have their individual biases and sympathies. But all in all, I thought that in my time, they were quite professional for the most part about their work. How it affected them, and maybe when I say a player who's not playing so well, it may be an effect, I don't know. But I'm not saying, I never saw anything up front or obvious that, oh, because of the issues,
you weren't able to play.
You weren't able to play now. I didn't see that.
And then, you know, you say your time.
Yes.
Let's look at the time now. We're currently, at this point in time, looking at a nation like Nigeria, we call them a sleeping giant, not qualifying for the World Cup and trying to do it at the dying minute. Yes. So the players were good enough to do it from the beginning.
Yep.
But they're leaving it to the dying minute. What do you see could be the problem with, let's say, the coaching itself or maybe the administrative side of things?
Okay, I see that, you know, honestly and truly, and I'll be very frank, I'd never heard of a coach before he came to Nigeria. When he did come to Nigeria, I researched him. I didn't see anything that placed him on the pedestal high enough to go to Nigeria. So, just from the outside looking in, I didn't think the coach was good enough. I was even worried that would the players really respect this coach? You know, because players respect People have done it before. It's not just as football. Your teacher, if your teacher is not can't speak as well as you can, you're not likely to have that respect. So I was worried about that, and I thought, look, and when it started and went doing very well, I said, maybe that's the reason why. In terms of administration, I'm not quite sure what the problem was, or if there was a problem, because I really, to be honest, did not get involved or ask questions about that, because I didn't want to be seen, sour grapes or whatever it is. So I had to be very careful. But I think that this general secretary of the NFF now is the one who was there when we were doing things properly, at least from my view, despite all the hardship. So I didn't think that he couldn't do it, unless there was some internal issue amongst them. It was something he could simply do. The problem I thought, as a fan, was that looking at the group, the players saw what we saw. And this group is easy.
It's easy. South Africa.
What's all this, So they started slowly. And before they knew it, the defeat was, exit was staring them in the face. And as you say, because they're actually able and capable, they were able to fight, from sort of mid-table, I think we were, trying to get it top. We're helped, of course, by the 3 point deducted from South Africa. Also, there has just been nothing to talk about. But they're able to do it. So the question was, why didn't they do it earlier? As for the coach, I think as he went along, he seemed to me to have come into a bit of his own, better than when we started. But all in realm of speculation. I don't know anything about the administrative side, but what I could see was that the players and maybe the coaching crew as well thought, this is a walk in the park for us, and they didn't put their all into it at the beginning.
I mean, in the world of football now, I don't think there's any small team. I mean, we saw North Macedonia doing a superb job getting into the Euros. But now,
I have noticed for years.
We did.
That there's no small team in Africa.
Especially in Africa. I mean, Lesotho is becoming a very good team now. Finally, I just want to ask your point of view on going forward. What do we do to make sure that it's not possible for us to eliminate the possibility of not qualifying for a World Cup again. But what can we do to mitigate, reduce the factor to almost null of not qualifying for a World Cup?
Look, in my opinion, I have a concept called football first.
Okay.
And that was my mantra when I was to run for the NFF presidency. We all need to step back from ourselves and put the football first within the football sphere. So acknowledge the power of football on the economy, on the socio-economic front, and also on the social front. So socio-economic, the economic itself, and the social front. Football is very powerful. Football is this sort of people call it the harmonizer, but I think it goes beyond that. It explains who we are as a nation, because when you look at the football teams playing against one another and the fans one another, you can actually mirror the macro of Nigeria. If you understand that, then let's hit it head on. Let's put our football first, so that it's not about us, it's about the football. And that's why I was very, very interested when I was in the NFF on youth development. That's my passion. That's where I went. So what do? We need to go back to brass tacks. We need to go back to school football and do it properly. We need to go to youth development. So plan ahead. If you fail to plan, as my dad would say,
you plan to fail. Yes.
And really, it's almost as simple as that. We really need to just let the football be up front. Administrators are not the most important thing. In fact, the players are not the most important thing. The football itself is the most important thing. If we do that, we have so much talent. I can pick a team from within 10-mile radius of where I'm sitting, train them for 3 years, and I mean not personally, but get a good coach to train them for 3 years. I'm pretty sure I have a shot at going to the AFCON and going to the World Cup. We will not win because the technical levels are very quite high across the world. But that really is the answer. Now, in terms of administration, you can have the NFF doing Super Falcons, doing Super Eagles, and then doing youth development. So we need to get at the state FAs. I was also a state FA, so I understood that. And they can get the grassroots. But you need to structure them. I need to empower them. I need to incentivize them. So once we have that, it's a lot of the problems we have are self-made. The good thing at the moment is that we have, for football's sake, we have the chairman of the Sports Commission now, who was the second vice president when I was first vice president. He understands these problems just like I do. We have the Director General who understands the commercial power of football. If we're able to harness that and they're allowed to do the work, I think that there's a chance of us getting the NFF right long term.
Yes.
And then, this qualification for World Cup should be a walk in the park, really.
And sorry to, there's a point you made about getting it right. And we spoke earlier about the politics of things, having the government interfere. Is that an avenue for the private sector to come in, drop in some money, try and remove the NFF a little bit from the shadow of the government?
You see, the truth is, without the private sector, Nigeria can't grow in football. The private sector used to, at least in the past 10 years, decided to come in a great deal. But the private sector money follows one, success and stability. So I wouldn't put my money into your administration if I think that when you leave,
everything is going to fall
apart. So I think that the stability is important. And stability doesn't necessarily mean that you must remain there as president
forever.
It doesn't mean that I must be vice president forever. It just means that even after you leave and I leave, the next people there are coming to put football first. So once we have that concept of football first, it's consistent, and therefore money will come in. There's a lot of money going into music, into all sorts. It should come into football, but people are afraid. And even I've spoken to a few people who could put 10 times what they're putting. They're in football already, but they can put 10 times more if they felt that the structure
was good enough.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, Mr. Akinwumi, thank you very much for your take. I think there's some nuggets there. Maybe we should forward to the people that are running the NFF now, some of your colleagues. Hopefully they take a look at this and pick up some of your notes. Well, we've heard from Mr. Akinwumi now, and it's been fantastic. It's been insightful, and it's been sports hack. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is why our Giants fail. That is why the big boys don't make it. It's all football. And that is why we love the beautiful game. Between you and I, we know that only those that deserve to be there will be crowned champions. And only the champions will sing at the end of the day. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This has been Mustafa Animashal, your humble host for this edition of Sports Hack.
It's one of the world's most important stretches of water on Earth. A narrow passage, just a few kilometers wide in places. Yet, What happens here can shake the entire global economy. Welcome to Explained on CBI News, and today we'll break a huge portion of the world's liquefied natural gas through this route as well. So, if this route is blocked or disrupted, energy prices don't just rise locally, they surge globally, as we are witnessing currently. Here's the problem though, it's incredibly narrow. At its tightest point, the Strait of Hormuz is just about 33 kilometers wide, and the actual shipping markets. Countries like China, India, and many across Europe depend heavily on energy supplies that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So, when supply is threatened, you can expect these things to happen. Fuel prices will rise, transport costs will increase, and food and goods become even more expensive. In short, your daily cost of living could be affected, even if you live thousands of kilometers away. The Strait of Hormuz may be small on the map.
Perfect person to unpack this. From BB Niger Season 10, he is an entertainer, musician, performer, energy distributor. I mean, one of those you cannot box. You watch him and think, what can this guy do? Sitting with me today is the one and only Jason J. I feel like this is a... How are you? First of all?
I'm good.
You look
amazing.
good. You look calm.
Thank
you look like a superstar.
Thank you. You look good too.
Thank you. So I feel like this is a full circle moment, right?
Fair.
So you came out of the house, you had your media rounds,
Mm-hmm.
and you were not ready to answer questions. And say, this presenter actually likes Jason J, but it did not stop her from drilling him.
Fair. Yes. I saw that too.
Yeah. So did you feel like did you feel like I didn't like you though?
In the moment, yes.
Yeah.
But after the media round, I saw your interview with the people that came out before.
Yeah.
And I saw, oh, okay. I think she actually,
Say it. She actually was.
understands me.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That means I'm good though. The fact that you didn't realize that. And also, happy 30th. I should give you a high five. Happy 30th birthday.
Thank you. Though you didn't show up, but yeah.
But then, how does it feel, entering the third floor, and now you cannot, sort of blame this on being young and reckless. Now you have to be responsible.
Fair. I feel like 30 came with a lot of clarity, came with a lot of alignment, and purpose. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
I like that. So you feel like a fully grown adult now.
Sadly, yeah.
Sadly.
Yes. Sadly, yeah. Because I still want to, but...
Still want to what?
Still want to... Okay, so Jason before the house, I've always been an entertainer, music artist, basically in the entertainment space, songwriting, music, dance, choreography, a lot of things. And I've just been pushing. It's really hard to break through in the entertainment space. But that has always been my comments then saying, oh, Jason, God, please. Even my fans were praying, Jason, give
us bragging rights.
Give us bragging rights. What they didn't know, I was pushed to a point to post, some of my emails from brands. I had to count. I'm not going to lie. There was one time I wanted to go live and post some stuff, but I just stopped. I counted. Once you get carried away with that, when the new season starts, another thing is the lifestyle.
Yeah.
Lifestyle cost, lifestyle is expensive.
Yeah.
So as you're making the money, and the offer these people bring is ridiculous. The money they want to pay you is ridiculous because you have to shoot, you have to get outfits, there's a lot of things you have to do, and what is left for you is little or nothing. But then, even that little or nothing, you now have to take down to keep up with the lifestyle. And days keep going, weeks keep going, months keep going, and by the time days keep going, weeks keep going, months keep going, and by the time you're done with that, so no pressure. Easiest I would say, the platform opened a lot of doors. So rooms that we had to get into before became quite easy.
Easier, yeah.
You know, I stepped into meetings and before I introduce myself, they already know me. So yeah, opportunities got easier. So yeah.
Okay. You still fall off 6 months down the line. I have seen winners who looks like they had it all together lose relevance, respect, nothing. Why do you think that is?
Firstly, I wouldn't say fall off. People's paths are different. People's paths are different. Some people want to, they had the chance when their season was still hot or when they were still relevant, you know. So, like I was talking about, some people focus on brand deals. For the fashion, I'm putting out a jacket collection.
Oh, nice.
I've been working on it.
Are you wearing, is that what you're wearing?
No,
Okay.
not yet. It's the prayer. I will, by God's grace.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
But then for you, are you building a musical brand or a full entertainment brand?
A full entertainment brand. Music is just one of it.
Yeah.
The music would blow up by God's grace, but that's not everything. I'm not putting my all into music, you know. Full entertainment brand, basically.
Okay, so we've spoken about the reality TV stigma, but then again, I saw your pictures for AMVCA. So fashion.
My friends and my team.
Your stylists are your friends.
My stylist and my friends. They're my friends.
That's great.
Everybody I work with. You cannot not be my friend and work with me.
Before the house or after the house?
After the house.
Okay.
After the house. So yeah, my stylist, my friends, my team. I put out the stylist send ideas. We go back and forth. I show my team. I show my friends. We just build.
We have a full team.
It's not anything standard professional yet, but I feel like I'll eventually dive into that.
Yeah, I have to touch on stigma just a little bit because we see blogs post 3 years after ex-BB Naija housemate, and they have done so many things since they were on BB Naija. So, which is still the whole celebrity culture thing. So it's like, it feels like there's a problem. Like there's a typecasting, let's put it like that. Look, this one is a BB Naija housemate. So even for roles, it's like they use you for the moment when you're out of the house to get traction. And after that, sometimes some people get lucky. So for you, there's obviously the transitioning from people labeling you as ex-BB Naija housemate.
In the industry, I feel like you just get it easy. Like some quick fame. You go soon.
Because of the fan. Whether you're even big or not, like you come out of the house, whether you're even big or not, like you come out of the house, your earnings are definitely moving from like what you were earning before, modest earnings to, like you said, brand deals, influencing deals, appearance deals. I've seen you in a couple of clubs, right? Like obviously it's not the same, but for some reason, quite a number of people don't build something sustainable in the long run. And so it's like, you're going broke after 2-3 years. What happened? So I've seen, and I'm not just saying this based on people who were not popular. I've seen people who felt secure. To me, asking, what happened? So why do you think that is?
Firstly, I tell people this: if you want to go into my music, being on Davido's tour, being on, seeing the crowd respond to my performance or my song at Miss DSF concerts.
Yeah.
Then coming out of the house, the fashion thing, there's a lot of work going on that I'm like, okay, you're really doing this,
Right.
There's a lot. I celebrate every single win.
Yeah. Personally, so what stood out for me though was just how much work you put into your performance, like the choreography, the energy, the visuals. I'm like, Jason J. So it's definitely been, amazing to see. But are you going to be like a full-on artist though? Like, are we going to know you as a musician?
Yep, I've always been that before I even went into the house.
Yeah.
From the performance to the music, videos to... Yes, so I am a full-on artist, a full-on music artist. But I'm not restricted to that. But Jason J is a lot of songs that are out there, including the one that went viral in the house was the ODG, Odogu Na Dispenda thingy. Yes.
Okay, great stuff. So I got a couple of random questions to ask you, and then we wrap this up.
Let's go.
Jason, have you ever looked at yourself and thought, yeah, I understand the hype?
Yeah.
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 Okay, cool. Second question, on a scale of 1 to 10, how famous do you think you are?
1 to 10.
Yeah.
4. 3. 3.5.
But I will tell you that I am very proud of you. You are my, well, now I can say it. You were obviously one.
Global entertainment spectacle watched by millions across continents. So significant is the parties and shared experiences that cuts across class, region, and politics. Commercially, nothing compares. A 30-second Super Bowl advert now costs up to $10 million, making it the most expensive and influential advertising platform in the world. The halftime show featuring global music superstars has become a culture that traditionally dominates. The Super Bowl is steadily gaining ground. In culture, in cities like Lagos and Abuja, Super Bowl watch parties have become popular social events.
Do you have it down there? You have it. Do you have it down there? You have it inside your body? Crazy questions like that. I was making my hair and I wanted to start afresh. Then I noticed it was on my head.
In Nigeria, the studies we've done show that between 3.5 and 6.5% of individuals that come into our clinics and you cannot get it from anybody.
I have conquered my biggest fear, which was coming to visible parts of my body. So, and yeah, somebody coming to me just wants to know if vitiligo is in my inner body.
Vitiligo is also one of those things that you can actually have no treatment and color comes back. So for some people, color will never come back. For some people, it will come back. So we don't typically talk about cure because you are about to promise something you are not too sure of. But is vitiligo treatable? Yes, for sure.
You just want to come and check. So, and instead of you just coming to check, stay on your way. So that's how it is. There's this particular one that I find very funny today. Omo Batala ni Padalole Elobo Rishala. I think, Rishala, I don't know. So, in all fairness, I did it. But after doing it, look at me, I'm still like this. So it's not a batala or anything.
The only thing we say is if you have vitiligo, sun avoidance is good and the use of sunscreen. That is simply because one of the functions of melanin is to protect you from the sun.
Through the course of vitiligo, I had to start taking supplements, vitamins in particular, because then my diet obviously had to change because I had to do the thing they call eating healthy. So yes, then supplements, supplements upon supplement, vitamins, avoiding the sun. Me and the sun, we are not friends.
In the studies we've done, we try to compare children to others. So that's childhood vitiligo to adult vitiligo. We realized that you actually have vitiligo more in children than you have in adults.
At first, I have lots and lots of people telling me. I even have a sister out of here. How do I say it? Out of being nice, she wanted me to try a tube cream for vitiligo. It did not work.
I've had a patient. I actually have a picture of him. He shoe polish. He tried to use shoe polish to cover vitiligo on his leg, just trying to camouflage. So you have people just trying to camouflage. You have people who all their clothes are long sleeved or trousers because they are trying to hide the vitiligo.
It is sweet when you embrace it, and that's the truth. I was forced to embrace mine, And at the end of the day, when I embraced it, I noticed it was beautiful. After embracing your skin, the pigments will arrange and it will give you this kind of beautiful look. Accept your vitiligo.
We should stop the stigmatization. Vitiligo is just a change in color of the skin.
So just live your life and then you are fine. You are fine. So it's not a problem.
To uphold dignity in breaking barriers, protecting lives, and redefining the future of policing in Nigeria.
I can see you, my women, in the police force. It's because you aspire to be somebody in life. You want to stand on your own. You want to be somebody. That is why you are here today. And most of the women out there, that they are doing a lot of things. So important to the country. You are here in the uniform to not just to support your husband, but you are contributing to the nation.
A state of mind that affects how we think, how we feel, and how we respond to our environment. When we understand this, we are going to actually have allowance for human behavior, because we actually respond to our situation per time based on the state of our what? Mind. How well our mind is what determines how well the whole part of our body even is.
I am particularly pleased that this year's Fire Safety Week includes the training of 100 police officers on basic fire safety and firefighting skills. This initiative is a commendable step toward equipping our officers with critical knowledge and practical skills to respond effectively to fire emergencies. Fire safety is an essential component.
Government agencies, particularly the security agencies that are operating here in Kano.
An event designed to holistically sensitize our people and raise their alertness and consciousness on the dangers of uncontrolled fires, especially with the harsh weather due to climate change. Through exposing them
that will promote an inclusive and participatory budget areas and in the medium and short term within the next 10 years. This budget is focusing not only on the figures, but it will prioritize environmental sustainability and climate smart agriculture to ensure resilience and mitigation to the impacts of climate change. And this is anchored towards ensuring prosperity and well-being for generations to come, whereby building a better tomorrow for our young ones coming up.
That I stand here and welcome you all to this crucial 2026 budget term hall meeting. The theme we gathered under today, which has been mentioned by many, from recovery. We have been doing budget for the past 6 years for recovery. And this time around, the ministry is proposing that we move to prosperity by accelerating
that have to start all over.
Given the professional touch to information. so that at least people in Adamawa, in Nigeria, and the world would really hear the heart. Before I begin, Mr. Senate President, I want to passionately beg you, please, I want Obaseki back home to come and answer some questions. When the committee led by Adam Soshomole's report is out, I want to tell you with the facts I have on ground, which I will later show you, it's enough for you to bring him back to this country.
But today,
Africa's largest fresh produce market ramped up operations image as a forward-looking dynamic nation.
Most of our farmers export to a lot of countries, especially the Americas, but then also now a lot more to Dubai and to India and to the Europe as well. So it's very exciting that there's already a lot of relations between South Africa and other countries when it comes to fresh produce, and we need to keep that avenues open because our produce in our country is of incredible quality. Our farmers are of incredible standards.
Economist and journalist Mudiwa Gavaza noted that food insecurity has increasingly become recognized as a pressing global issue, especially in Africa.
20 countries have found themselves actually viewing food insecurity as an increasing priority over the last couple of years, mainly because the incidents of food insecurity are becoming more and more prevalent around the world, but more specifically, especially in Africa. It was always sort of thrown to the side as a third world issue, in many cases, an African issue, but more and more, it's becoming an issue that has, risen to that global level, and hence you have the G20 tangling, with issues like this. Of course, the fact that South Africa is chair of the G20 in 2025, at this moment does bring some of those issues, to the fore.
The G20 Leaders Summit was billed for Johannesburg from November 22 to 23. Under South Africa's presidency, the forum's focus was on global food security, climate-smart agriculture, and resilient food systems. During the summit, South Africa was seen pushing for investment in agricultural infrastructure and equitable access to nutrition across.
By removing his name,
the fact that Abure's tenure has ended, you cannot play something on nothing and expect it to stand. The party under the leadership of this expected to stand. The party under the leadership of distinguished
April 2025 to physically submit the hard copy, the certified true copy of the Supreme Court judgment to the INEC. And I remember vividly the acting national chairman, Mrs. Umbu, was in that delegation who received us.
Okeme said that the forum will not hesitate to occupy the INEC headquarters for 7 days in protest to demand the immediate removal of Abure's name from INEC's portal and replace with that of Senator Nenadi Usman.
In his own leave letter. Such actions betray the transparency, accountability, and moral standard expected of a public officer holding such a sensitive position. It is therefore a grave injustice and insult to the collective integrity of the Nigerian university system that this same individual is now being forcibly restricted through manipulations of tainted governing council chaired by a partisan body, which in what can only be transcribed as an arranged meeting that defied due process and the principle of fair administration. Even worse, reports show that students were mobilized and paraded under false pretenses with claims of support from the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tuji Alausa, to legitimize this illegality and intimidate members of the university community. This is also acceptable, it is dangerous, and it must not stand. In light of this grave development, the Association for Student Social Welfare strongly calls for the immediate suspension of the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Abayomi Fasina, pending the outcome of the ongoing investigation and judicial proceedings. This is the only path to safeguard justice, ensure institutional integrity, and restore. We are reported personally in the coalition. We have submitted our petitions for this thing. So to have a bit of background of this, the Federal University of Oyo Ekiti, once admired as the beacon of federal educational expansion and innovation, has sadly become a symbol of how impunity, moral failure, and abuse of power can corrode the soul of public institutions.
Reactions followed President Bola Tinubu's announcement. Reactions followed President Bola Tinubu's announcement of the new ambassadorial nominees. While some Nigerians applauded the move and described it as a wake-up call for the Tinubu administration, others criticized the list as shambolic. They raised concern over the profiles of certain nominees. Prominent among the names that generated the most public debate were the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, the former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode, National Electoral Commission, the former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode, and former presidential spokesman Reno Omokri. A resident of Abuja, Matthew Dennis, who voiced his displeasure, condemned some of the nominations. He also referenced past issues which reportedly involved the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission.
Yeah, personally, the ambassadorial nominees, considering the name that the president listed, some of the names, those have stand, people that will not bring us back. Because when you look at the international reputation of this country, it has been damaged. It is tarnished already. So we need to put people that have good integrity, have good reputation, that they can start to work towards regaining the image of this country.
Other Nigerians, however, commended the nominations and expressed optimism in the nominees' capacity on the global stage.
Yes, on the ambassadorial nominees, we can say it's time, I think it's even due that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu nominated faces that will represent Nigeria in the international community. But having done it now, 2 years to go in his administration, yeah, I think it's okay.
Fani-Kayode is a good fan of Asiwaju. He has been supporting Asiwaju all his while, and Omokri too, though he has worked with Jonathan and also working with the New Hope agenda. He has
Senator Neda Education in Nigeria Friday.
The Senate expressed its displeasure that the agreement between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities had not yet been implemented. The chairman of the Senate Committee on TET Fund, Senator Muntari Dandutse, stated when he presented the resolution of the committee with the leadership of ASU in Abuja on Friday, October 17, 2025. He stated that the committee met with government agencies, ASU, the Ministry of Education, and the Nigeria University Commission, where they resolved the problem with the Lecturers' Union.
And on our resolution, the Senate is not happy that the agreement by the government to ASU has not been fulfilled. The Senate agreed to convey the government agencies and ASU, most especially the Ministry of Education and NUC, for a negotiating as soon as possible so that we can resolve this lingering problem. Senate agrees to interface with the Minister of FCT to ensure Universities Abuja land which is not taken from them. Also, other needs will be studied and appropriate steps will be taken to ensure amicable resolution, and we want the leadership of ASU to write all the issues they raise in our discussion so that we can pass the Ministry of Education together with them by Tuesday or Wednesday to ensure that our children are back to school, and also to ensure that the government look into the immediate and the long-term measures to be taken to resolve most of the lingering situations in the tertiary institution.
Naira, and you collect tax of 50% from the 100 naira, I now have 75 naira. So how do I buy a book that was estimated to be 100 naira? Again, I believe with good faith, this can be resolved. And the same logic applies to every other specific allowances that is tied to the nature of academic work. Having made your point, as ASU, we also believe, because after all, they call it a warning strike. For me, 1 day warning is enough. Once the warning has sunk down, you know we have the capacity to withdraw. You have made your point. And therefore, returning back to school, returning back to classes, while these negotiations are going on, I think for me it would be nice, because parents are worried. And the irony, however, is that, let's face it, many of us are able to send our children outside. Also our comrades, and the children who are trapped are children of the poor, the children of lower comrades. And so I think with all of this in mind, they will do some reflection. But the important thing is that to go back to work is not to say that the issue is closed. It is just to give a more conducive environment for further conversation to take place.
The committee appealed to ASU to go back to work while the conversation on their demands continued. The national president of the Academic Staff Union of University, Professor Christopher Pewuna, charged the Senate to help universities get more funding.
Sir, if you help us as Senate to improve funding to universities, you will see what our researchers will produce. We challenge the Committee on Tertiary Education, and indeed the entire Senate, to try us and see. Just try us and see. Push government to increase funding to universities and see whether there will be strikes in this country. Push government.
For time, or you're not. Mr. President, in the last 2-3 months, Nigerians have been complaining seriously about the price hike of airline and finding it very difficult to travel from one destination to the other.
Take your seat.
Mr. President, that is coming, that people who want to move from one place to the other, particularly since our road is becoming a bit difficult to travel on.
Mr. President, in supporting this motion, I want said that the airfares as announced by the airlines and as stated by by Senator Buhari is, to say the least, outrageous and unaffordable as far as Nigerian people are concerned. An airfare from here to Lagos costing above 500,000 naira is too exorbitant. Just one way, not even round trip, is too exorbitant. As you rightly said, when the synopsis of the motion was given, that the minimum wage for Nigerians is 70,000 naira. It means a civil servant will have to save 5 months' salary or even 6 months' salary before he could afford one-way ticket to Lagos.
No corresponding increase in aviation fuel or aviation taxes by Federal Aviation Authority. Fine. Thirdly, sir, there will
in airfares to avoid the exploitation of Nigerians and also to alleviate the suffering of people and avoid disruption in travel during this Christmas period.
Look at the history. For those who understand, place being there is getting more expanding. Instead of all closing the gap is expanding. And what I mean by that is that when the cinema started in Nigeria, it's a work between the academia, the council, the cultural people, the theater people, then the industry coming together, doing fantastic job then. But as things goes, they are they are ignored.
Shongalaye is written and produced and directed by Yinka Ogun, who is also the author of the book. I don't know the name of the book yet, you know, so, I mean, he's a genius. He's a writer. So, yeah.
To mark this milestone, Aluko unveiled 2 new books, Nollywood and its Buried Cinema, and Secrets to Making Rights Nollywood Cinemas, a work in which popular filmmaker Funke Akindele is used as a case study. Both publications explore the realities of the Nigerian film industry, its growth, and the gaps that still need to be addressed. Reflecting on the state of Nollywood, the celebrants noted that while Nigeria has made significant progress in film production, the journey to true excellence is far from over.
The cinema as it is in Nigeria today is not our cinema. It's a borrowed one. You can see from the title of the book that I just told you. It's a borrowed one. It's not serving the purpose cinema should serve in any nation. It's not serving because as it is now, we have major problems in the industry that the cinema is not solving, which is supposed to solve. Because when you have a cinema, you should have an industry that is being controlled locally, that is affordable, that is accessible. Lagos, as it is today, we have, like, let me say, 100 cinemas.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Zulum distributed 62 patrol trucks to security agencies operating within Maiduguri and surrounding communities.
We are here this morning. 62 Toyota Hilux 30 will be given. 62 Toyota Hilux 30 will be given to civilian JTL. 3 to each sector. Each of the 10 sectors in Maiduguri metropolitan will have 3 new brand Toyota Hilux.
Governor Zulum said the vehicles are to be used strictly for security patrols to protect life and properties, particularly in vulnerable communities across the state. He appreciated the federal government, particularly in vulnerable communities across the state. He appreciated the federal government's ongoing support in the fight against insurgency and assured that his administration will continue to provide logistics and resources to strengthen security operations.
This will not be last. Will not be the last Furthermore, I want to inform you that all the civilian agents
That is our call to action will be to have an eco biodiversity club in this school so that they're able to monitor and nurture these trees that were planted and also get involved and become
coast wetland absorb flood. To restore a healthy planet, we must restore our relationship with it.
Deforestation or tree logging is not actually the solution to the crisis we are facing. So let's just try to avoid tree loggings as a way of means of livelihood. Rather, let's see how we can advocate to governments to actually provide finances for these women, so they can either buy their seedlings, get their lives together again, get their lives going again.
Take proactive actions towards protecting the environment, especially beginning with tree planting. Trees have a lot of values. They have
compelled to declare a national drought emergency, in 20 counties, leaving our citizens at risk of severe hunger and water scarcity, and as delayed rains and climate stress devastate crops and livestock. Across our continent, from failed harvests to destructive floods, from intensifying storms to conflict worsened by resource scarcity, African of extraction, exclusion, and pollution. Our rivers, our oceans, the food we eat, the future we want outcome. A stronger UNEP, working closely with a broader UN system, will deliver more coherent, cost-effective, and inclusive global environmental governance.
He also emphasized the importance of a strength
of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. For Africa, climate change and pollution. For Africa, climate change is not an
The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, launched a 5-day climate-smart land restoration program in Borno State. The initiative, in partnership with the Federal Project Management Unit under the Agro-Climatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscape AgriSal project, aimed at strengthening environmental resilience and helping communities adapt to climate change. A high-level FAO team led by project team leader, engineer Agbeso Precious, is spearheading the initiative across local government areas. The delegation paid a courtesy visit to the Shehu of Bama, who pledged his support and approved a parcel of land for seeding plantations. In a symbolic gesture, the FAO team was also dressed in traditional Kanuri attire.
The situation in Bama is relatively calm compared to the past few years. Alhamdulillah, we thank Almighty Allah for this, for His mercies, and we want to seize this opportunity also to thank the military for their sacrifices and all the efforts. So, Alhamdulillah, we say glory be to Almighty Allah. Thank you. You know, because of the insurgency, many people have been rendered jobless. And then the poverty, the abject poverty that has been imposed on our people is beyond imagination. So for this reason, you will see people are going into the bush and then cutting down trees and the rest. So in the terms of climate change, we've been experiencing very severe changes. So with this intervention, we will begin to grow all the trees that have been cut down. And the government has imposed a strict law on this regard. And also there are so many economic trees which has been in existence before that, but now due to the insurgencies or the active poverty that has been imposed on our people, you can't find them. But with this intervention, they are willing to bring all those fruits and then other economic trees to our people.
At Bama and Mafa, the team inspected plantation sites, including a 152-acre project where some seedings required improvement and a 159-hectare restoration area where neem trees planted with Delfino technology showed promising growth. Mafa Council Chairman Sanusi Mustafa and AgriSal representative Bukar Madugoba expressed full support for the restoration effort.
FAO has a framework of 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. For our intervention with the AgriSal, it hinges on better environment. FAO is contributing to capacity building to restore 350,000 hectares of degraded land across the 19 states and the FCT under the AgriSal project. We are here today in Bama to engage with you because the issue of land restoration hinges more on the community. Community is at the heart of everything we do. Without the community, this project will not succeed. Without the community, this project will not be sustained. Without the community, this project will not move to the next level. And that's why we appreciate all the effort that all of you here have put in place to ensure that what has been done properly. We are here to engage you further to know what are your issues in the course of implementing this FAO component. The things you have planted, how are they doing? If they are having challenges, we are here to address them. We are not here to audit you. We are here to make things better for you. And within a few hours that we stay here, we promise to make it very engaging and very interactive, that at the end of the day, we will be able to impact our knowledge on all of you in a way that you can do this job and do it better. On behalf of the FA in Nigeria, I want to thank you.
They are here now, they want to go and see it for themselves so that they will appreciate all our effort. So we are happy.
FIHAV opened on Monday, November 24th, 2025 at Havana's Expo Cuba, where Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Trade Minister Oscar Olivia stressed the event's strategic relevance.
Holding FIHAV is a declaration of intent. Cuba works, Cuba rebuilds, and Cuba opens itself to the future with the firm conviction that progress is possible. This event is, in fact, a concrete expression of that conviction.
The Deputy Prime Minister, who addressed the impact of what he described as the U.S.'s unlawful blockade, said Cuba chose to act rather than be deterred. He referenced the fair as a key example of that response. Russia, which was represented at the fair,
they left dejected. This has led us to ask the question, when is the appropriate time to ask a man for money in a relationship? The views of those who spoke exclusively to CBI News vary. Some called for patience and mutual respect, others called for self-reliance. While trader Faber Isaac says asking men should depend on timing, Stephen Bolaji, an unemployed graduate, tells women not to depend on men financially.
It depends. Firstly, the man. It depends on how they meet. Sometimes the woman, the way they meet and the way they discuss, the man may feel like giving her something, or she asking the man is also okay. But I think you should give the man time and to know who the man really is before asking the man for something. Sometimes if you ask, it may cause something when you maybe you lady, you are not ready to give out. So it's better you, as a lady, when a man...
There's no initial time. When the man sees that, okay, you need financial assistance, probably a matured guy that says that, okay, this person needs money, you should assist. It shouldn't be like you asking all the time, like, okay, I need this, I need that, I need this.
For trader Tolu Taiwo, both genders should share responsibilities.
I cannot meet someone now today and say they should give me money. It's about the relationships. That person can give you money if you see your character, the way you talk. It's about the relationship. It's not about how we meet. You ask for money today. To me, it's not proper. It's not only women, it's man too. It's two of us, we have faults. Because me, let me say I'm a man, I'm working. I met a lady today. She said I should give her money. For what? I cannot give her. Because I'm working for my money. I'm not a Yahoo guy. I'm working for it. I can't say that way I want to blame women. I don't want to use your sense.
Maiwa Olaleye, a teacher, advised women to add value to themselves before expecting support.
We have different personalities, and so I feel like it's not nice for maybe you just met a guy and it's just about 1 week and you're already having all the old challenges in this life. So I'm of the opinion that a woman should add value to her life. You should be a woman of purpose and know that your money work for him. So any guy will not come and tell you that I bought out of the gutter, I bought from the pit and I've trained you or anything. No. So a woman should, I'm not saying a guy should not help, but at the same time, let it sometimes come from the guy's mindset that, okay, I want to help my babe, I want to do this. So, but not that you now say 1 week, 3 days, babe, my daddy and my mom, they're inside coma, they need 1 million, no, that's not nice. So I feel like it's a gradual thing, because relationship should be about friendship first, then you're developing, then you already ask you out, then not ask put all your whole problem on that guys. No be kill you now, no be see you understand. So
CBI News reports that based on feedback from respondents, the topic reflects a broader social conversation in Nigeria about gender roles, financial independence, and expectations.
Right time for women to request financial help from men in relationships. Many Nigerian men have reported being milked. Many Nigerian men have reported being milked while being promised love, but in the end, they are left dejected. But in the end, they are left dejected. This led us to
asking the man for something. Sometimes, if you ask, he may call something when you are.
It shouldn't be you collecting, receiving. You should also give. So I don't think there's initial time for you to like bill him because you know he loves you. You should like.
It's not proper. It's not only women, it's man too. It's two of us, we have faults. Because me, let me say I'm a man, I'm working. I met a lady today. She said I should give her money. For what? I cannot give her because for what? I cannot give her because I'm working for my money. I'm not a Yahoo guy. I'm working for it. I can't say that way I want to blame women. I don't want to use your sense.
Mayowa Olaleye, a teacher, advised women to add value to themselves before expecting support.
We have different personalities, and so I feel like it's not.
The topic reflects a broader social conversation in Nigeria about gender roles, financial independence, and expectations in relationships.
God is with us. We also need to respond back by doing three things and give Christ to man.
Nigerians say the
to tackle this insecurity. There is no sincerity in fighting this battle. In battles, you know where it is coming from. You know the source. You know those behind it. So those people behind this insecurity, they are not
working. You'll be scared. Most especially when you are traveling now, you don't know all these company bus that you enter. You don't know if they are going to kidnap you on the road. So a lot. There is insecurity in this Nigeria.
Others, like Felix Ogbewi, a retiree, says the violence is no longer distant but visible across regions previously considered safe.
We surely need it because in Lagos State, all southwest, we are not feeling it. But now, the way I see people that dying, I'm not happy about it. Since I was born, all this type of thing is not happening. But we need international body to help us when our people, they are not ready to do something about it.
Calls for foreign intervention has grown louder following recent developments involving the United States. For many Nigerians like Victor Smart, an agricultural expert, foreign support is now unavoidable as killings is continued unwanted.
People will just be killing people anyhow. You just be shooting people anyhow. You go to places of worship, you kidnap. Honestly, it is not right. As a Nigerian, as human, we must have human feelings to this. Even if our government sees that they can't do this alone, we need international help. We need people from the outside to come and be of help to us.
CBI News reports that President Donald Trump
terminals signify a significant step toward to meet global standards as evident in the features highlighted above.
I have always wondered that this area can be transformed to be like this. Well done, our governor. Thank you very much for commissioning this. When you first came to the park, you promised that you would do a lot of things, and you are keeping to all the things that you promised.
What these bus terminals
are meant for. The one here and the two here and the two that you have done before. And as you said, this, Ibadan being the capital, not only of Oyo State, but of former Western state, of former Western region, and we can even say Ibadan, capital of Yoruba land.
Let me use this opportunity to again explain why this circular road matters. It is not just a road project, it is an economic backbone. We are not only constructing a highway, we're building a corridor of opportunity. Àfẹ́ jẹun ọmọ nínú oyún.
We started with a baseline of 50% as of 2024. So we are building, our target is to reach 70% by training 50 million Nigerians by 2027. And we are doing it in 3 buckets. Firstly, we've worked with the Ministry of Education. We have developed curriculum for digital literacy and skills, and President has approved the implementation of that. Now we are training teachers across the country on how to start teaching digital literacy and skills in all our schools, from kindergarten to tertiary institutions. We need to start building and be more intentional on building our digital infrastructure. The way we invest in roads, railways, and airports, we need to invest in that way in the digital, because we are in a digital era. Everything is digital. The economy is a service-based economy. So we need to build the infrastructure that will power that economy. We need to position ourselves, because this technology is not going to replace you and I, but it will replace the skills we have and also the way we do our work.
Ambassadors who were to be posted to various countries and international organizations. Yet public attention focused almost entirely on several high-profile political figures whose inclusion raised eyebrows.
Honest,
Public response, particularly on social media.
Polio, as I earlier said, the president is very active, and
secondly, you asked about Reno Omokri,
Kayode and Governor Ugwanyi.
And Governor Ugwanyi,
former governor.
You know, Reno Omokri is can I call him a politician? Number one, this is somebody that has castigated, the character. He has assassinated the character of the president when he was in opposition. You understand? And he has said it, that nothing over his dead body will he serve under the...
The subsequent Senate confirmation hearings became a critical test of legislative oversight and served as a barometer of Nigeria's commitment to a diplomacy shaped by professionalism as much as by politics. The world watched closely not only to see who would represent Africa's most populous nation, but also what this election revealed about the...
Represent Nigerians at this critical moment of our country.
Hundreds of Uvira residents in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, South Kivu, marched to the town hall on Tuesday, December 16, 2025, against the AFC/M23 withdrawal. The protest came as the militants left the city as part of the Washington peace deal. Protesters took to the streets with signs and banners chanted before they convened outside the town hall.
Today, we want to show our support for the struggling farmers that are fighting for their lives by blocking highways. Their struggle is our struggle. We are demonstrating to express our support for the AFC M23 movement. We have just learned that there is talk of asking them to leave Uvira. Do they want to leave us orphans again? They came to liberate us, and their way of governing us is appreciated by many Congolese.
Under the Washington Accord for Peace and Prosperity, endorsed by U.S. President Donald Trump, the DRC and Rwanda stopped hostilities and ended support for armed groups. Within a week of the deal, M23 forces reportedly advanced into Uvira, the last government-held city in the mineral-rich east.